and that was an alternate route, as it were. It suddenly began carrying a whole lot of traffic, and they got to the point where they couldn't use their home, really.
And so how was that route being used during January and February of this year when there was a full blockade on the highway? What did it allow traffic to do?
Well, it allowed you to miss the blockade, and you could go up to close to the rail crossing. There's a county road there, and it goes out onto the highway just at the rail crossing around the curve from what we're looking at here. And so it allowed people to drive through there and miss the blockade and go on up to Milk River.
And so would it allow traffic coming from the border to circumvent the blockade and go all the way up to Milk River?
It would have, except it's not really a truck route. And if somebody came in driving, there's no reason that they couldn't have cut through Coutts and then through Patty Joe's place. But you'd have to know. If you're local, you know. And yeah, that you could get around. Yeah.
And I assume the same is true for any Coutts residents trying to get to Milk River. They could have also used that route had they known. Okay.
Yeah, everybody knew it was there and you could go that way.
And are you aware of whether RCMP was redirecting any traffic through that route?
Yes, they did. We talked, I talked with Curtis, Corporal Curtis Peters, who was my contact, and let him know about the road. He they made some communication, and what we wound up doing, what they wound up doing was making a square. The ground was frozen, and so they were able to run straight ahead from the street, make a right at the end of Patty Joe's property and go down that way, so you didn't have to go through her yard. And so it became an unofficial exit point. In fact, they took trucks through there later.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that police services for the village are provided by the provincial division of the RCMP.
That's correct.
And the nearest detachment is in Milk River, correct?
Yes.
And how many officers are posted there?
4 to 5.
Okay. I'd like to go to COU 50249. I understand that on January 4th, a protest organizer attended the village office to advise of the upcoming protest. Do you remember that?
Yes, you'll see this is signed Kelly. She's the assistant in the office to my CAO, and she received a phone call.
And during that phone call, how did the protester describe the anticipated protest?
They were just giving us a heads up that they were going to be coming and doing a slow roll around the entrance to the country. And as you can see, it says that they won't be blocking any residents from using the entrance and exit.
If we can go to COU 401515. So I understand from your witness statement that on social media a little bit later, around the 27th, I think you said, you saw a post suggesting there would be an attempt to block the border.
Yes.
Correct? Is this the post that you saw?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you know where you saw this posting?
It was on a bulletin board out of Lethbridge. My wife spotted a link on the Lethbridge area. How are the roads? It's a Facebook post that obviously gives traffic reports. And there was a link there, and we followed that link to this particular document.
And so were you concerned at that time about the risk of a blockade occurring?
Very much so.
And why were you concerned? In particular for your residents, can you tell us about why you were concerned?
We had been slammed by snowbirds, which, if you don't live there, that may make no sense at all. But the 18th of November, the U.S. changed the border crossings to allow fully vaccinated people to enter the states. And all of the people who ordinarily go south for the winter down to Arizona in their RVs and so on decided they had to be there at midnight in order to be the first to cross the border. And we wound up with the largest demonstration anybody down there had seen yet of truck blockages and so on. We had a highway blockage that ran across the tracks and on off over the hill. And they came into the town and double parked everywhere, blocked both entrances to the village so that in the event that we needed to get our fire truck out or something, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So we had experience with the blockage, and I had visions of what was going to happen here as well.
And my understanding is that wasn't a protest. That was just a number of people trying to cross the border at the same time.
I did a lot of protesting, but no, it wasn't a protest.
Thank you. I understand. So if we can just pull up for reference COU 183. I understand that on that same day, January 27th, you wrote to the Premier Kenny of Alberta and the Solicitor General, Sonia Savage, to advise them that you had heard about this risk of a blockade, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand someone called you the next day in response to this email?
Yes, I received a call from the Solicitor General's office. I do not know the name of the person. I remembered the name Pilgrim, and nobody by that name has ever worked for the government of Alberta that I can find, so I'm not sure who I spoke to. Anyway, saying to the effect that I had woken everybody up around there, that they had been in contact then with the police of all flavors, and they were going to RCMP's on top of it, and we've got it under control, basically. It's what I remember.
So my understanding is that you observed on January 29th the convoy driving up to the border, correct?
Yeah, me and everybody in town, I think, were out to see what was going on.
And can you maybe just tell us what you observed on that day?
Well, about what I expected. I'd seen convoy demonstrations by other groups on television and online. A lot of trucks, a lot of signs, a lot of honking, and it was a convoy, a parade of vehicles from half tons to no monster trucks, but large tractor trailers.
And that pinpoint, that checkpoint 4 that we looked at before on the map, that's where you saw them begin to U-turn, to head back towards Milk River?
Yeah, that's Highway 500, and it's a major crossing point that comes up from over the tracks out of, to the east of the village, and then makes a crossing there with Highway 4. So it's the first place that you could really make a U-turn, or the last place, I guess, if you're coming from the north, it's the last place you could make a U-turn, either there or our next exit, and it was smaller. So the RCMP, I think, had decided this was the best place to turn everybody around.
And my understanding from your witness statement is that about 45 minutes later, you observed that they had blocked that intersection where they were U-turning. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the RCMP told me 42 minutes, but it happened, yeah.
And how many RCMP vehicles did you observe that day?
Again, there's a lot going on, so I didn't sit there and count, but I saw half a dozen vehicles. They escorted the convoy down and made sure that they made that U-turn. And that's what happened. The vehicles started turning and going back up the road. So I saw maybe 6, 10 at the most RCMP vehicles.
And did you ever hear about anything about it being a splinter group or something like that that had caused the blockade?
Not
A splinter group
no.
from the group that had organized the convoy.
I knew from what I was reading, again, I spend way too much time online, but knew from what I was reading social media that there were other groups coming and joining up. At that time, I naively believed that it was all about the mandates that had been put on, well, the removal of the, you'll have to forgive me, I do this once in a while. I thought that it had to do with cross-border truckers having their permissions removed. For 2 years, they'd been traveling back and forth, exempt from vaccination requirements and so on. And just when things were starting to loosen up, I mentioned the 18th, people are starting to go across and everybody's getting more normal feel. Suddenly, the federal governments in both Canada and the US decided that you no longer have an exemption, you're going to have to be vaccinated. And I think that was a tipping point. So I thought everybody was coming for that purpose.
Okay.
Long question, long answer.
That's okay. You told us in your interview that the RCMP appeared to be caught off guard by the blockade. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, at that 42-minute mark, when the trucks drove into the median and across both lanes of traffic going both directions, it became obvious that nobody was in control. Nothing happened other than flashing lights and talking to the guys, and it came to a standstill, and that was it.
Mr. Van Hugenbos yesterday told us that on January 31st, the protesters let some commercial vehicles through, commercial vehicles that had been waiting at the blockade since the time it had become blockaded. Are you aware of that, of commercial vehicles being let through on the 31st?
Yes. I have a vantage point in my house where I can see what's going on the highway. And we had been worried about these people sitting there, their loads, the refrigerated trucks, and observed them going along, talking to them, and some of the vehicles being let to leave.
Thank you. I understand that you had regular communications by phone and text with Minister Sani, the former Minister of Transport for the province, correct?
That's correct.
So we'll pull up your text messages with her and go through some of those. That's COU 6016. and we'll start on the second page, I believe. So here, this is February 2nd at 12:41 p.m. Minister Sani, says, I'm sorry this is happening. Please take care. I'm working on this nonstop. What did you understand her and the Alberta government to be doing at this time to respond to the protests at this early stage?
Well, I understood her position, not just from text so much. We had phone calls as well. She was working both sides, trying to talk to the people who'd organized the protest, and also with the provincial administration to get some kind of action happening. She's responsible for, or was responsible at this time, for seeing that traffic flow works. I mean, that's our lifeline in Alberta. And so she's pulling out all stops, talking to anybody she can. I know she talked to truckers, she talked to Marco, I have trouble with his last name, but he'll forgive me. Anyway, with the contact people for the convoy, anybody that she could talk to. So I, knowing the minister the way I do and the dedication that she shows for her position, it means just what it says. She's working on it nonstop.
And so your understanding is that she was trying to negotiate some kind of resolution.
Yes.
Okay. If we can go a bit lower. Okay. So here we see at 6:16 on February 3rd, you asked Minister Sani whether she was willing to come to Coutts to meet the protesters. You recall that?
Yes.
And the response is, of course, I just have to get clearance from the boss and the RCMP. Did she ever come to meet the protesters?
No, she did not. She got as far as Lethbridge and didn't get permission to come farther south.
And you understood that to be permission from who?
The provincial government.
Okay. Did you ever receive an explanation for why that permission wasn't granted?
No.
And why did you believe that it would be helpful for her to come to Coutts?
We thought at the very first that it would be convenient because, as I said, she's responsible for transportation, and this is a transportation-related blockade. She thought that possibly she could come and talk to people and explain to them that the importance of having that corridor continue and stop all the madness. I mean, everybody was caught flat-footed, and we're trying everything we could to get it going. So she was willing to come down and talk to whoever to make things happen, to get it opened up.
Thank you. If we can go down a little bit to the next page. A little bit lower. Okay. At 7:21 on February 3rd, you say, the second line, they've closed the highway down again. It was open briefly. A few commercial vehicles did go through. Then someone barricaded the highway again. So can you maybe give us a sense of how often, it seems to me that the highway was reopening at times. We see later in your text messages that some traffic was trickling through. How often was the highway completely blockaded?
You would have had to stand there and watch to be able to tell. It would be open, we'd see a truck or two or three go through, and then the next thing you know, well, it's closed again. And the whole idea, I think, that at this point that they were trying to do was to open up a single lane each way and keep traffic flowing. But it was, well, you saw my mention here earlier, they're trying to find a leader. At that time, there were several different groups. It was mob rule, I guess, I don't like that expression, but that's the idea. There was nobody really able to just get everybody together and say, okay, we're going to do this, and everybody would go out and do it. And so that's what was happening. We had traffic, and then we didn't have traffic.
And you're attributing that to the lack of leadership in the group at that time?
At that time, yeah, there was no cohesive structure that I could see.
And I think if you go down a little bit more, you'll see those comments that you just mentioned, still some mob rule going on, hoping they have an established command structure soon. You visited Smuggler's Saloon and met with some protesters on February 3rd.
Yes, I did.
And did you observe for yourself this lack of leadership at that time?
I did. I talked to Alex Van Herk, who turned out being one of the people that became a de facto leader, I guess. And the expression, I've heard it used here before, talking about other places, it was like herding cats. Him trying to get some order out of the chaos that was going on. There's video that exists of him talking to people and trying to get them to listen to him and being shouted down, because that was the nature of the beast at the time.
Okay. If we could go to page 10 of this document. So this is February 5th at 2:16. So you see that second bubble, you say, now that Marco seems to have established control, it might be good for someone to talk about provincial mandates. And then if we go just down just a little bit, she responds, let's chat later. So is your understanding that at this time on February 5th, a clearer leadership structure was emerging in the group?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a discussion with Minister Sawney regarding provincial mandates at that time?
It's quite possible. We had phone calls in here, but you've seen how good my memory is. I know we talked about it from time to time, what could be done and what was being done, but I'm under oath and I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you. If we can go just a bit, just to page 12, and this is February 5th at 11:59. So just a bit lower till we get to 11:59. There we go. Here you tell Minister Sawney the messaging to the protesters needs to be controlled better. There seems to be conflicting messages being circulated as true. You recall that?
Yes.
And what was the problem with the messaging at that time as you understood it?
The feeling that I was getting was that someone was building up hopes that things are going to happen on a provincial level very quickly, and the premier is going to announce that all the mandates are off. We knew government doesn't work that quickly. Premier Kenney was, the old expression, caught between a rock and a hard place. He's definitely there because, well, we know all the stuff that goes on. He was working to remove as many mandates as possible, as quickly as possible. But a lot of these people were being told that there was going to be a caucus meeting and they were going to drop all the mandates. And don't know where that came from exactly.
If we can go to page 14, it's February 6th at 2:40 p.m. So you say that you talked to Mayor Fader, and I believe that's the mayor of Fort Macleod, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And Glenn Motz, who's a federal MP, correct?
He's our MP for that, yeah, for that riding.
And you say you talked to them about Marco. Marco was not in favor of the illegal action and has been working to move toward a legal protest. And when you say working towards a legal protest, did you understand that to be opening one lane each way?
Yes.
And were those efforts successful?
Again, it depends on the time of day and which way the wind was blowing. Sometimes it was successful. My son came down from Edmonton one day, from Calgary rather, came down from Calgary one day, and after he got through the checkpoint in Milk River, he drove into Coutts. He said, "There's no trucks out there." So they were shifting and moving things around. So sometimes the road was open and sometimes it wasn't.
Thank you. If we can go to page 15, February 7th at 10:20, I believe it's at the bottom of the page. So Minister Sani says, "I heard the blockade is back up." And you respond, we could go to the next page, I believe. You say, "Yep, tractors just now, highway is blocked." If we keep going. She says, "I guess they were hoping for an announcement today." Was your understanding that this tractor blockade on February 7th was because of frustrations associated with the lack of an anticipated announcement, as you were just mentioning?
That's the word that I got from talking to someone else, that they'd been expecting the announcement to come down that all the mandates were off. And again, this is from misinformation they were getting from somewhere. And when they didn't, they blocked the road again.
And this is a member of the protest who told you this?
Yes.
So the next day, on February 8th, Premier Kenney announced a plan for the gradual easing of pandemic-related health orders. Did that have any impact on the blockade?
Not by then. As I said, they had been told and led to believe that everything was going to come off, and obviously it didn't. And so those people who chose not to understand how government works decided they're going to come to show us. So blocked it again.
We can go to page 19. This is on February 8th. can go down a little bit. Down a bit more. So you say need access to some land, no construction. And then on page 20, if we can skip down, Minister Sani says, I'm glad we could help you out with the land parcel. Was that in connection with the plot of land for the legal protest site that was established in Milk River?
Yes. Yes, I'd been in a meeting in Milk River with the mayor from Milk River, Reeves from the county of Warner, some representatives from, trying to think who else was in there. Anyway, we had a meeting and a discussion of where to have an alternate parcel of land. The Milk River people and the county determined that there was Queensland available. And so I happened to have the contact information for the Minister of Transport who could make that happen. And that's what happened here. I gave her the note that they'd be calling her. They did. She made things happen so we could get that parcel.
And did you understand, was there any buy-in from protesters on moving the protest to that site?
No, at that time, there wasn't a great deal of interest in moving from the highway to a plot of land just beside the highway.
And I understand, though, that once the blockade in Coutts came to an end, there is a group that moved to that site.
Yes.
Is that correct? And they stayed there for a number of weeks?
For a long time. It looked like a unhoused encampment.
So let's go to page 26, February 14th at 12:42 p.m. So Minister Sani asks you, are there people still there at the blockade? You respond, oh yeah, nobody's leaving yet. It's all fake news. So your understanding at that time was that the protesters were not leaving yet, correct?
That's correct. I didn't hear until later in the afternoon that things were changing.
And what did you hear that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon or early evening, I think it was my contact with RCMP, Corporal Peters, let me know that they'd been notified the thing was coming to an end.
So you were told by the RCMP that they had been notified by protesters that day that they would be leaving the site?
Yeah.
And I understand you had a conversation with Mr. Jory Evans, who was a protester, about that as well. When did you have the conversation with him about this decision to end the blockade?
Sometime on the 14th, but I don't, without pulling it up, I don't have the exact time. Well, I'm not sure times were on there or not. Yeah, we were in contact quite a bit that day. Jory, I still don't know his real position in the group, but he was doing a lot of videoing. He had a blog online and so on called PB&J. Just kind of a news summary of what was going on, what they knew, what they didn't know. And he and I had established a rapport early on and communicated back and forth. Obviously nothing confidential, but talking about stuff. And so he had let me know that day, first of all, contacted me to know if I knew how to contact the person who had been arrested. And then we went on from there. And he talked about the guns, or the arrest and the guns. Guns are all fake, but the fact that people don't want anything to do with it. And
So he explained to you that day that he spoke to you about the RCMP's arrest, and did he explain to you that that was one of the reasons why the protesters had decided to leave?
yeah, that's the feeling I got. I don't know if he actually said that or not. In my mind, at this point in the time, it's well, yeah, that's what he said, but unless I see it in writing, I'm not going to say for sure. I got that feeling, though, that because of what had happened, that the mood in the crowd had changed and they were going to depart. So.
Okay. And was your understanding that the agreement was that they would, or that their intention was to leave the next morning?
Yes.
And did you observe them leave the morning of the 15th?
I did, actually, yeah.
And so no enforcement was required by the RCMP at that time to get them to leave?
No, on the night of the 14th, they lined up all their vehicles down the street. We have a auction firm out there called Ritchie Brothers that auction off from time to time a lot of agricultural equipment. And I said it looked like the biggest sale that Ritchie Brothers ever had because they were all lined up down the street. And it was mostly tractors. At that point, there weren't a lot of trucks around. But anyway, they lined up down the street on the 14th, and I received the word they were going to go at 10, and 10 o'clock they were gone. Well, they left.
And so you're not aware of any enforcement powers available under the Emergencies Act being used to clear the blockade then?
No, that had nothing to do with it.
When you met with the protesters on at Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd, did they explain to you what their plan was, what their objective was?
No. No, there was no. I talked to Alex briefly in the back room just off the main floor there, and I've never seen a man look so haggard and beat as he did at that time. I don't know if I got there just after he had tried to talk to people. Marco says he was there, but Marco was avoiding me. So anyway, he's on video talking about we should, as one, leave and getting shouted down. So I don't know if I talked to him just after that or not, but no, there was no. I've talked so long I forgot the question.
I was asking you about February 3rd when you attended the Smuggler's Saloon. Did you get a sense that they had an exit strategy?
Oh, at that time, no. No, the feeling that I got was from talking to a couple of other people in the crowd was, no, we're here till mandates are off. That was.
If we could go to COU 6012, these are your Facebook messages with Mr. Evans. And I'd like to go to page 2. If we can go down a little bit. Okay, so here he tells you, and I think this is in the context of the mandates, the provincial mandates, yeah, they keep ignoring, and these guys want to get this shit done and go home. Also connected with the group that closed down Windsor, Ontario today, and things are going crazy in Ottawa. So it adds flames to that fire over there. In your discussions with Mr. Evans, did you ever understand that were the protesters in Coutts in communications with protesters in Ottawa or Windsor? What was your understanding of that?
This is my understanding of that. I have no other, we never talked about it otherwise.
Okay, so this text message is
That's it,
all
yeah.
all you have. Okay, thank you. I understand that Mr. Evans told you about concerns he had with respect to more extreme elements participating in the protest. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we had a meeting where I talked for quite a bit, for 45 minutes or so. And one of the things if you go back far enough in my history, bear with me, go back far enough in my history, I worked in mining in northern Manitoba, was a steelworker steward, went through wildcat strikes and so on. And there were always hardline guys and then the guys that were there for a good time. You could have a wildcat strike and everybody's up and up and up, and then it tapered off and you wound up with the core, and you might even find guys that you'd never seen before there. And we talked about how that was a danger, and if something like this, the longer it went on, the more the opportunity existed for outside elements to come in and cause disruption.
And he agreed with
And he agreed with that.
agreed with that.
That was one of his concerns.
Did you yourself observe the nature of the protest changing over time?
The mood changed. I talked about somewhere it being almost like a big community meeting of all the farmers in the area. And this was, don't kid yourself to think this is a big trucker protest. This is mostly a farm protest.
I think you, in your witness statement, you say that about your meeting on February 4th.
Yeah. And, you know, they had their kids there, and it was just a family thing. As it went on, a lot of that attitude disappeared. Didn't see a lot of kids playing hockey anymore. And if you followed their social media, they took a picture when it was all over or just before they left, which was handy for anybody investigating, but a picture of the whole group in front of smugglers, and it wasn't a large group at that time. It had gotten smaller. But to go back to my strike days, it's the same thing. As the longer you do something like this and you go in expecting results right away and it doesn't happen, the more disheartened you become. And then you start listening to other things about, well, if we only did this, this would happen, and so on. So it's just it's a typical demonstration. And while I didn't have a crystal ball, if I had, it would have paid off, because what we feared seems to have happened.
Did you observe any violence or harassment during the protest?
Never did, no.
Did you yourself receive any threats?
Yes, I got one death threat online, Facebook. Serious enough that the RCMP took it seriously. I'm not sure how good a threat it was because it was sent from a personal page. But anyway, it was a death threat, and I received calls. Everybody gets phone calls. Just the phone and hang up, or phone and, yeah, you thought you wanted to be mayor, and click. That kind of stuff. I had people out front taking pictures of my house, and it was first time I've done this, so it was a little nerve-wracking.
Thank you. Did you ever observe any weapons yourself around that time in Coutts?
No, we didn't. Some of the protesters were staying in the motel across the road from where I live, and we saw from time to time them moving heavy hockey bags, and my wife said, "It's guns," but we we had no weapons that I ever witnessed.
Did you ever hear anything about efforts by protesters to dissuade tow truck drivers from assisting the RCMP?
Not directly. Social media, I saw what was going on, but I never directly talked to anyone.
Did you ever have any discussions with CBFSA officials about the protest?
Never did. Well, other than see somebody at the post office or something. Some of them live there.
I understand that the RCMP attended a village council meeting on February 8th. And in your summary, you state that they described their response as building the airplane while you're flying it. What did you understand those comments to be referring to?
Well, just the way it sounds. As I said, we all got caught flat-footed. Nobody had expected this to happen. And I'm not sure of his rank, but anyway, the answer to the question was, we're building the airplane as we're flying it. We're making it up as we go along. We've got tactics and we're trying them, and if they don't work, we try something else until we find out how it works. It was an education, I guess, for everyone.
Thank you. In the short time we have left, I'd just like to talk about the impact on the village and its residents. In the summary, you say that the blockade greatly disrupted everyday life for Coutts residents. Could you maybe explain to us in what ways?
I have done a mental survey, and I think I had about a 70-30 split in the village, the 30 on my side and the 70 supporting the protest, regardless of what it meant. We still have neighbors that won't talk to each other because of the protest. They didn't get out and do. We had a lot of sympathetic people in the village who figured it was our duty to feed everybody. If they need a room, give them a room. These are all good people, and we should really look after them. As unneighborly and heartless as it seems, my opinion was, if you came down here and you've blockaded the highway and now you're not wanting to leave the protest, but you need your medication that you left at home, the road goes that way, go get your medication. Instead of making a public scene about, I don't have my medicine, can you bring it to me? We don't have food, you know. You got food at home. That was my answer to those kind of complaints. My neighbors, being good rural Alberta people, figure if somebody's in need, you look after them regardless of how they got there, I guess. And there was a lot of sympathy over the, and as I said, the driving force of the protest, the original cause had to do with cross-border vaccination, and then it mutated into my body, my right, my, you know, all of the different conspiracy things that have gone on. And then people didn't let that go, and so it still exists to this day.
How significantly did the protests interfere with residents' ability to access services in Milk River?
Depended on the person, how comfortable they were with driving past monster pieces of equipment. I think we heard Marco yesterday talk about how one tractor is intimidating, even if it's sitting still, if you haven't been around them. When you get a whole row of them, some of them idling, you've got trucks, big pieces of equipment, and you're out there in your little Prius wanting to go up to Milk River to get groceries, it can be very intimidating. Other people who have a lot of retired farmers, it didn't bother them that much. Had one guy just the other day say, "You're going to testify, be sure you tell them we were never blocked in. Could always make it up there." Had to drive through the field a couple of times, but we weren't really blockaded. So it depended on the person and how they could handle it. And it affected some people. I have a friend who is a veteran of Afghanistan, and she has PTSD. They had to leave town because it triggered her PTSD, and she just couldn't take it. They're back now. Older people, had one lady who would, if somebody drove her out for a doctor's appointment or something, she would curl up in a ball. Wasn't going to do this. But just depends on the person, how they grew up, what their situations are. Some people it really bothered.
Thank you. Did you hear any reports of intimidation of some of your residents by protesters?
A couple, and you take it as, you know, take everything with a grain of sand, grain of salt. Had a couple of people tell me that they were coming back into Coutts and being stopped by protesters and saying, they'd say to the guy, "Well, what do you think? Should we let these people through or not? Or should let this guy through? And, you know, where do you think you're going?" And that kind of thing. But nothing, we had a situation where a neighbor, someone decided it'd be funny to tell everybody that there were free showers at her house, so she had people showing up at the door, that kind of thing. But not a lot of, there was no physical intimidation, and it was basically just the going through the gauntlet to get out of the village. Like I said, if you drove through and up the highway and through the ditch, maybe, well, you could go. So.
Lastly, I just wanted to ask you, was there any impact on emergency services or access to emergency services?
For the most part, no. When it first happened, it was like when we had the RVs or the entrances, they said they wouldn't block it. You have to understand, we depend on the ambulance coverage from Milk River the medical clinic there. We have a volunteer fire department, we have volunteer EMS, and you'd have to understand AHS to know, the health services, to know why we have an ambulance that we can't use. But anyway, we have one. We cover our fire department that is a rural fire department that covers everything out in the surrounding area, especially to the east. There's only that road at 501, which is the road that crosses the tracks to get out to there. That was one of my major concerns, was that we had egress quickly in the event of an emergency, and then that we could get an ambulance in. The RCMP ran an ambulance down the highway to test that, and the protesters were able to clear it through quickly. So it was handled. But for the first few hours, there wasn't any awareness on the part of the people. I said more than once, I got the impression that the protesters, Coutts was an afterthought. They wanted to plug the highway and, oh gee, there's 250 people over here, and we kind of affected them too. So it took us a while to work that out. But no, after everybody was made aware, things were fairly good.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Yep.
Mayor Willett, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up is the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor Willett.
Good morning.
My name is Andrea Gonsalves, and I'm one of the lawyers representing the Government of Canada in this inquiry. Thank you for being here today. I just have a few questions for you. And I want to start by talking about the port of entry at Coutts. And I understand on the other side of the border is the town of Sweetgrass, yes?
Sweetgrass, yes.
Yeah. That port of entry, you'll agree with me, is of vital importance to not only the Coutts community, Milk River, the surrounding communities, but also the province of Alberta and Canada as a whole.
Yes.
I understand that Highway 4 is the primary access to that port of entry, although there's one side road that's not suitable for commercial vehicles, right?
Correct.
And it's the only designated commercial port of entry in all of Alberta?
Yeah, it's the only 24-hour port, yes.
Right. That port of entry allows for the cross-border transport of livestock, agricultural goods, and other imports and exports that are critical to Alberta's supply chain and economy. Yes?
Yes.
You can see, I assume, from really your front door, the constant flow of trucks that are carrying billions of dollars worth of goods north and south across that border.
Yes.
Now, you've told us that you learned early on of plans to, that there were plans in the works for protesters to engage in slow roll protests in the vicinity of the Coutts port of entry.
That's correct.
And those quickly evolved into plans to actually block the highway to the border.
Yes.
That would have really a twofold impact on the people of Coutts, both their access north into Milk River and the amenities there, right?
Yep.
As well as south down across the border. And so I would expect this raised some alarms for you as mayor of this village.
Yes.
Yeah, and you acted quickly to communicate to residents how they could best prepare themselves, right? You sent out that little notice.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's COU 701. I don't think we need to pull it out unless you want to look at it. But you were trying to best equip your residents for the unknown of what was going to come, right?
That's correct.
And that notice included advice like pretending that they live in a big city.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
With the risk of giving too much away, a lot of people don't lock their doors. You might have a car that you know so-and-so needs to borrow. You'll put the keys in the car. We've got a almost 0% crime rate because of our location and because of the fact that CBSA people live there and the guy that you broke into might have a gun. So just people get very comfortable with it's typical small town Alberta.
And there were folks coming in that nobody knew,
Yep.
and you were concerned that that might pose a safety and security risk to the people of Coutts.
Yeah, it's like I tell a lot of people, you're driving south, getting ready to hit the border, you don't even know Coutts is there. And although we can watch and wave. And if you've got a stranger in town, word gets around, there's a car going around and I don't know who it belongs to, and oh, that's so-and-so, they're visiting so-and-so. The telegraph works very well. And all of a sudden the potential existed that we were going to have massive influx of people driving up and down the streets, and I just wanted everybody to be careful. Don't let your kids out to run across to the playground because somebody might be coming, not looking for kids there. Everybody in town knows your kids live there, but if they come in from out of town, they don't. Just a heightened awareness, I guess, of your situation.
Okay, and another step you took in the early stages was to reach out to the provincial government.
Yes.
We saw in your examination by Commission Counsel the January 27th email that you wrote to Solicitor General Savage to advise of the planned protest. You recall
Yeah.
that? And one of the things you mentioned in that email, you raised the possibility of the situation being dealt with using Alberta's Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And I understand that was raised on January 29th in a letter you sent to the Minister of Justice, and on January 30th in an email to Premier Kenney. Do you recall those communications?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll just note for the record, but we don't have to pull them up. It's COU 705 and COU 706. And in your understanding, that legislation was really purpose-built for this kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, you've spoken a bit about the disruptions that the blockade of the highway caused for the people of Coutts. And I just wanted to pull up some photos. It's pb.nsc.can 408500_rel.301. You mentioned that you did travel to the protest sites on occasion. I just want to confirm that these photos reflect or similar to what you recall seeing when you were there.
Apologies, could you repeat that document ID, please?
Yeah, the whole thing. pb.nsc.can.408500_rel.301. And we'll begin, please, at page 4. Now, this is an RCMP document, so I wouldn't expect you've seen the document before. It's just the photos. Is that a picture of the blockade at Coutts, best you can recognize? Or up on Highway 4?
Bear with me.
We'll just make that a little bigger there.
I can't place that exactly. It doesn't actually look like the Coutts end of it. It looks more like the Milk River.
The Milk River end of it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the 501.
Okay, and what we see there, though, is there are trucks parked in the median between the two directions of the highway?
Yeah, but again, this is actually not a full blockade. They're doing a slow roll through that,
That's a slow roll.
yeah.
Okay, let's go down to page 7, please.
Okay, that's Coutts.
That's Coutts, okay. And page 9?
Yeah, those are both Coutts.
Okay, and let's go to page 10, please. Sorry. It's not the one I wanted. Let's try 29. Are you able to place that one? That may be checkpoint 10.
It doesn't get any bigger.
If you don't recognize it, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't
others.
for sure know where I am there.
Okay, that's okay. It may be further down the highway than you were able to make your way to.
Yeah.
Now, you discussed your interactions with Corporal Curtis Peters,
Yes.
and we have those text exchanges at COU 6011. In one of your text exchanges, you asked him to speak to the school bus driver. I just want to be clear on this. Children from Coutts attend school in Milk River.
That's correct.
And in this text message, you're explaining that the weather is supposed to turn bad, and you were concerned about her traveling on the highway and folks having to navigate a field to drop off and retrieve their kids. Can you just explain that concern?
Yeah, the school bus driver was a little concerned with coming through the blockade. And so what she had offered as a solution was to come basically the back way on a county road up to Patty Joe's that we talked about. But the fact is that you have to drive either through there or through the field, and she didn't feel comfortable taking the bus through there. So what she had suggested was that the people in town who had kids would bring them all out and meet her on the county road. And that's what that was.
Okay. You also mentioned in your text to Corporal Peters that folks on home care in Coutts had not been visited since the blockade started.
That's correct.
And that was one of your concerns.
It was.
I want to pull up, please, COU 702. This is a text exchange you had with Bill Graveland, and that's who?
I'm sorry?
Bill Graveland?
Oh, Bill Graveland, yeah. He is a reporter for Canadian Press.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, please. Just scrolling down there. Okay, stop there. In the first blue box, your text says, "Morning, Bill. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You need to find someone in a protected position to call these guys what they are. Domestic terrorists. Won't be me. They are right outside my window. I would be strung up, literally, just a thought." Why did you describe the protesters as domestic terrorists?
Well, unlike most of the people in the front rows here, I'm a Google lawyer. So When I look for the definition of a domestic terrorist, these people seem to fit that bill, and yet no one ever labeled them that. And so I just floated the idea out there, one side to Bill, on the other side to Minister Sani, that maybe they should be called that to get a little more attention.
You felt they were terrorizing people by their behavior.
Because they were causing harm to the country.
Yeah. And if we go down to page 4, if we could scroll down a little bit more, just pause there. Sorry, again, a little bit further down. My note may be off. There's a text where you, if we could just go back up, let me try again. Up a little more. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing it. There's a text in this collection where you say that a more extreme element has moved in, and I am concerned about the final outcome. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yep.
Yeah. In your interview summary, you spoke about a sermon delivered on February 3rd at the Smuggler's Saloon by a pastor, Arthur Pulowski.
Yes.
And he, have you seen that sermon? Whether in
Yes, I have.
Could we please pull up pb.can.40s? I hope this is right. 1845_rel.0001.
Was that pb.can.40s1845?
I hope so.
Is it a multimedia file?
Yes. Yeah. While we're digging that up, that sermon, I understand, was delivered on a day when MLA Hunter had told you he had negotiated a deal with protesters to open up one lane of traffic. You recall that?
I think that's right, yeah.
And in a text message to Minister Sani, you described this sermon as being inciting.
As being
Inciting.
inciting, yes.
Yeah. And in your interview summary, you said that it strengthened the protesters' resolve. You recall that?
Yep.
I'm hoping we can just watch a few.
Sorry, having difficulty locating that one.
Okay. I want to come back to it. You told us that you also received a death threat, other threats, and that a truck was parked outside your house taking photos of it, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's fair to say that as time is going on, frustration is increasing, as is concern over how this may end, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And your efforts to engage higher levels of government were focused really on the province of Alberta.
That's correct.
Did you ever receive any explanation for why the province did not make use of the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act as you had suggested?
No, I did not. But you have to remember, I'm the mayor of a small village. I'm kind of at the bottom of the ladder. So I was not privy to everything that was going on.
Okay. And I now have the correct reference for that video. It's pb.can.40s135. 1835. 1835. And Mayor, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up in the few minutes I have left, you're aware that what was going on in Coutts was not isolated, right? There were also border blockades,
Yes,
the
yes.
port of entry at
Yeah.
Emerson,
Yep,
Ambassador Bridge in Windsor,
yep,
Pacific Highway near Surrey, BC.
yes.
Of course, the occupation of the city of Ottawa. And get that video,
You said 1835?
1835, yeah. And you said earlier, I thought I heard your evidence that in some respects it was a typical demonstration, but of course as time went on, you wouldn't describe the Coutts border blockade as being a typical demonstration.
Yeah,
Excuse me, sorry, just to step in, David Cherokee, Counsel for the Government of Canada. I believe that there's, it's pb.can.
Yeah.
.401835. I think there may have been an NSC in the
Oh, is that my mistake?
previous reading, but there's no NSC, it's just
No.
pb.can.
Thank you, Mr. Cherokee.
It is here. I just need to download it. It'll just be a moment.
Okay, thank you. I think I can do the rest of my questions and come back to that. And of course, you're aware, Mayor, that ultimately search warrants were carried out the morning of February 14th.
yes,
And a cache of weapons and body armor was seized.
yes,
And there were a number of arrests made, right?
yes,
And you were informed, in addition to these arrests, an attempt was made by a vehicle to ram a police vehicle.
yep,
Again, we don't have to pull it up while Mr. Clerk is doing me another favor, but the email to you about those arrests is COU 50453. And even with those arrests, I think I understood your evidence that it took some time for the protesters to clear out.
well, sometime it happened on the 14th and they left on the 15th, yeah.
Right, and that was after the Emergencies Act had been invoked, right?
Just barely, yeah.
And you mentioned in your witness summary, you understood there were rumors circulating among the protesters that the Emergencies Act would be invoked, and among other things, their bank accounts could be frozen, right?
Yep, again, that was social media, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Commissioner, I'm just waiting for that video to load.
Apologies, just one more moment.
That's okay, it's my fault. And we'll just play from the beginning, not the whole thing, but just...
People in my country in 1980, finally they said our children are worth fighting for. Yes. And they did it, and they took it to the streets, and they paralyzed the entire system. Yes, thousands were arrested.
They gained control.
Yes, people were tortured and beaten. Yes. There is a price attached to freedom. How do you think the Second War ended? Millions had to die. How do you think the First War ended? Millions had to die. And that's the price that we have to be willing to pay if our children are going to have a free and democratic society.
Yeah. That's right.
This is our time. For 2 years, we have been dancing polka with them. For 2 years, we have been trying our best to reason with the villains. But I know villains. See, bully will never stop bullying. He will keep stealing from you all the time. They have big appetites, those greedy dogs.
We can pause that there.
You have
Thank you. Mayor Willett, is that video of the sermon that Pastor Pulowski delivered at the Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd?
It is, yes.
And that's the video you understand was, or you've described as inciting the crowd and the
Yeah.
protesters. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner, for the indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Next is the government of Alberta.
Of Alberta. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor Willett. I have a few questions for you.
Good morning.
Can
Clerk,
you
if you
just
could
identify
please-
yourself for the record? You may have, but it didn't come across.
Of course, Commissioner. Hana Laura Yamamoto for the province of Alberta. Mr. Clerk, if you could please bring up WTS 6012. It's been up before. This is your witness statement. And just while that's coming up, so on page 5, you stated that you did not receive the type of support you expected from the provincial and federal governments. So what kind of support did you expect from the federal government?
Well, at that point, it seemed like we were not getting anywhere, and I was looking for somebody to do something to get the highway unblocked and get things happening again. So any kind of support would have been make them go away and make this end. I wasn't in a position to say exactly who should do what, but somebody should appear to be doing something. And at this time, it didn't look like anybody was doing much.
Okay. And so I have the same question with respect to the provincial government. What kind of support did you expect from the provincial government?
Same story. We had as I mentioned before, an act that was supposed to give unlimited powers, basically, to protect infrastructure and remedy this exact problem, and yet it appeared to me nothing was going on. Now, I've seen the situation reports since then, and it show that there was action in the background, but I wasn't privy to that. So where I was sitting in my office looking out the window, I didn't see anything happening.
Okay, so now that you say that there's things that you saw going on in the background, in your opinion, is that statement still true that you believe that the provincial government should have made better use of the Critical Infrastructure Act?
I guess it goes back to the statement that the RCMP made to me about building the airplane as we're flying it. I understand that the province was in the same situation, like looking for tow trucks and that kind of thing. So probably my opinion is not as harsh as it was at the time. I believe the province was doing more than was visible to me and most people. There were things going on that were, if we'd gone a little farther down the road, no pun intended, if we'd gone a little farther down the road, there would have been actual physical action taken. So my opinion has changed a bit.
Thank you, Mayor. So you understand as well that the RCMP was the lead agency responsible for responding to the border blockade occurring at Coutts, and they would make the operational plans and decisions?
I don't know, was my ears playing tricks or not? Can you do that a little slower, please?
I apologize. I should slow down for the translator as well. So you understand that the RCMP 908.0001. So what you're going to see here is a statement from the Alberta Minister of Justice and Solicitor General Savage on February 8th, 2022. Now, the fourth and fifth paragraphs from the bottom is just where we want to go. Perfect. And it says, those participating in this illegal blockade could potentially face charges or actions under any number of laws, including, and it includes the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, and goes on to say, whatever action law enforcement may take is at their independent discretion. I trust the authorities to lay appropriate charges wherever the evidence provides reasonable grounds to do so. So based on that statement, do you now understand that it's the RCMP that would have made decisions whether or not to undertake enforcement under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act?
Correct. I understand that.
We saw your texts with Minister Sawney. We don't have to pull them up, but those would be under COU 6016. So these texts show contact every day, often multiple times a day from February 2nd to 18th, as well as you said you had phone calls with Minister Sawney?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had a phone call with the Premier?
I did.
And at no time did you make requests for specific supports or assistance from the province?
I think we, when I talked to the Premier, we talked more in generalities. As I said earlier, he was kind of caught in a pinch point between darned if I do and darned if I don't. We talked about that. He talked about the fact that he could only do so much because of the lack of surge capacity in the hospitals. He mentioned that he was going to be talking to governors in the northern states to see if they would put pressure on that side, because even if we did get rid of the provincial mandates, the federal mandates still sat there, and that was the thing that triggered the whole deal in the first place. So, no, it was more a generality thing. I did not hit him up for any kind of action.
But based on that conversation, there were things that the Alberta government was doing to support removing the border blockade at Coutts.
And again, I only caught about half of that. I'm deaf in one ear and I can't hear in the other one. So
I apologize. I'll slow down and speak up. And based on that conversation with Premier Kenney, Alberta was providing supports, even if you weren't asking for specific supports, correct?
yes.
And you had wanted Minister Sawney to speak with protesters?
It was not my suggestion, it was her suggestion. She thought that she could come and talk to people in the first day or two because she was getting feedback from the fact that there are truckers stuck. She wanted to come, and I don't know what she had planned to say, but it was her suggestion that she come down.
Okay. And you had said that the protesters were like herding cats?
The protesters were letting, I'm sorry.
Were like herding cats, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what Alex told me when the first time I made contact with the guys at Smugglers. He said at that time that it was like that's my expression, but that was the impression. He said he'd get a group here and a group there and try and get them all together, and they'd make a decision, then they'd walk out the door and forgot what they talked about. So he was very frustrated.
So there was no definitive leader of the protest.
At that point, there didn't appear to be.
And I just have one point of clarification. So in your evidence with my friend Commission Counsel, you said that tractors lined up on the side of the road on the 14th. And I just want to clarify, that's so traffic could flow?
Oh, but then they were off the highway, and I think at that point, traffic was being held up in Milk River still, but there wasn't any really physical blockading going on the morning of the 15th, possibly on the evening of the 14th. I couldn't do 24-hour coverage. But no, the tractors were all lined up. They were just getting ready to leave as a group. And so they pulled them all in, actually pulled them into the village and down that street and lined them up along there. So they were out of the way.
Okay, and you're not sure if that was the evening of the 14th, or did that start the evening of the 14th where they were moving the tractors?
When I went down the morning of the 15th to see what was going on, they were all lined up down the street. That's all I know. I don't know exactly when. Like I say, I wasn't sitting watching them 24 hours a day, so I'm not sure when they moved.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor Willett. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good morning.
Good
Mayor
morning.
Willett. My name is Michael Finley. I represent the City of Windsor, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is a fellow border municipality.
Yes.
And we heard today, Mayor Willett, you live just blocks away from the protest site and indeed the border, right?
No matter where you are in Coutts, you're only blocks away. Huh?
And that border crossing is an important link, true?
Definitely is.
And I think you described it earlier as a lifeline and something with larger importance than just to the village of Coutts. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And I guess perhaps I'm stating the obvious, sir, but fair to say that the village of Coutts doesn't have sufficient resources on its own to ensure the security of that border crossing?
No.
Or in fact, to deal with a blockade of the magnitude that you faced earlier this year?
No, our police force, as you heard, is 4 or 5 officers stationed in Milk River.
Right.
RCMP.
And so a situation like that requires more than a local response. Is that fair?
Correct.
Including, I think, as you noted earlier, provincial support?
Yeah.
And federal support too.
Yeah, well, it's RCMP, so it's provincial and federal.
And so that being so, would you agree that one might benefit from having a plan or at least a framework in advance to deal with situations like the one you experienced, even if they're not exactly the same in future?
Sure. Yeah, would be nice if the old hindsight's 20/20, but it would have been nice to have a plan. Yeah.
I think you spoke about being caught flat-footed and building an airplane while it's flying. I guess we can agree you're sticking with that metaphor. It's probably better to have the plane assembled in advance before it takes to the air.
Yeah, if we're talking about police response, they had response for certain situations, but this was a situation that was unique at the time to anything they'd faced. And so I'm not going to be an apologist for the RCMP, but I think they were doing well under the circumstances. I don't think it's fair to say they had no plan. They would have had plans for demonstrations and so on, just nothing of this magnitude.
Right, and I suppose all I'm getting at is it's better in this type of circumstance, I hope you'll agree with me, when you have a multi-jurisdictional issue to deal with, to have some plan in advance to address it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Yep.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good morning, Mayor. For the record, Brendan Miller, I'm appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in the city of Ottawa in January and February. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Long flight. I love driving through Coutts.
Yeah.
So, beautiful part of the country. So, if we could please bring up, it's the document that my friends have already referred to from the federal government. It's the Canada document ending 8500 that was just up.
Apologies. Do you have the full doc ID?
Yes, I do. It is pb.nsc.can.0000850. Okay, and could we please scroll to page 32? Verse. It's just loading still. There we go. Okay. So this is the document my friend put to you. It's a PowerPoint put together by the RCMP. And there you can see that they are doing what they refer to as community engagement and talking and listening to protesters, supporters, and residents of Coutts. Did you witness any of that?
Not personally.
Yeah.
Only on
Right.
line.
But you ended up going and speaking to the protesters yourself too, didn't you?
Yes.
Right. And I understand that when you did that, you ended up doing an interview with CTV and City News about that experience. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, do you remember saying this? I just want to put this. This is a statement that's been attributed to you. I wasn't negotiating or anything else. I was just there to find out if they were as bad as some people have said, and they're certainly not. Do you remember saying that?
Sounds like something I would say, yeah.
And do you remember saying this about the protesters? They're the same guys that I have for neighbors.
That was part of the uniqueness of this whole demonstration, yeah.
Right. And you also said they're the guy that owns the farm up on the hill, the guy that hauls for local businesses. Do you remember saying that?
Probably did.
Right. And this situation, I understand, polarized your community. There was, the community was essentially divided by half supporting, half against the truckers. Is that fair?
As I said earlier, probably 70-30.
70-30.
On a good day, yeah.
Right. And was that 70-30 in support, or which one was in the 30 and 70?
That would have been supporting the protest.
70%? Or 30% supporting the protest?
No, 70.
70%, okay. So the majority of your town?
Majority of the town was the feeling I got.
Yeah. And there was signs up and flags of all kinds that were on residences of your town's property. Is that fair?
A few, yeah.
And can you tell me about some of the ones you saw and describe them? I know some of them were a bit vulgar, but if you'd like to.
Oh, everybody has seen them. The Trudeau flags,
The ones say F Trudeau?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Some of the Gadsden flags, the Don't Tread on Me. A lot of Canadian flags, many of them inverted, which I wholeheartedly do not approve of.
Yeah. And those flags were in your own community?
Yeah.
Put up on the property of your own residents?
A lot of U.S. flags, yep.
Okay. And because you're right on the border with Montana there, right? There's a, there is an intersect between the population in Montana and Coutts. Is that fair?
Yep.
Yeah. And Can you explain, how long have you been in rural Alberta politics?
In rural Alberta politics, since I was elected to council, we had this discussion 5 years ago.
Okay. And what's the vibe you get or the interactions you have with your residents with respect to their support or lack of support for the federal government as it currently is composed?
Well, I'll quote my CAO, Trudeau hates us. And that's basically, you could talk to anybody there. There's a great dislike for the federal government on a high percentage.
And what is these dislikes? What are they about? What are these people's grievances in your residence and in that area?
Genetic? I don't know how you, I've lived in Alberta for half my life, which means a long time. And I've seen this us versus them thing grow, east versus west. I spend too much time on social media. But the feeling, smarter minds than me have tried to figure it out. I really don't understand the great dislike for the federal government.
So there was, I don't know if you got the opportunity to watch. Did you watch the testimony of Ms. Tamara Litch in this proceeding because it was played out on TV?
I saw some of it.
Do you remember when she said that a lot of Albertans feel that they don't have a voice because the elections that are resulting in the elections of NP and the federal executive are determined before they even vote, and that they just don't feel represented in Ottawa? Do you remember hearing that?
Yeah, I think I heard that, Joe.
Is that a general grievance that you've heard some of your constituents and that you've heard some of rural Albertans and other Albertans talk about?
I believe so. Mr. Motts would probably disagree with the part that they're not represented because he has represented us very well from that area. But I think just talking about that is a problem that anybody that has studied politics or government will agree with. The fact that you've got a mass of population concentrated in the east and you don't have in the west, and if you do just by votes, it's very difficult to feel like you're swaying anything when all of the election returns come in, and by the time you're voting, it's already been decided. So I can understand that.
And are you aware that with respect to the protests in Ottawa, it's been reported that Albertans made up essentially almost half of the individuals that were here?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, next is the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
My name is Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer at the Democracy Fund. We share status with the JCCF and with Citizens for Freedom. Mayor, I think you gave evidence earlier today that Coutts is the only 24-hour border crossing in Alberta. Did I understand that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and about 75 kilometers away from Coutts, there's another border crossing at Del Bonita?
Yes.
And do you know if the border crossing times at Del Bonita were extended during the times of the Coutts protest?
Yes, they were, I believe.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? The hours of the days they were extended?
Oh, I can't give you that without it in front of me, but I don't believe it ever went 24 hours. I know that it was increased considerably. I believe I read a number somewhere that percentage-wise, they saw crossings go up 917% or something like that. So It would have had to have been open a lot more, but I don't have the numbers.
That's fair. Thank you. I'm wondering, before the protesters left on the 15th, and before the, let me actually rephrase this. After the Emergencies Act was invoked, did you speak to any of the protesters before they left?
Not directly, no.
But you told us about rumors on social media which referred to bank accounts being frozen. Were those social media accounts coming from the protesters?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Well, okay, I'm not going to say 100%. Somebody could have been faking it, but there were Facebook pages called Coutts Convoy Restart. And I'm not going to name them all, but they were obviously followers or participants of the protest by the content that was posted, by things that they said. And
so these were social media sites where you could sign up and you could make posts regardless of whether or not you were at the protest.
That's correct.
So anybody could have posted those rumors on that site.
Anybody could. They were moderated sites. They would have to get past the administrator, but I don't know. I didn't put them up there.
Okay. Whatever the case is, however, you would agree with me that the reason why the protesters ultimately leave, what you call the straw that broke the camel's back, was the discovery of the weapons, and it was not the rumors about the Emergencies Act.
I think that's correct. I saw an interview with Alex Van Herk that he did the evening of the 14th. It's on YouTube, where he explicitly said that it was the weapons. It wasn't the act, because they'd heard about it, but they were prepared to stay until it, that's in Ottawa, basically, is what his sympathies were.
And Alex Van Herk was one of the spokespeople, or one of the leading people at Coutts among the protesters.
That's correct. He's been charged along with Marco, so I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to talk about it, but.
Okay. We'll move on. My friend from the Government of Canada brought up the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. And I understand you thought that the RCMP should have used that act against the protesters.
I did. Part of that might have been my misunderstanding of what they were doing. As I said, I wasn't privy to the situation reports that were coming out every day until I saw them the other night. So there was stuff going on, and there possibly are even charges still waiting for people over that act. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think maybe would you agree with me that the RCMP may have exercised their jurisdiction under that act, or their discretion under that act, had the protest not ended when it did?
Well, I think they were doing it even as, I know that there were violation tickets and so on being issued, and that there possibly are still charges coming. So the process maybe doesn't move as quickly as I would like it to, but I believe they were working under that act, yes.
Okay, and I just want to ask you about that act. Is it your understanding that the act prohibits the willful obstruction of essential infrastructure if that obstruction renders the infrastructure dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective?
Yes.
Okay, and in your view, that was happening in Coutts because of the blockade?
Yes.
And if somebody commits an offense under that act, the police can arrest that person without a warrant. Is that right?
I'm not sure about the without a warrant, but I know they can arrest them.
But you would take it from me that the Act says that.
Sure.
There are also fines under the Act.
Yes.
And does it accord with your understanding that the fine for a first offense can be no less than $1,000 and can be as much as $10,000?
I've heard that, yes.
And that a fine for a second offense or a third offense can be as high as $25,000?
Sure.
Do you know if any of the protesters at Coutts were driving company vehicles? Or were parking company vehicles?
I don't know for sure. There might have been some owner-operators there. I didn't see any name brand company vehicles parked there.
But some of those trucks could have been owned by corporations.
It's possible.
And it's also under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, someone can be fined, a corporation can be fined a minimum of $10,000 for an offense and a maximum of $200,000. Did you know that?
I may have seen those numbers. I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Willett, do you want to add anything? We're done the cross-examinations. I'm just going to ask for whether there's any re-examination by the Commission Counsel. So I'll let the re-examination go, and then I'll give you a chance to add anything if you'd like.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, okay. I just have two brief questions for you. Just to clarify a point, when you were talking about your discussion with Mr. Evans about the arrests on the 14th, I think you kind of trailed off a bit under your breath and said something about the weapons were all fake, something like that. Is that something Mr. Evans told you?
I believe he mentioned that there was a rumor they had been planted, even at that early date. And then I know that YouTube video I saw of Mr. Van Herk, where he also said he didn't believe that they were real, but they were going to, that was what was being said, so it was what happened. But yeah, to answer your question, that's what was said.
I just want to confirm that was not your own assessment of the situation.
That was not my assessment, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. Do you want to add anything before you head back west?
It's cold out there. How long can I talk? No, the situation that happened there were a lot of people that said that I was against the protest. And I wanted to make it perfectly clear, I was never against the protest. You have that freedom, that right to protest anytime you want, as long as you don't break the law and interfere with my right to travel and so on. I mean, in a way, I participated in their protest because along with the other border mayors, we communicated with the federal government saying this is not right to treat these guys after the 2 years as if they've suddenly become pariahs or something. So the biggest problem that I had, and I still have, understanding blocking that highway was who you thought you were damaging. You were damaging your neighbors, I had stock movers who couldn't move cattle because it was blocked. That's a whole part of a chain. People grow their stock, they plan for a particular date to deliver it to the feedlot, so they've got feed for X number of days. Now that's backed up. Now they've got to try and find feed. Well, gee, the feed comes from the other side of the border. They didn't take into consideration the fact that, yes, they made a big splash, but they were hurting the very people that they figured they were helping by getting the mandates off. We're a very agricultural area. I mentioned that I'm the chair of a regional economic development initiative. Our whole emphasis is on helping to establish that Canada Trade Corridor and the food corridor with all of the potatoes and sugar beets and pulses and all of those products. That's our main emphasis. And when you cut, you stand there with your foot on my throat and say, you're not going to go through here anymore. And what you're doing is you're actually choking the livelihood of all your friends and neighbors. And even if they sympathize with you, when they go to the grocery store and there's no fresh produce there because it's on the other side of the border, it's something to consider. So that was the main thing. And when the protests turned to an illegal blockade, they lost my support. And that's it. And I did what I did as far as the village goes because I'm responsible for those people. And I'll try and get through it without breaking down here this time. But there were people it was literally, people were literally physically frozen and not able to go through that blockade. And since everything is on the other side, it was a tough situation. But we're not here to argue about that anyway. The feeling that I got, to be truthful, is, which I have to be, right, is that the federal action had very little to do with the resolution of the blockade there. I think it was the police action, the finding of the undesirable element. I know that happened. I've talked to neighbors who saw the actual police action that night. It wasn't carrying in weapons and planting them. It was a raid with SWAT-type vehicles. We had a field hospital set up at the fire hall and that kind of thing. So it was a very serious situation. So and one last thing, I'm very complimentary of the police. The RCMP handled themselves very well. And I'm glad it's over. And I thank you for that opportunity.
Well, that's fine. We're here to get at the bottom of what happened, not only in Coutts, but across. Can I just ask you one thing following up on you're all in favor of protests, and you'd mentioned about the land that had been set up to continue protesting, and it wasn't used until after the blockade was cleared. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And they continued to protest there for some time, you said?
Weeks, yeah, I don't know the exact number.
And do you know if it was the same group that had blockaded that continued to protest there?
I believe that most of that was people who had showed up for the secondary encampment, and they just moved off the road because they had nowhere else to go.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming. It's appreciated. Your evidence was appreciated. You're free to go back to the cold.
Well, thanks, I think.
Okay, so we're going to take the morning adjournment, the morning break, and come back with a new witness. So we'll take 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Commissaire. I'd like to call Mario Di Tommaso to the stand, please.
Mr. Di Tommaso, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I would like to swear, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available?
The Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Mario Di Tommaso, D-I space capital T-O-M-M-A-S-O.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I so swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Di Tommaso.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Gabriel Poliquin, Senior Counsel to the Commission. We just have a few little points of business here. If we could pull up document WTS 6041, please. So that's being brought up. You sat down with us, Mr. Di Tommaso, in September for an interview, and we produced an interview summary, which I believe you and your counsel have had the opportunity to review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any changes you would like to bring to the interview summary today?
No.
Okay. So we'll enter the summary into evidence. The next documents I'll refer to, I don't think it's necessary to put them up. The first one is AFF 60114, or 14 for the record. And the second one being ONT.IR.701, which is the first one is the affidavit that you swore advising on behalf of the province that Ontario's institutional report, which is the second document, that document is accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you will enter those into evidence as well. So, Mr. Di Tommaso, you're of course the Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario.
Before we proceed, Commissioner, may I have your indulgence? I'd like to use a calendar with key dates on it for reference. It just has key dates on it, if that's permissible.
I don't see a problem.
That's fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Indeed, we'll be discussing lots of dates, and so,
Yes.
orienting yourself in time, I think, is probably advisable. So yes, just to start over, your position, of course, is Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you the only Deputy Solicitor General?
No, so there's another Deputy Solicitor General in the ministry, and she is responsible for the corrections portfolio.
Okay, and only the corrections portfolio?
Correct.
Okay. And that was your position at the time of the events that are of interest to this commission, correct?
Yes.
January, February 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just to set the table, if you could give us an understanding of the role of the Solicitor General as a government department within the province of Ontario, the government of Ontario.
So the Ministry of the Solicitor General, led by the Solicitor General, responsible for the safety and security of Ontarians. The minister runs both the correctional side, which looks at 25 institutions, bail and parole. And then there's a community safety side that has 9, or at the time had 9 different pillars, delivering public service and policy development with regards to the safety and security of Ontarians. So at the time I had 9 divisions that reported to me directly, and the OPP was one of those 9 divisions.
Okay, I was getting to that. And so as part of your responsibilities, would you describe it as a responsibility of oversight on the OPP that you would have?
To some extent, yes, but the OPP reported to the Solicitor General in terms of policy and longer-term initiatives, but certainly the OPP reported to me on a daily basis, and that was Commissioner Karique.
Okay, and we'll get to that in detail, in fact. And the Solicitor General's responsibility under the Police Services Act includes to monitor police forces to ensure that adequate and effective police services are provided at the municipal and provincial levels. You would agree with that?
Yes, that's under Section 3 of the Police Services Act.
That's correct. And of course, that extends to the whole province of Ontario, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when we talk about responsibilities of oversight, and here I understand that there's a difference between the Solicitor General as a government department and your responsibilities. But when we talk about oversight of the OPP, what does that include?
So with regards to oversight, I do not have the ability to direct the Commissioner in any way with regards to any policing operations, day-to-day operations that and deployment. That remains the exclusive jurisdiction of the Commissioner of the OPP. Having said that, anything to do with human resources in terms of expanding or contracting the size of the OPP, procurement, financing, that type of thing, that responsibility lies with me, and I have frequent discussions with the Commissioner on those topics.
Okay, and we'll get to specific examples, of course, of this when we get down to the facts. But just to clear something up, when you say expanding the size or the size of the OPP, are we talking about the size of the OPP as a whole, or the size of the OPP deployed in a specific location?
As a whole. So for example, when various initiatives come to the table that require additional resources province-wide to implement an initiative, I will have discussions with the OPP Commissioner on what the staffing needs are, prepare a Treasury Board submission, and hopefully with the approval of Treasury Board, grant the Commissioner the ability to expand the size of the OPP to implement whatever initiative is on the table. So it's province-wide.
Okay. Okay, so just to summarize, is it fair to say that the kinds of decisions that are in your jurisdiction, and forgive me if I use your in a broad sense, I realize that they're the responsibilities or the jurisdiction of the Solicitor General, and you're in charge of implementing those responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. But the sorts of decisions that are under your jurisdiction are when human resources need to be expanded. That has an impact, of course, on the public purse, as it were. This is where you come in. Is that correct? And decisions that are under the jurisdiction of the Commissioner of the OPP are more related to operations. Is that correct?
Operations, deployment, discipline, yes.
Okay. Now, during the events of January and February 2022, how were your responsibilities implemented?
In early February, I was receipt of information from Commissioner Karique with regards to this convoy that was coming through Ontario and on its way to Ottawa. And so in those communications, Commissioner Karique was informing me of the various steps that he was taking to mitigate the possible impact of the convoy arriving in Ontario. And at the time, I recall having conversations with Commissioner Karique that there was a plan in place in Ottawa, and that he, the Commissioner, was deploying whatever resources were required by the Ottawa Police Service at the time. I had some level of information that the intention of some convoy organizers was to stay longer than anticipated. But the plan that was communicated to me by Commissioner Karique was such that my understanding was that the truckers would be invited into the boundaries of the city of Ottawa, but certainly not downtown, that they would be parked away from the downtown core, and then the protesters would be bussed in. I was also comforted by the fact that Commissioner Carrique was in contact with Chief Slowly, discussing various options and providing the resources that Chief Slowly was requesting.
So just following up on a point here, you were informed that the plan was to have the convoy protesters parked elsewhere out of downtown and then bust in. So when did that information come to your knowledge?
I believe that would have been the 27th or 28th of January.
Okay, and I wasn't looking for an exact date, but so it was before the protest.
Correct.
Happened. Okay, and you were informed of that by Commissioner Carrique?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where he got that information from?
Not exactly. I can infer. I suspect he got that information from, directly by speaking to Chief Slowly, I'm assuming, and then from Project Hendon reports as well.
Okay, and so before the protest happened, before that first weekend, you said you were comforted that there was some sort of plan. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, throughout this period, how often were you briefed by Commissioner Carrique?
On a regular basis throughout this period, I was receiving situational updates on a daily basis from Commissioner Carrique, and there were daily phone calls as well.
Okay, you had daily phone calls, and you were communicating with him by text as well, as my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll look at, you took extensive notes throughout that period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be looking at some of those notes and some of those texts to unpack what you were receiving during those briefings. Now, did the Solicitor General Jones, participate in some of these briefings?
Not with Commissioner Carrique and I, no.
Okay, at no point?
No.
Okay. Now, how often did you brief Minister Jones?
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis being every day, or?
So my practice was to basically copy and paste the texts that I received from Commissioner Carrique, and I would forward them on to Minister Jones.
Okay. And did you have any phone calls with her as well?
I did.
Okay. Now, would you say your briefings from Commissioner Carrique were the only source of information you had about what was going on in Ottawa?
No.
No. Would it be fair to say they were your main source of information?
Yes.
Okay. What were your other sources of information as to what was going on the ground?
Mainstream media, social media, situational reports from the Office of the Provincial Security Advisor, daily reports from the Office of Emergency Management as well.
Okay, and you mentioned the Provincial Security Advisor. Who is that and what are their responsibilities?
So that would be Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Letang, and their responsibilities are to engage in dialogue with various stakeholders on the intelligence front and then distill that information to me. So I knew that certainly Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Letang was in his office was in receipt of these Hendon reports. I was not. And there was a higher level summary of some of those reports provided to me.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you are the person in charge of informing the Solicitor General of what's going on in the province from a security standpoint?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it's Solicitor General's responsibility to brief and inform Premier Ford?
Yes.
Okay. And that is, and to your knowledge, is that Premier Ford's main source of information in terms of public safety in the province?
Would be Minister Jones, yes.
Okay. Now, did you have any briefings from Chief Slowly during this period?
No, not briefings, but I did have discussions.
Right, and we'll get to some of those discussions, but you didn't have the same relationship with Chief Slowly as you had with Commissioner Carrique.
That's correct, and that's because I don't have any jurisdiction or oversight over Chief Slowly.
Right, and my understanding is, of course, the Chief of Police of Ottawa reports to the Ottawa Police Services Board. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more details later on, but as a general matter, if you have significant concerns with the way a police chief in the province managed a situation, Could you pick up the phone and call that chief of police and let them know what your concerns are?
Yes, but once again, and I am not the oversight body. That responsibility falls to the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
Okay, and in what circumstances would you pick up the phone and let them know your concerns?
Well, you're asking me to speculate. If I had concerns, I would certainly be in a position to pick up phone and call various chiefs of police.
I suppose, let me put the question this way. So, of course, I understand that chief of police reports to the OPS, but suppose a police services board were to talk to you and say, we have concerns about our chief. Would that be an opportunity for you to express your concerns directly to the police chief, or is that just not done?
So I've never had the experience where a police services board has contacted me to have a discussion with their chief of police. I've never had that experience, and I think that would be problematic, quite frankly.
Why is that?
Well, the oversight, the responsibility and accountability for monitoring the performance of a chief of police lies exclusively with the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
Okay. Now, turning to Windsor, did you have any regular contact with Windsor Police Service Chief Pam Mizuno?
I had one call with her.
Okay. Okay, now turning to some dates here. We'll start chronologically with the first weekend. Before the convoy made it to Ottawa, you already had some information that they were coming, and you established that you were comforted that there was some kind of plan to deal with the situation. Did you have any concerns for that first weekend?
I did not. Ottawa Police Service, quite frankly, is one of the major policing services in Ontario, if not Canada. They are led by an able leadership. They have plenty of experience with regards to protests on a regular basis. I knew that Commissioner Carrick was in regular contact with Chief Slowly, and I knew that the OPP Commissioner was providing resources to mitigate any possible risks. And so that certainly gave me a sense of comfort as well, that the plan was to keep the truckers out of the downtown core and then be bussed in. So from that perspective, from that information that Commissioner Creek relayed to me, that gave me a sense of comfort. And so didn't have concerns over the first weekend. However, with the media, with what it was, displaying all the activities over the first weekend, that concern certainly grew.
Yes, and we'll get into that first weekend in more detail. But before the weekend began, I take it your expectations would, given the experience of the police service, given the leadership, that your expectations were that was this going to be a passing event, a short-lived event?
I don't know what my expectations were. My expectations were that Ottawa Police Service, in conjunction with the OPP, with those resources, would be in a position to deal with the situation. There was conflicting information as to the size and the scope of the actual protest, the number of truckers, the number of people, and the length of time that they would be staying.
Okay, and that information, that conflicting information was before the weekend started?
Correct.
Okay. And the fact that there was conflicting information, did that raise any concerns with you that the risk assessment might not be correct, or did you have any misgivings at that point?
I did not. From my perspective, this was a policing matter that was being dealt with by both Commissioner Creek and Chief Slowly.
Okay. Now, what changed after that first weekend?
Well, what changed was that there was not an exit plan for the truckers, that the truckers were well entrenched, and there was certainly a very well communicated refusal to leave. So that first weekend, in my mind, caused me to believe that this protest had morphed into an occupation. And so that's what changed after the first weekend.
And you said that at first you were comforted by the fact that there was a plan that they would not be entrenched downtown. And once they were entrenched downtown, that surprised you?
Yes, yes, it did. My understanding was that there would be a plan to bus these protesters in from the outskirts of Ottawa into the downtown area. So I was questioning the issue of, how did they get downtown?
Okay, and did you get any answers to that question at the time?
I did not.
Okay. And so at that point, that first weekend, the protesters are entrenched downtown. What were the public safety risks in Ottawa at that point, from your perspective?
I was not aware at that point in time that there were any significant public safety risks. And when I say that, I mean in terms of criminal code offenses, in terms of robberies, aggravated assaults, that type of thing. The impact that I saw was primarily significant harm being imposed and committed on the community. So the community's sense of well-being and mental health, that was certainly being impacted by this protest. And but I did not hear of any significant violations of the criminal code in terms of violent assaults.
And when you say you didn't hear about it, do you mean you didn't hear about it from Commissioner Karik?
Correct.
Okay. If we could bring up the first text, it's ONT 405311, please. So these are texts exchanged between you and Commissioner Karik. Thomas is TC is Thomas Karik, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could just scroll down a little bit. I'm not sure if there's an answer from you, but do you recognize this text?
I do.
Okay. And so if we could just start from the top, please. So in point form, he reports road services and heavy equipment have been utilized to maintain emergency routes, OPS parking remaining, convoy vehicles on Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, roadway almost at capacity, downtown remains gridlocked. Oh, sorry.
Slow down a bit.
I'm
for the
sorry.
Interpreters.
Downtown remains gridlocked. Vehicle traffic is not feasible. We could scroll down. And you look at the second point, crowd continues to grow but remains calm. Crowds estimated to be 1,000 at Parliament Hill and another 1,500, 2,000 within the streets. PPS reported no major issues. And I believe it says further down that, or that may be the next text, but we can go to that later. Is it fair to say that this text, which is a situational report, informal, but a situational report, that the news can be characterized as being everything's under control? Is that a fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And if we could turn to the next text at ONT 405316, please.
That's 5316?
Correct. I believe that's the continuation of that text chain. Starts with crowd diminished overnight, but remained in good spirits. Again, PPS, OPS reported no major issues and other pieces of information. Again, is it fair to say that from your perspective, everything's under control?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll turn to maybe one or two more texts. The next one is ONT 405319, please. So here's a piece of news that is a bit more concerning, perhaps. Protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. There are several vehicles attempting to circumvent roadblocks. If we could scroll down. And we see that a convoy 50 kilometers in length may be headed to Ottawa. Convoy is unconfirmed. I don't know if that changes anything from your perspective of things being under control.
So what's the date of this particular text?
You could scroll up. I think it's January 31st. Oh, we don't have the date. But I believe on the previous one, it said January 31st, and this is the continuation of that text.
So yes, I am becoming a little concerned given the fact that the protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. But I also have a sense of comfort in knowing that the OPP, YRP, and OPS public order units are being utilized.
Okay.
So that concern is mitigated somewhat.
Okay. So it would be fair to characterize it this way, that there are issues going on in Ottawa that, of course, require law enforcement to intervene, but there are no issues with law enforcement at that point from your perspective.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, on February 3rd, you had a call with Rob Stewart, who at the time was a Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada. Do you recall that phone call?
I do.
Okay. And we'll turn to your notes for that one just to jog your memory if you need to. That's ONT 405153, please. Part of it is redacted. If we can go down to, just scroll down, please. Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial, CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
Freedom in 2022 is your right to disagree with me anytime on anything in your heart, online, or in the public square. Freedom in 2022 is also your right to live your life however you see fit without hurting me or, for that matter, being bothered by me. But freedom in 2022 is in very real danger under constant attack by Justin Trudeau through his censorship bills, his attacks on gun rights, his attacks on farmers, and his attacks on peaceful protesters. These people have even tried to denormalize our flag. At Rebel News, we're not afraid to have dangerous discussions that Justin Trudeau, the media, and big tech censors say we're not allowed to have. And we want to have them with you at our upcoming Rebel Live events, first in Toronto, November 19th, and again in Calgary, Saturday, November 26th. I'll be there with dozens of other Rebels and Rebel-adjacent free thinkers, and I hope that you'll join us. Just go to rebelnewslive.com to get your tickets today, but do not sleep on this, because these tickets are going fast. See you soon.
All right, we have on with us Keith Wilson, lawyer for Freedom Corp. How are you doing, Keith?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, good. It was a slower day yesterday. I saw, yeah, you guys came in there later during the day of the commission.
Well, you know, we've transitioned now from having the police witnesses, the municipal witnesses, and then the Freedom Convoy folks themselves. And we're now in this almost sidebar dealing with the border protests with Coutts and Windsor. So I think we all expected it to be a little bit slower. We're always working on what we need to do 3 days ahead of time. All the parties are, because we have to disclose all the documents that we're going to be cross-examining on. We get our time allocations for cross. And so even if the day itself seems a little slower, it doesn't mean back at HQ things are very slow.
And so we know we have the Windsor protesters right now. We also have the Coutts protesters. What do you think we can expect to see come out of their testimonies?
Well, I think, you know, I think the events at Coutts and Windsor were resolved prior to Trudeau deciding to invoke the Emergencies Act. And that's what's absolutely critical. The only protest or event that was still occurring in Canada when Trudeau and his cabinet made the decision was the protests in Ottawa, which we were in the process of implementing a de-escalation deal with the mayor. So it's difficult for the government to redeem itself by saying, oh, look at the bad things that were happening at Windsor, look at the bad things that were happening at Coutts, because they were all over. What does happen, though, is because these the RCMP involved in Coutts are a party to this, they had to disclose hundreds, in some instances thousands, and we literally are well over 50,000 documents in terms of pages now. So we data mine through those, and we come across documents, as you saw today, with the CSIS briefing that briefed the cabinet on 3 different instances and basically said, not only should you not be invoking the Emergencies Act, you don't have what it takes, but it's actually a bad idea. And in face of that, our prime minister, who has demonstrated very thin skin and an inability to withstand any kind of criticism, decided to proceed with invoking it to give him the excuse to bring in police with sticks and clubs and tear gas and and
Don't forget
other,
the right horses. Let's not forget
and the
those.
horses
Oh, yeah. That was crazy.
to trample Canadians' rights,
Yeah.
both physically and legally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. All right, so we've spoken a little bit about Mayor Dilkin's testimony. We've also spoken about the Windsor Police Services officer's testimony. Let's take a look at clip number 1. Let's take a look at part of Mayor Dilkin's testimony where he talks about the fact that in his view, the nature of the protests were unprecedented. Take a look at that.
But it was the nature and sort of the spirit of the protest. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. You know, I've lived my whole life in the city of Windsor. It's unlike anything I've ever seen during that time. And the posture and the language was, you know, it was almost as if folks wanted some sort of brawl on the streets. You know, they were hoping police would engage in that way so they could have some sort of, you know, brawl on the streets, if I can describe it that way.
What did you make of that, Celine?
I mean, I tried not to laugh while I heard it in the media room. Like I did my best because again, it's the same painting them as these violent people. I mean, if hot tubs and bouncy castles they emit the atmosphere of brawl-like or bar fight-ish, whatever is synonymous to feeling the tensions in a room or in a place where you would consider it to be so dangerous that you anticipate a brawl or people are, it just doesn't make sense to me. Again, I was at these places, like I was at these places. It's enough said for me. No.
I mean, I don't think the mayor of Windsor, this mayor could be the mayor of Ottawa if he thinks that this is a huge protest. I mean, Ottawa would get things as big as this often. Windsor wasn't the place where the convoy was at the end of the day. That was Ottawa. So
yeah.
What are your thoughts on his comments?
Well, I've got two thoughts. I mean, the first is one of the concerns at all times while I was here in Ottawa and the lead volunteers here in Ottawa was about the truckers keeping their cool. Mm-hmm. You know, Jordan Peterson talked about the truckers keeping their cool. Tucker Carlson talked about the truckers keeping their cool, and so many others. And that was one of the things that really impressed me about the protesters here in Ottawa, is how they were acutely aware that what the Prime Minister and some of the police wanted was exactly that. Yeah. If they wanted to start a brawl, they would have started a brawl.
For sure they could have.
It took a lot of energy and effort, and it was remarkable, the absence of any form of violence, the low statistics on crime compared to any other gathering of anything close to this scale or even a fraction of it.
For sure.
So that's one point. The other point, though, is, and it's a really important one, and it's this. The reason why these protests occurred, the reason why so many Canadians came out at all these different places was never before in the history of our country did they have governments impose themselves with restrictions on the most basic human rights, fundamental liberties, basic liberties. Never before did Canadians experience playgrounds and outdoor hockey rinks cordoned off with police tape, and teenagers being wrestled to the ground because they had the audacity to be out getting some exercise and playing some hockey. Never before did government think it was a good idea to tell us that we couldn't be with our families at Christmas and at birthdays and at anniversaries and at Thanksgiving, or be at the side of a dying loved one, or help and care for someone after they got discharged from hospital, or travel across the country. I could keep going. We cannot lose sight of how fundamentally far this government and the provincial governments overstepped and overreacted, and the harm that they've done. And that's why we're here in this inquiry. And it's going to keep coming out. I was really pleased with all of the witnesses last week telling their stories and explaining how it had hurt them and their children and their neighbors and their communities. So there should be no surprise by any elected official, whether it's the mayor of Windsor or anyone else, as to why there was an unprecedented protest. It's because there was an unprecedented overreach in the most un-Canadian way imaginable by these governments. And the last holdout was Justin Trudeau. What a lot of people don't remember is the G7 countries did not have a restriction preventing unvaccinated from traveling within their country.
Yeah.
They did not do these things. Canada was an anomaly. And it was clearly, and you guys know that I'm also legal counsel to former Premier Brian Feckford on the charter, the travel mandate challenge. So I had the opportunity to cross-examine all of the key government officials. None of them recommended the vaccine mandate. We saw in that case, and we're seeing it yet again, that this is political puppeteering by the Prime Minister and the people around him and his cabinet to put forward their very cynical political game.
You know, I've got three things to say about what you just said. So first of all, you know, what's ironic is that the reason why the truckers were here is because civil liberties of Canadians, according to them, were infringed. They felt like we didn't have any civil liberties. The government wasn't respecting our charters. And what did Justin Trudeau do to get rid of the protests? Ended infringe on those charter rights even more than by invoking the Emergencies Act. That's extremely ironic to me. Second thing you said, you also mentioned how it was tough to keep cool, to keep the truckers calm during the convoy, to make sure none of them get aggressive. But one person who we saw wasn't able to keep his calm was Glenn McGregor, when Tamara Leach got out of the Ottawa courthouse after her bail hearing, and the judge told her she was allowed to get off jail and visit her family once again. Let's take a look at how Glenn McGregor conducted himself back in July. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, and you're filming this too, hey? Yeah.
No, that's what I tweeted today, because I saw someone retweeted this tweet from back in July from me. I tweeted today, that's CTV's finest, Glenn McGregor. I think there's a reason why he's not in the inquiry. He knows that when he sees the evidence go the wrong way, he won't be able to keep his cool. I think this right here just so unprofessional. And this guy pushed. And there were a protester that was there.
It's not the first time he did it. The first time he did it was actually at the February 3rd press conference right after I'd arrived. And as we were leaving the press conference room and we went into the broader hallway, I was at the back of the group. Tamara was further up with Chris Barber and others. And myself and Danny Bulford were in the last of the group. And just as we were entering a stairwell, Mr. McGregor, who's apparently acquired the nickname Punchy McGregor, and quite aptly so, came in with both sets of elbows and elbowed myself and Mr. Bulford in the chest aggressively in an effort to get in front of us to get up the stairs to go after Tamara. So it's a different style. It kind of reminded me of the old WWF wrestling. Maybe he'd be better to go back and cover that and get in the ring and throw a chair or something. It seems to be about his caliber.
I think he'd be comfortable going in one of those events. That would be his environment. He'd be comfortable going there. I don't think that's the only time as well that he's tried to cause trouble. I think back in February, once again, he tried to get in your guys' hotel room. Go do a quick interview.
I've been pursued by Mr. McGregor into elevators and into rooms. Yes, he's highly motivated.
That's unbelievable.
No, it's just insane. I mean, rewatching that footage, I'm like, you really, it's like, it's a joke to me. I'm like, how can you have the audacity to do something like that? Like, you want to underline what it means to have like microaggressions. Like you see somebody and you're just immediately like so mad that you just physically assault everyone around you. It's hilarious. Like, what is wrong with people?
I wonder if
Seriously.
Matthew Fleury, the city councillor, would think that's a microaggression. I think you might need to ask him in French. Matthew Fleury, penses-tu que ça c'est un microagression? I think now he understood my question, because otherwise I don't think he understands the questions out of the people. But
William.
there's another thing as well that she said. One last thing from what she said, and it really struck with me. When the pandemic started, I was doing speed skating. I did professional. I did sports for a long time, not professional. And we were told that we weren't allowed to practice our sport because of the pandemic. Now, I know a lot of people had meltdowns because of it. And I know a lot of people that got into depression because they weren't allowed to practice their sport.
Yeah.
And the most idiotic thing that we saw is that as a speed skating club or as a hockey club, we weren't allowed to practice, train in environment that are safe and secure, but they were allowing 50 to 100 people to go on the ice with their parents just to free skate. That's an incoherent regulation that was imposed by the government.
Well, I'm sorry, but you also can't forget about the case of Mayor Patrick Brown from
That's right.
Brampton, I believe, going and playing hockey with his buddies out in the rink while everyone else was absolutely in a lockdown in their house, and was prosecuted if they did anything other. So.
No,
Yeah,
that's right.
I get you there. Yeah, that
That's
was
right.
a
But with
fantastic
all this-
bust by Menzies. Yeah.
What I think this all highlights for all of us is that we've probably underestimated and not really appreciated how important being able to pursue your passions, your hobbies, interacting with others is to a normal life.
Yeah.
And when we deprive kids of their opportunity to participate in whether it's, judo or speed skating or skateboarding, or 4-H if you're on the prairies, or Scouts and Girl Guides, it really has an impact. We're social beings, and this myopic single focus that the health authorities had of save every senior citizen at all costs, no matter how great socially, developmentally, and economically, was an absolute policy failure. And the ripple effect, and you even saw it mentioned in the CSIS document today, is people have fundamentally lost trust in the institutions that they thought were what makes living in Canada a good thing. Everywhere from the doctors and the public health officials to the educators to the courts to the police. People never thought the police would use. A lot of people never thought the police would use this level of violence on unarmed, peaceful protesters. So the good thing about this inquiry is it's forcing some of these things to come back into the discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the legacy media is barely covering it all. They're just trying to keep their paymaster happy and meet payroll, which is unfortunate. And thank goodness for guys like you.
Well, I think that's the reason why the convoy was so big, is that people were fed up with these incoherent and authoritarian policies, unjustified policies that were implemented all in the name of science.
It was a long time coming, for sure. That was a long 2 years.
You got one person. The U.S. was Dr. Fauci. You had one man who was in control of the whole health establishment. You had one person here, Theresa Tam, who was in control of Canadians' life. It's absolutely unbelievable. All right, let's throw to clip number 3, and afterwards we'll go on a little bit more about Justin Trudeau and Doug Ford, because we saw some comments and some decisions that were taken in relation to both these men today.
Would it be fair to say that the two parts of this conversation we saw you having with Minister Mendicino, Minister Mendicino was incorrect about whether or not the Chief Mizuno had requested resources, and was also incorrect as to the type of assistance that was offered by CBSA?
I think what happened when I received that message from Minister Mendicino and my response was wrong, I called the chief immediately to make sure I understood what was going on. The chief explained to me that in a conversation that she had had with Commissioner Carrick, that at that precise moment in time, they weren't asking for any more because officers were coming in, and she didn't know how many officers were coming in.
Understood. Okay. And it was also your understanding then that there was a plan in place as early as February 10th to dismantle this protest. Is that correct?
Well, I knew that officers were coming in. I did not know. The chief could not tell me how many officers were coming in, nor was I aware of how long it would take to resolve the issue.
What'd you make of that, William?
Well, I was about to ask you, I think all of the comments that were made today were pretty interesting when you look at the relation between the city and the police. I think, as we saw from the beginning, from all the testimonies, there were some issues when it comes to coordinating both the departments.
I think that's an understatement that there were some issues, especially when they
Trying to be
gather
nice.
most of their, not today. It's been a long day. Yeah, I guess when you gather majority of your intelligence from mainstream media reports, you could be discredited with what you say going after the fact that both the OPS, OPP that were stationed in Ottawa all revealed that they were severely overwhelmed by the amount of protesters that actually showed up. And obviously it was the same at Windsor. And I'm going to go on a limb here and say that once it gets to Coutts, we're going to find that it's the same thing. Because again, when you listen to mainstream media, you're bound to get some disinformation. So I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. What do you think, Keith?
Well, it's more of a pattern, that the level of disorganization, the level of confusion has been remarkable at all levels. I think this has also been a process of revealing how incompetent our governments really are.
Imagine if this was a real threat. Right? If this had been an actual threat and this is how it was dealt with when it was actually very peaceful, I'm very afraid. It's bad to say, but it actually worries me living in this country and thinking if it was an actual threat, this is how my government would have handled it. It's ridiculous. It's an embarrassment.
I think that they had the tools and they had the capacities to handle it well.
Yes, for sure.
I think if we didn't have Justin Trudeau as a prime minister and a corrupt, scandal-plagued Liberal cabinet running our countries, I think they would have been able to listen to the OPP and tell. I think they would have been able to open their eyes and say, yeah, let's negotiate with these truckers. There's more than 1,000 of them that came to Ottawa. There must be a reason why they're here. I think if we didn't have an incompetent government in power right now, this would have been dealt a lot better than it was dealt with right now.
Well, yeah, because it's an understatement. Think even farther back than that. None of the draconian and unscientific COVID mandates would have been put into place provincially, federally, or through the municipalities. So it goes so far back. It's
we probably would have needed if freedom convoy.
No, like this wouldn't be happening. I guess it's kind of like, all hypothetical at this point, but it's an interesting line of thought. I do sometimes get myself lost in.
I think what it shows too is that very early on in the Ottawa protests, there were senior officials saying, bring in an intermediary, bring in a mediator, bring in a negotiator. Let's open up a line of communication and dialogue. And that's the Canadian way of doing things. I mean, you guys are too young to remember this, but Canada was once famous for having our blue hat military, which was the peacekeepers, right? They would wear blue helmets, not blue hats, and blue bulletproof vests. And they would go to conflict zones and they would go between the parties who were warring and killing one another and try and facilitate a peaceful process. That used to be one of the things that Canada stood for. And the bureaucracy and some of the senior officials were calling on that. But at every turn, the prime minister wanted no part of it. I think he was having a temper tantrum in his office and screaming at people and throwing things. There's probably a reason whenever you see a picture of his desk, there seems to be nothing on it. They probably got tired of having things thrown at them, so they keep stuff off his desk. But it's clear that the adults in the room were trying to encourage the prime minister and his cabinet to take a Canadian approach, and he opted not. And I think we're all going to work to redefine Canada back to the Canada that we all once knew and loved.
100%. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. All right, Doug Ford, we heard that the judge said he didn't have to appear in front of the committee, in front of the commission. What do you make of that?
Well, I hadn't studied the case law on the limitations on the powers of the federal government to compel and subpoena a sitting provincial politician. But as you may have figured out, that Brendan Miller, our lead barrister on the team, is literally a walking version of legal Wikipedia. And as soon as word came out that this was being challenged by Doug Ford, he turned Brendan turned to us, our legal team, and said, Ford's going to win. And the reason he said Ford was going to win is that they even cited the case off the top of his head. Is people probably don't notice this. Most of the time when he objects, he always cites a case right on point, off the top of his head when he's objecting. But the case law says that the federal government cannot compel a sitting provincial member of parliament or member of a legislative assembly to a federal inquiry. They relied on that provision. So I'm not terribly surprised. But, you don't have to refuse. In other words, the law doesn't say that the premier can't come.
Yes, exactly.
It just says he can't be forced to come. So I don't understand why he would not have wanted to make himself available. Politicians often tell us that they believe in transparency and openness. And, showing up at designated time at a public inquiry and being asked some questions and providing some truthful answers is a really good kind of hallmark of transparency and openness. So
I think you said
Premier Ford opted not to take that route, and I guess we'll never know why.
You said it perfectly yourself. They tell us that they care about transparency. Well, Catherine McKenney told us that she cared about transparency while running away from my questions and not being able to state a clear position on whether or not she believes freedom of speech is an important value in society. She's part of our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and she wasn't able to state to the public a clear position on her views of freedom of speech. I think it shows cowardness from Ford, but I don't think it's surprising. I think it's in line with everything he's been doing for the past years. Right, we have you on for only a few minutes now. If you could just tell us quickly what you thought Ford could bring to the inquiry, why you thought it would be important for him to come on. And then afterwards, I think we have a chat for you and we'll let you go.
Sure. Well, I mean, the provincial government played an important role, partly because of the role of the OPP, but more importantly, why is it that Ford decided to declare their provincial emergency? What resources was he planning to make available for the government to use? And what communications did he have with the Prime Minister at the critical times?
Yeah.
So what did the Prime Minister know and when did he know it? So these are all important things that could have come out if he had chosen to come forward and be transparent and accessible.
Yeah, it would have been fun to have him on.
Are you kidding? Of course it would have been.
Doug Ford. All right, I think that we have a chat for Keith Wilson before we let him go. Can we take a look at that? Saw one earlier. All right. Do you want to read it?
Sure. It's
pretty small.
So from Rumbly, are the convoy lawyers going to call on the freedom doctors as witnesses to show how ridiculous the mandates were?
Okay. There's a few things there.
Yeah.
One of the things that people who are watching this are struggling with, because I can tell by the number of emails and messages I get every day. This is not a trial to adjudicate every aspect of what's happened in our lives in the last 2.5 years. That's why we don't deal with certain issues. Like there were some people upset with me because of some comments that were made about how the propane and fuel were stored at Coventry. It was stored remarkably well. It was like brilliant how they had set up a cage system. It was just perfect.
Yeah.
But whether or not fuel was stored properly or improperly is irrelevant as to whether or not the conditions were present to invoke the Emergencies Act.
Yes, exactly.
So we're not here to adjudicate every aspect. Whether or not the mandates were medically justified, and I don't think they are, and that's the evidence that came out under oath when I cross-examined 16 federal government witnesses in the Peckford Charter Challenge, travel mandate challenge, is irrelevant to whether or not the government was justified in invoking the Emergencies Act and stripping Canadians of their rights. So I know it's frustrating to watch. Law is a very compartmentalized process, and it's focused by design. So this is not the place to adjudicate that. We were hoping to have that very question adjudicated by the federal court in the Peckford case, and we spent so much time and effort and energy in getting there with our own experts and 15,000 pages of evidence until the federal government brought an application to strike that on the basis of mootness. I won't go further. We can talk about that another time. But the final point I was going to make on this is list of witnesses. We originally submitted a list of 23 witnesses that we expanded to 28. Okay. So we get to propose to the commission people we want to testify.
Yeah.
And then the commission decides whether or not they're going to let them testify. So we have to triage on our list because we know we're not going to get all 23. And in fact, this morning, breaking news, or maybe it was this afternoon, we received an email that the commissioner has now ruled that they're not going to allow us to have any more witnesses. Wow. So everyone you've seen from our side, that's it. Okay. So we had some incredible witnesses on the list to testify, to illuminate various aspects, like former police officers who had their phones wiretapped by the Ottawa City Police, other people from various ethnic backgrounds who had been brutally beaten by the police and dumped outside of town, and others. And just given the schedule that the inquiry has with its hard close date of the 25th of February or of November, that we can't just say, oh, we want this many more witnesses. We'd like to. We tried. But we knew we were not going to get all 23 and then later 26, but we did get a lot of the key witnesses we wanted in.
You live tweeted the whole day throughout the commission. What were your general impressions?
Well, just like we saw last weekend, any of the lawyers that are maybe anti-convoy is a little bit too strong, but we'll call it what it is. The narrative seems to be very similar week to week with what they get when they go up and they actually are asking these witnesses questions. So it's kind of like a poultice is what I'm referring to. Whatever they get from them is usually a part of the same narrative. Not much new information comes into play until we have the convoy organizer lawyers that go up to the stand and they actually cross-examine these witnesses. That is usually when I find I get the most out of my day. And those tweets also get the most optics, impressions.
Yeah. Of course, always great to hear Brendan Miller and Bathsheba
Miller
Vandenberg.
time.
Cross-examine the witnesses, as well as the GCCF and TDF lawyers as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Eva, your thoughts from today's testimonies that we've heard?
Well, I just wanted to say that I feel the same way with some of the questions that we've been hearing from other counsel is I do really find, as you were saying, Celine, that when Brendan Miller goes up, he really gets to the heart of why we are all here, whether or not it was justified to enact the Emergencies Act. We really see him zeroing in on that particular issue. And today, I know we were going to talk about this, so I'll just jump right into it, is Brendan Miller put to the mayor from Windsor a document from CSIS.
Yeah.
So if we're going to be talking about the Emergencies Act, if we're going to be talking about whether there was a national security threat, who are we going to be asking the question of? It's CSIS. That's the federal, intelligence department.
Exactly. Yeah.
So he brought that up. And what did it say on February 13th is it said, our recommendation is not to invoke the Emergencies Act, because that will actually, in my words, in my summary, cause more harm than good. He was concerned that it would elicit more extremist views and more violence because people were concerned about the breakdown with the system and the government. So you see that kind of evidence come through, and it's nobody else is talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know that I saw that CTV had edited one of their articles and kind of posted about it afterwards, after the fact, right? But I think being in that room, like, that was so significant. It kind of comes with the Miller brand, whenever he goes up there, I'm a little bit in shock. I never know what's gonna happen. He just zeroes in, like you said, and then it's like, bam, it's Miller time. Closes his notebook, he says thank you, and then he just goes. And it's fantastic every time. So this was significant, and you're right, not enough people are talking about that yet. It says it point blank, and that's something that's been missing.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the document itself. If we could show it once again on the screen.
Yeah,
if you could
definitely.
just do a little rundown of the document. So what should we what should we understand from this?
So the significant point that I was referring to, and that Brendan Miller, actually what he did was he read it into the record. So it was the third bullet point there. And there's no way I could read it from here on the screen, but you could see this is CSIS notes, and it's dated February 13th. And basically it says, similar to what I said, is that, and I guess everyone can read it for themselves, but invoking the Emergencies Act can cause more harm with increased violence and increased extremist views. Yeah. So, you look at something like that, you're getting that straight from the top, and you question immediately why the next day the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act. Who are they listening to?
Yeah, exactly. And tying that into Crowley's testimony afterwards, just to jump ahead a little bit, just to get to this point, he said actually twice, I remember, that he was not sure if it was necessary to invoke it in the end, based on the rest of his testimony. So even with them invoking it, and we saw what happened in Ottawa, we saw what happened in Windsor, Ontario at that blockade, still, Deputy Chief Jason Crowley said that he implied it was not necessary, and he said that multiple times through his testimony. I actually didn't mind listening to his testimony. It was not the worst.
And that's not even the first time that we heard that. So a little while ago, we heard that the OPP officer, I believe it was Marcel Baudin, might be another person who gave a document to the federal government, to federal cabinet, suggesting that they should negotiate with the protester instead of invoking the Emergencies Act. Yeah. The cabinet, at that same meeting where they invoked the act, took a look at the document, threw it away, and decided to invoke the Emergencies Act anyway. It's not the first time that we hear the police say something to the federal government, and the federal government doing the exact opposite. It's the second time, I believe, at least.
Yeah, well, I unless I completely missed it, but I have not heard one witness thus far say that it was something we needed and it was something that we used, the Emergencies Act.
Necessary.
Yes, and what's really important from what we've heard today is today it was just Windsor, about Windsor 100%. So it was the mayor of Windsor and the chief of police, I think is his role
WPS,
for Windsor. Yeah. And both witnesses, what really stood out and what everyone in Canada needs to be reminded of is the blockades that were there were already gone before the Emergencies Act was invoked. So how could either of these witnesses say that's something we needed, that's something we asked for, when the blockades, the protest was already gone?
Yeah. I want to talk about the part, I'm not sure if we have any clips from that yet from the day, but specifically when they were mentioning, again, jumping ahead a little bit, but this part really stood out to me and it bothered me, is all the claims that the protesters were using children, physically using children as body shields. So I mean, like physically picking up your child and being like, you can't hurt me, and just like having them between the police lines. Crowley towards the end said, he did say this. He said that when asked by Miller, I need to find that clip by Miller. He said, well, it was enough hard evidence for me when I saw children standing in a line and like holding hands. Like that was enough for me to believe the claims, and what the misinformation from the mainstream media and the other police reports. It's just a bunch of hearsay.
Well, but before we continue, because we've been talking for a little while yet, let's take a look at that clip so that everyone can see what we're talking about.
Confirmation bias. Strategic analysis must be driven by direct evidence collection and assessment as opposed to reliance on social media posting as it lacks context and where the poster's bias may not be considered. Would you agree with that?
Potentially, yes. But I can say that, like I said, I don't even think I saw this. But when it talks about real evidence, when I heard the protesters themselves on the open chat talking about human shields, children as human shields, and seeing a picture with children holding hands across the intersection here in church and college in the early stages, that's hard evidence for me.
Okay. And of course, you followed up on investigating that and making sure that, that wasn't an issue?
Our special investigations unit was definitely involved, and they deal with the children, the crimes against children, along with CAS for sure.
Okay. And you can agree there that the report there from the 12th from OPP says no persons were observed outside. There was no children were observed, but believed to be inside a camper. If we can scroll down. Only Canadian flags observed. That's it. So you can agree based on that report, as of the 12th, according to the OPP, that wasn't really an issue.
Not at this time, for sure.
And again, you agree possibly with what I said to you with respect to essentially the validity of relying on social media alone, right?
We did not rely on it alone, but I would agree with that. You cannot rely on it alone, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I could jump into this right away is let's talk about evidence for a second. So that's something, we've talked a lot about. You mentioned hearsay. Yeah. And I would love if somebody could put up on the screen what the Facebook post was. Okay, so we can't do that right now, so I'll encourage you just to watch it. So what the question was right before is you would see the document, and this was brought up by the federal government. So they called them tweets. If you actually look at the evidence, it was a Facebook post. So they didn't even get the source correct, which is not great.
Yeah.
And then what it was is just unidentified. And Brendan Miller confirmed that in the cross-examination just before this clip started, is he said, do you know who this person is?
Yeah.
Was this person identified? Were they even in Windsor? Do you have any information to corroborate what is said? And if you look at that post, the words aren't even spelled correctly.
Yeah.
So this is what the federal government was using to put to this, chief of police about human shields. That's the evidence they brought. Unidentified, uncertain who, where, what, when, how. Then you go down 1-2 pages to an OPP intelligence report. And you saw right there, it said no children were observed. So we have the government of Canada using a Facebook post by some unidentified person versus OPP intelligence information. So even going back to our discussion before about credible CSIS information not being used, here we have credible OPP intelligence information not being used. Rather, the government is looking at a Facebook comment.
It's really incredible, isn't it? Like when you break it down, and thank you so much for bringing more context to this, because I think this is such an important part of the testimonies from today. Children, just the narrative, again, it's very similar to what we're seeing. They continue to paint the narrative as if these protesters are these dangerous, very, very violent people, so to the point that they would use their own children as body shields to deter police from taking action. Again, like you already reiterated, and we saw today, that blockade was disassembled even before the Emergencies Act was evoked. And there were no children that were reported, except for some that were within a camper, safe, warm, and with their families, I would assume. So really incredulous, really. Riveting.
Really hard to watch when you actually look at the evidence that is being used to justify anything. The evidence is not a Facebook comment.
No, goodness, I would hope not. In that case, I've got a lot of evidence for some cases myself. My goodness, check those comment sections,
So there was a little bit of drama before that second testimony because you saw the OPS, the Ottawa Coalition, the OPP all objecting to having some of the evidence show, some of the videos shown, even the panel appearing on the stand. What did you make of the testimony of Chris Deering and Maggie Bauer? Hope. Maggie Hope.
Yeah. Chris Deering has become a friend of mine since the convoy. So, I've heard the story about not only his experience in Afghanistan when, 3 of his team got killed in that LAV 3 because they hit an IED and his LAV 3 went 100 feet in the air, killed 3 of them instantly, flipped over. The turret fell out of the vehicle. Chris fell out of the vehicle, and it's a miracle it didn't fall on top of Chris. But he had fractured his pelvis, bones in his face, his legs, everything. Like he's severely, and he's got a traumatic brain injury.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's that aspect to it. But and I've heard the story directly from Chris before about the arrest and what they've done. And I've seen the video, but I felt today that listening to that testimony when he was up there on the stand, I really personally struggled with it. It took me everything I had not to walk out of the room.
Yeah.
And I know Maggie's story as well. And it's both disturbing, but what I found really offensive was the OPS, how hard, how vigorously they tried to block the victim testimony that we had versus the 2 individuals on the first day of the testimony, the Ottawa citizens, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they want to put their witnesses out there. But they really tried hard to block our witnesses because they knew that it was going to be very damning for them. And so that lawyer tried very, very hard. And I knew it was going to roll our way when the commission lawyers actually supported our motion to have it done. That's when I knew that the judge was going to allow it to go forward, because their job is to find the truth. And Chris and Maggie were a very important eyewitness testimony to the truth of what happened on those last 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think the judge realized you have to show the full scope, not just people that are claiming PTSD from phantom honking in microaggressions.
I was just going to say microaggressions
versus people that were literally beaten, injured veterans that were wearing their medals, beaten, thrown to the ground, denied pain medication for their chronic illness, dropped off out in the country. And a mother who was there protesting, giving copies of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to people that put a gun to her head. Right. This is the impact statements that were the city, Paul Champ and his lawyer, plus the OPS, really wanted to conceal from the public. They wanted to conceal that truth. And it was grotesque. And it's shameful. And I hope that those lawyers go home and have a good stiff drink and reflect on what they tried to hide from the public today.
Yeah. Or a really good, long, hard look in the mirror. Yeah, absolutely. I was holding my breath when Commissioner Rouleau, it was going to be his, he was going to either go for it or it was going to be dismissed. And I was literally on the edge of my seat in that media room because I was like, if there is a line, we're going to see right now if there is a divide and if he sways to one side.
The lawyer, his first name is John. He's the lawyer that cross-examined me for the commission.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. He's the lawyer who cross-examined me for the commission when I went up.
Yeah.
I am absolutely impressed with him. And all of the commission lawyers were handpicked, I was told, by Justice Rouleau to do the role that they're doing. And I have been absolutely impressed with him.
Yeah.
And I started to really pay attention to his line of questioning about a week ago. And honestly, I think I might have even been critical of Justice Rouleau's, I bought into the rumors he was a liberal, and I might have even tweeted about it. And I regret that. I regret that because I've seen nothing but professionalism from Justice Rouleau and that team of commission lawyers. They are solely focused on the truth, and that is what they're pursuing. And I bought into what they're doing, and I'm very, very impressed. I'm very proud of what they're doing. And they're not even my lawyers, but I'm very proud of the work that they are doing to pursue the truth, because as far as I'm concerned, they are the Canadian public's lawyer right now.
No,
and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, I fully agree. I've seen nothing but professionalism from Justice Rouleau and well, Judge Rouleau, Commissioner Rouleau.
Yeah.
And professionalism doesn't mean that you're fully nonpartisan. Professionalism doesn't mean that you have no political bias. Professionalism means that you're able to put your bias aside and actually do the job that you're there to do. That's what professionalism is. And I understand the people that have doubt, because it's true that in the past years, we've seen liberals, people that tend to be more on the liberal party side, show no professionalism. So I guess that's why people were expecting Justice Rouleau to be the exact same way. But I don't think that's what he's shown us since the beginning of the commission. Since we're talking about Chris Deering's testimony, let's take a look at some of what he had to say today.
I succumbed and I gave myself to the police. And as the police took me down, again, he knew he kneed me in my side, kicked me in my back. I was laying down. I was in the fetal position on my back. He kicked me in my ankle, my foot. As I was laying down, I had my hands completely up. I'm saying, I'm very peaceful. I'm peaceful. I'm not resisting. I was then punched 4 or 5 times in my head. I had a knee on my back to keep myself down. I was on the ground for 1.5 to 2 minutes. My hands were zip tied. The officers slowly picked me up, and then we slowly proceeded to the processing line. We get to the processing line. The day was -20. I had no gloves on. At the beginning of the processing line, we were standing there, and I had asked, the duration of the processing line was 1.5 to 2 hours. So I was standing there in the cold for 2 hours. I asked the policeman who was on both sides of me, I said, do you mind, you know my conditions, is it okay if I sit or kneel because I'm in chronic pain? It was obvious, my face was flush, and I cried multiple times, and I don't cry ever. It was the worst pain I had felt since I'd been blown up. The fact that I couldn't sit or stand was to me cruel and unusual punishment. We would go 15, 20 minutes without even moving. I also asked if I could have my medication, in which I had my prescription and my medication on my person, so that if I needed it, I could ask. I asked, and I was denied my medication to comfort my duress.
No, this is a testimony of a man who is willing to die for our country. This is a testimony of a man who is willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good of the people of Canada. And this is how those veterans are treated in Justin Trudeau's Canada. You know, I remember before Justin Trudeau became prime minister, or maybe after he was elected, before his second election, he had a campaign event where he went in a gym, and there was a guy who stood up and said, why aren't you doing more for the veterans? And he said, well, that's not our fault. That's not our fault. They're asking for too much. It's the conservative, it's the conservative party. It's Stephen Harper that did to the veterans what we're seeing happen to them. And this is how he treats veterans nowadays.
And that's quite a famous clip. And that really, I have to admit, that is incredibly frustrating to the veterans and the military community, that clip. And you know, when you say to a veteran that a veteran is asking more than we're willing to give, and we talked about this the other night, we talked about unlimited liability. So from a soldier, I'm actually going to sign a contract that is called unlimited liability. It means I am willing, if justified, and it's a legal order, to risk my life and possibly give my life legally if ordered to my certain death. And when Justin Trudeau said, you now are asking more than I'm willing to give, and we're talking about a soldier's life versus dollars and help. And you know, we see what's happening to Chris. And Chris wasn't the only veteran, by the way. Jeff Averly was also one of the veterans from Afghanistan, did 2 tours. was also beaten and arrested by police. There were several. And if you hear Chris's testimony, they all linked arms just to make a human chain, and they were talking to the police, and all those veterans were taken to the ground and arrested and physically harmed.
Well, I think they're veterans. They're not terrorists. And I believe that we have the clip of the veteran, even though it's not directly related to what to the Emergencies Act inquiry. I'd like to take a look at that clip from Justin Trudeau being questioned by this man about why.
And pay attention to the medals. If you see a star on the medals, that's a campaign star. It's a combat veteran.
Yeah, let's take a look at that clip for a second.
Nobody forced me to join the military. I was prepared to be killed in action. What I wasn't prepared for, Mr. Prime Minister, is Canada turning its back on me. So which veteran was it that you were talking about?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your passion and your strength and being here today to share this justifiable frustration and anger with me and with all of us here. Thank you for having the courage to stand here, and thank you for listening to my answer. On a couple of elements you brought up. First of all, why are we still fighting against certain veterans groups in court? Because they are asking for more than we are able to give right now. They are asking for more than we... Well, no. Hang on. You're asking... You're asking for honest answers. The old Veterans Charter involved lump sum payments and very little in the way of services. We have significantly invested in services, rehabilitation, support, investments in training, in support for caregivers and families that have gone a long way towards improving the quality of life and outcomes for veterans. And we cannot return to the amount of money that was given before without accounting for the money invested in services for veterans. And what I know from veterans I've spoken to is nobody wants, after having served their country with valor and honor and sacrifice, to have their government say, here's your check, now don't bother us anymore. We need to support you through the course of your life with the things that you need, with the things that your family needs for it. And that is at the heart of the new veterans approach that we have, that you will see more details on in the budget coming forward. So I get that. Now, you also brought up...
No, absolutely not. Because in Justin Trudeau's Canada, instead of providing housing and food and shelter and supplies, he would rather them have the ability to be provided assisted suicide. And that's what we're seeing right now in Canada.
Yeah. Well, instead of thanking the veteran for listening to his response, why isn't he thanking him for his service? No, that's the same man who says we're not able to provide you with what you need to live, but I'm gonna go get a $6,000 a night hotel in England. I'm gonna get a $12,000 grocery bill. Yeah, I'm going to spend so much money on myself and my family, all on your back, all on the back of the taxpayer.
Well, and also he's not going to bat an eye to take his private jet to a world climate summit. Yeah. Like, what is going on here? He literally shushed the crowd when they that outcry. Mm-hmm. It gets to me so much. He opens his mouth, and that's my microaggression right there. Is Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into the whole Ukraine thing. But from my perspective, let's not give all of our tax dollars to the Ukraine if that's really what he's thinking about his own veterans. Look, I get there's a war going on there. I understand that. But did the anchor man tell everyone to get outraged? Did Facebook tell everyone to get outraged about Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Taiwan, the Congo, Chad, Yemen, Jordan? Did the anchorman tell everybody to focus in on those? Do we have Facebook flags that we can all put on our profiles? But no, we're sending all of our money to Chrystia Freeland's family in the Ukraine. Yeah. And he's got the nerve to sit there and talk about veterans and support and if the budget allows it. Now, I understand this is predating the war in Ukraine, but let's put our priorities in order. Okay. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. We don't actually have a legal obligation to be involved in that particular war.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the one that they've chosen, and that's the one that the media has chosen to be involved in. And, you know, we have far too many financial problems in our own country right now to be interfering in that kind of a thing. Yeah. And I've deliberately stayed away from the vast majority of the issues around that war because, like I said, we're not paying attention to the other wars that are going around in the rest of the world. But it seems to me that our economy is in deep trouble because apparently budgets do, you know, they balance themselves.
Well, that's the whole philosophy of the Liberals. I'm sorry to cut you off,
right.
but we only have about 10 or 15 minutes left. We realize we've been talking for a little while.
That's my fault. I do it every
you know, another interesting thing from Chris's testimony, Chris Deering, is the reason. It's when he spoke about the reason why he joined the convoy. You know, he spoke about his brothers in Nova Scotia, his brothers figuratively, his brother from the army, that he wasn't able to go grieve with and to visit because of Justin Trudeau's vaccine mandates. Clip number 4, if we can take a look at that, it's where Chris explains his reason as a veteran for joining the Freedom Convoy. Let's take a look at that.
And so when you traveled to Ottawa, what did you understand that you were there to protest?
The mandates. I was there to protest the mandates.
And why was that important to you?
Because for the last 2 years, personally, as a wounded veteran, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't take my family to a restaurant. I couldn't take my kids to gymnastics. I couldn't grieve my comrades in Nova Scotia because I wasn't allowed to cross the border in my own vehicle by myself to a cemetery where no one was living and lay my flowers for my mental health, and I was denied that for 2 years.
So
that's unfortunate.
There's Tom Quiggin is a brilliant man, and he's a friend of ours. He's a member of Veterans for Freedom, and he did a video. He wrote the script to a video supporting the Dutch farmers and the Dutch veterans. And in it, there's a line where he says, you know, the veterans can no longer be the tip of the sword, but they can be the shield. And that's all I could think about when I was listening to Chris's testimony today, because he came to Ottawa to be the shield for the Canadian public. That was what his heart and his training and his morals and values told him to do, to get here to Ottawa and be the shield with a broken body.
Yeah.
This is the testament of the character that Justin Trudeau, who is characterless, unless we're talking about a cartoon or a sock puppet or whatever you want to call it. I told you, I'm trying to get the humor back. I'm looking for it.
Rather like sock puppet. Yeah, I think I'll stick with that.
Yeah. This is the character between one man versus the other, but unfortunately, the wrong one has the authority to use force to attack his own people.
Trample the civil liberty of protesters.
Yeah. And I'm every day I'm saddened by the fact that the vast majority of Canadians have been asleep for this long. It's incredible to me how people still to this day, I was getting people attacking me on Twitter today for Chris's testimony.
Wow.
This is what we've this is the leadership that has been provided by Justin Trudeau. Mm-hmm. This is why he is absolutely unfit to be the leader of anything.
No, I fully agree. Right, another interesting testimony. So we'll get to testimony of Maggie, and then we'll go to Danny Beaufort shortly. Maggie, and by the way, for our viewers that have been following us since the beginning, since we started doing these live streams, one of the things that Keith Wilson told us in our first live stream, I believe, or our second one, he told us a story of a grandmother who was standing in front of the line of police, who put a charter, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in front of the protesters, who was grabbed by the police, beaten up, transported far away from Ottawa, and dropped there. And I believe from what I've heard today from Maggie's testimony, Maggie is the person Keith was talking about. That's clip number 6. We can see Maggie describe the exact same situation. I think she can probably confirm it, but she describes the exact same situation that Keith Wilson, the lawyer for the Freedom Convoy, described on one of our first live streams. Let's take a look at her testimony as well, which is absolutely heartbreaking, just like Chris Deering's one.
I'll be very brief. So when, after I was behind the police line, it's all in my statement. That's fair. But I was thrown to the ground, and there was a lot of weaponry around, and I looked up, and there was a gun pointed, it appeared to be at my head. And from there, I was taken outside the city and dropped off. And again, I was at a towing place where they were towing the trucks, and there was no shelter. There was no place to plug in your phone. There was nothing. And thankfully, people came and got us. So.
Do you want to start or should I?
Well, you could go. How'd you feel listening to that?
It's heartbreaking. Also because I can't imagine actually testifying and being able to talk about having the barrel of a gun at my head so calmly. So the fact that I just think there's probably such a sense of disassociation to such traumatic things like that, that you could see it. Like, that's why I had such a hard time watching them be ripped apart by those lawyers, because the enormity of the situations that those peaceful protesters were facing, talking about them or just seeing a couple of clips, in my opinion, does not do it justice. So it breaks my heart.
Did you hear more of those testimonies that were similar to what Maggie was talking about? Did you hear more of those stories?
I did. And you know, as after the convoy and I was campaigning with the Ontario Party, every time I went to events, I would meet people that participated in the convoy. And you heard stories like that all the time. And it was hard to do that campaign because I heard all of the stories. We all did during the campaign, right? And I'll go off on a little bit of a tangent today, but that particular lawyer that tried to discredit both Chris and Maggie today from the OPS, I was so disgusted listening to his testimony. So, it's funny because Chris had given that speech during Rolling Thunder, and it was publicly televised. I listened to it on the radio. I couldn't actually be here for Rolling Thunder. But the lawyer went on to suggest that Maggie and Chris were being paid by the Ontario Party to give that testimony. Wow. Because the Ontario Party, without Chris or Maggie knowing about it, did some fundraising to try to cover their costs for their hotels and fuel and parking and stuff like that. Chris and Maggie had no knowledge of that, but somehow the lawyer, was questioning Chris's authenticity in his motives for testifying, but he could have looked it up online. And I've learned that the lawyers have seen everything there is to see about us publicly. Of course. Knew about Chris probably giving the speech Rolling Thunder, but try to discredit him and tarnish his character by suggesting that he was here for money. And same with Maggie, because the Ontario Party quietly inside their internal email list tried to raise some funds to pay for their cost to be here. Because as you heard, Chris's bank accounts and his credit system or credit have all been affected, and he couldn't pay for parking the other day. I don't know if you heard that on the testimony, but I was speaking to Chris. He actually couldn't pay for parking because his credit card had been dropped down to just over $1,000, and all of his credit has been affected. I don't know about Maggie. I know mine took a hit. I know everybody that was on the list, this list of 56 people, were marked for life in the banking system. Credit scores diminished. I know mine dropped significantly. And none of us have been charged yet. And this is what frustrates me, because this is the kind of Canada that anybody who supports Justin Trudeau, this is what they're begging for.
Ezra Levant here in downtown Lethbridge, Alberta. You can see all around me, in fact, at every street corner in the downtown core, are police vehicles with their lights flashing. The city is not yet on lockdown, but that may well yet happen. A trucker convoy is headed this way. One started in Calgary, one in Edmonton. They met up in nearby Fort Macleod, and they are coming to show solidarity with 3 other truckers who are being prosecuted in the Lethbridge courts today. They're peaceful men. All they did was express themselves. The truckers were successful. They liberated Alberta and indeed Canada from the lockdowns and the vaccine mandates. Well, that didn't sit right with Justin Trudeau, and it didn't sit right with the provincial premier at the time here, Jason Kenney, who has had an abusive prosecution of these peaceful protesters. Remember, it's the same Jason Kenney that threw Pastor Arthur Pawlowski in prison for nearly 50 days for merely opening his church during the lockdowns. Well, these three truckers, they're not being put on trial for 50 days. The prosecutor, Stephen Johnson, is demanding 10 years in prison. There was no violence. There was nothing other than some parking offenses. But this out-of-control, vendetta-driven prosecutor, Stephen Johnson, wants 10 years in prison. Let me tell you one more thing about Stephen Johnson. He was one of the prosecutors who demanded that Pastor Arthur Pawlowski spend 49 days in prison. And I looked him up. He was recently prosecuting an atrocious, violent rape. And he asked the judge in that case for 4.5 years in prison. So an atrocious, violent rape, according to the Alberta government, according to this abusive prosecutor, Stephen Johnson, that deserves 4.5 years. But these peaceful truckers, 10 years. Go to truckerdefensefund.com and we'll help these men. Thanks. After dawn, I'm outside the Lethbridge Courthouse. You can see an enormous number of police gathering on the streets around the downtown. In every intersection are police vehicles with their red, and blue flashers on. This is all because there are local farmers, truckers, business people, citizens coming to show their support for three truckers who are being prosecuted inside this building for peacefully protesting the lockdowns this spring. I should tell you that the three men who are being charged inside were completely peaceful, non-violent. There was no threats, no weapons, nothing like that. It was a political protest. And yet the prosecutor in this case is demanding a 10-year prison term. That's atrocious.
Mr. Jansen and Master Hugenboss the right to be tried by a jury of their peers. We believe that 12 randomly chosen representative jurors reflect the common sense, the values and the conscience of this community is very important in this case. Once disclosure has been properly received, we'll proceed to trial by jury immediately. There will be no deals and no concessions of any kind. We have another court date, which is a procedural court date scheduled currently for December 12th of this year, and I will be down for that appointment as well.
Thank you very much, Chad. And after this event, there's also going to be a barbecue, and will be also there. I think there's going to be donations taken up there as well. And wow, I'm humbled.
It's amazing to see you guys all here, man. This is what it's all about. People need to stand together and in unity, and with the force of power of the people, we are hoping that they're listening and watching what we're doing, and that we're not standing here alone. We're in this together. And I believe if there was, there's probably a lot of people that couldn't attend that are here in spirit, in mind, supporting us. I know they are.
I'll keep it short. Humbled, emotional when I see this thing, when I see all you guys come.
We love you, man.
Alex pretty much shared what I wanted to share, but a huge heartfelt thank you. A thank you to enforcement as well. They are part of the world we live in, and we may have our disagreements, but I think today went orderly. and I can appreciate that, and I thank them for that as well. Thank Rebel for coming again, but above all, we have to thank God. That's why we're here, right? It's that all glory goes to Him. Tomorrow I leave to Ottawa, so I'm a little stressed out, and
Don't be.
no, it's there's obviously it's a big thing, right? It's not something 10 months ago that I could have ever imagined. This, never mind getting put in front of the country. I'm just a small town Albertan who's raising a family, but keep us in your prayers.
Rebel News is not only here to cover it journalistically, but we're going to crowdfund the legal defense for these three men. Obviously an extremely expensive process. An abusive prosecutor named Stephen Johnson literally wants these people in jail longer than rapists in this province. I know that because Johnson recently asked the court for a 4.5-year sentence for a rapist. He thinks these peaceful truckers deserve a 10-year protest. To help us out, go to truckerdefensefund.com and chip in. We've got to help these men. I'll keep you updated throughout the day.
Hi folks, William Diaz here with Rebel News. Tamara Leash, that's a name we've been hearing a lot in the media for the past 8 months since the Freedom Convoy basically arrived in Ottawa. She testified in front of the Public Order Emergency Commission Thursday and Friday. Tamara Leash, a Métis grandmother from Alberta, currently living in Medicine Hat, a citizen of Canada, a peaceful protester, a leader of the convoy to Ottawa, protests that demonstrated in the nation's capital for nearly 4 weeks last winter against COVID-19 mandates. See our coverage of the convoy as it happened. Visit convoyreports.com. However, for months, Lish has been vilified in the media by the government and by citizens. However, Tamara, due to her draconian bail conditions, hasn't been able to defend herself and defend her reputation when facing this severe vilification. Tamara spent an incredible amount of time in jail because she dared protest Justin Trudeau. She spent 49 days in jail on minor charges, and on November 3rd and 4th, Tamara was able to speak. For the first time in nearly 8 months, Tamara was able to defend herself and say her version of events to the public and to the media. She did so during her testimony during the Emergencies Act inquiry. An inquiry, once again, that is occurring since Justin Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act on February on protesters who are part of the Freedom Convoy protesting COVID-19 mandates. The inquiry examines the necessity of that never-used-before law to arrest anti-regime demonstrators. To support our independent coverage of the commission, visit truckercommission.com. Lish's bail conditions make it almost impossible for her to talk to the media. And Tamara gave a very emotional testimony. Watch some of what she had to say.
We just sort of came to the same conclusion that we weren't sure if that was an idea that would be successful. I just felt like I needed to exercise my democratic rights. I have tried over the years emailing MPs and just never got a response.
How had COVID-19 restrictions or mandates affected you personally?
Well, I lost my job. My husband also lost his job on the same day. My parents run a pilot truck business, and a lot of their business was involved crossing the border, which they were no longer allowed to do, because I was seeing families torn apart. The suicides in my hometown were so numerous that they stopped reporting them.
Tamara Lich testified for close to a full day in total, beginning her testimony on the afternoon of November 3rd and ending it on November 4th at around 11 a.m. Lich was first examined by the commission and gave an incredibly emotional statement when recalling how she felt after being arrested and how it has affected her life. Watch what Lich has to say.
How has the arrest affected your life?
I've lost my job. I've lost my freedom of speech. I've lost my freedom to communicate with my friends, which was quite traumatizing because we just experienced something huge. And we didn't get any time to even sit down as a group and just talk about it and talk about our experience. We didn't have that opportunity. That was taken away from me. I have to be very careful about every move that I make. As you know, I was arrested on an alleged breach charge for attending a dinner in Toronto. I had the police show up at the place that I'm staying last weekend because somebody saw me outside smoking a cigarette. I have a daughter that I don't want her to be seen with me. Because I'm worried. I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
I have yet to see the particulars of the mischief that I am alleged to have committed. I just... It's definitely affected my life. It's something that I've never been arrested before.
Tamara also touched briefly on what her views of Pat King, a figure of the convoy commonly considered the most controversial one.
When was the first time you communicated with Mr. King?
The first time I ever remember communicating with him was after we had started this convoy.
So in the context of the Ottawa convoy?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to form an impression of Mr. King's views in following him during United We Roll?
I thought he was loud, very boisterous. Other than that, I didn't really know too much about him.
Do you recall finding anything he said offensive with respect to United We Roll?
I don't recall that, no.
Then, listen to Tamara Lich speak about her views of Justin Trudeau's derogatory and inflammatory remarks. Tamara explained that she sees Justin Trudeau's narrative as divisive and inflammatory. Take a look.
I was becoming increasingly alarmed listening to my Prime Minister call me a racist and say that I shouldn't be tolerated. I found his rhetoric to be incredibly divisive, and I'm a believer that if you're a leader of a country, you have to lead all of your people, even if you don't agree with them. And I just saw so much. Coming across Canada every day, I heard stories. People, at least 3 people, would tell me they were planning their suicides until we started the convoy. Or stories of people that we were too late. I heard from families that were living in their vehicles because they'd lost their jobs. I heard from people that had lost their jobs and lost everything. I have the tears of thousands of Canadians on my shoulder
who every day told me that we were bringing them hope. I saw little old ladies praying on their knees on the side of the road, and I saw little children holding signs saying, "Thank you for giving me back my future."
Finally, here are a few of the key moments from Tamara Leish's testimony when she was cross-examined by Brendan Miller, lawyer once again for Freedom Corporation.
So the actual goal with respect to Freedom Corp, as well as the protesters that you were representing, their actual goal was not to achieve a meeting with the mayor, but it was to deal with this in a peaceful manner. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, well, that was obviously our goal, and again, to get the trucks off the residential streets. We were hoping to find a way that the trucks that did have to move their vehicles out of the city would be able to come back in and continue the protest. And again, we felt it was a step in the right direction, and meeting with the mayor was not one of my goals, but I thought, again, it was a way to open some dialogue with somebody in a position of authority.
Following Alicia's testimony, Freedom Convoy lawyer Eva Chipiuk briefly spoke to us about her analysis of Tamara Leish's testimony. Here's what Chipiuk said.
For me, has always been very difficult. What happened couldn't have been organized in a month's time. Basically, it was a day-to-day activity. It was just Canadians coming together for the first time in a long time, working together on a common goal, really to come together to talk about the overreach the federal government, provincial governments, even municipal governments imposed on their citizens. And citizens came together on Parliament Hill to hold their government to account.
Well, there you have it, folks. An emotionally charged testimony by Tamara Leish. Tamara is still awaiting her trial, which is set to take place next year in 2023. Until then, she will have to comply with the bail conditions, stripping away her freedom of speech and freedom of peaceful assembly. Thank you for your time. This is William Diaz with Rebel News. So as you saw, Tamara Leish just testified in front of the committee. And even though it was a huge testimony, an extremely important testimony, it is by far the only one that we will see. Justin Trudeau is set to testify soon. If you want to make sure to stay tuned with everything that is going on in Ottawa, make sure to go ahead and visit truckercommission.com.
Freedom in 2022 is certainly about being able to make free choices for ourselves and for our family, who we believe are the best. We have seen so much suffering over the last 2 years. People who die alone in terrible conditions, people losing dream jobs, polarized families, and a society that insult and yell at each other for making a different medical choice. But people have risen, and it will be through them that the future will have an important meaning for all of you, but especially for the next generation. Rebel News has been present at every step of this great challenge, but so many other pioneers whom you could meet and hear at our great conference about freedom for our beautiful country, which is Canada. This conference, which will be held in Calgary and Toronto, will show you the faces of the influence of freedom that you have seen over the past 2 years. You don't want to miss this, so get your ticket now at rebelnewslive.com. And it will be a pleasure to see you there and meet you in large numbers. It's time to drop these masks and let the truth shine.
welcome back. We are here with Tamara Leish's lawyer, Eva Chipiuk. How are you doing, Eva?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. So are you going to go at the Rebel Live event in Toronto? Are you going to try to get there? Yeah.
I watched the ad and I was hooked.
Well, Tamara's going to be there, right?
Yeah,
So,
I guess.
yeah.
Yes, I should be there.
Oh yeah, that would be great. So, no, we just got the perspective from one of the Freedom Convoy organizers who's not a lawyer.
And he's not an organizer.
Oh, that's right.
He was a volunteer at the Ottawa protest.
Well, he did go to osmosis law school then.
That's right. But now we have an actual lawyer here. So Eva, what were your general thoughts from the proceedings today?
Yeah, well, today, one thing I just caught while you guys were already on air was the OPP's own lawyer started asking some questions in redirect or his cross-examination, I guess. It's a bit of a strange process we have here, not like you see in court, but their lawyer goes last before the commissioner lawyer goes again. And he actually asked him and confirmed on the record whether he knew anything about the Emergencies Act before it was invoked. And this is the OPP superintendent, so the top basically police officer in all of Ontario. And he confirmed that he found out that the Emergencies Act was invoked publicly. So he found out when you found out, when I found out. And this is the enforcement agency. So that was very interesting to hear. You would think that if there's a national security threat, which is the reason that you need the Emergencies Act, that the police officers that are going to be enforcing the law would know about what was going on. And then the follow-up question to that was, would it have been helpful for you to know that the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked? And of course, he said, yes, that would have been good information to have. Yeah. So very interesting information came out right at the end as well. We were alluded to that, but then it was very firmly confirmed at the end.
Yeah, well, I think that Brendan Miller touched a little bit on the terrorism side of things with Thomas Curry, because we know that he has a background, I believe, in counterterrorism. I don't know if you can tell us a little bit more about Thomas' background from the OPP.
Morris's background?
No, Thomas Carrick.
Oh, today. Oh, so
Yeah.
I think it was public order administration or something like that. So how to deal with large crowds. And what I really enjoyed about Brendan Miller's cross-examination today, and I encourage everyone to review it, is he kind of went a little bit of a protest law 101. So he started with what is, really good. What is a lawful protest? And we talked about that. Then he asked what's an unlawful assembly. And then the third one was a riot. So what was very interesting in his cross-examination is he clarified all of it, basically set the stage for it, and then talked about what actually happened in Ottawa. Number one is that the truckers came in at the direction of police officers into Ottawa, and then they were assembled there at the direction of Ottawa police and OPP. And then that the barricades were put in by the police. And he couldn't confirm that at the time. He said maybe it was the truckers themselves and blocking, but we'll get that evidence out next week when the protesters have an opportunity to finally give evidence. And the last thing he had confirmed on the record was that not one individual in Ottawa was charged with unlawful assembly.
That's right.
So very interesting. Yeah. So here we are talking about this large protest and we're hearing illegal occupation over and over. And if that really was the case, wouldn't at least, 1, 10, 100 people be charged with the crime of unlawful assembly? And today we found out nobody was.
Well, while we're here, let's take a look at some of Brendan's cross-examination with Thomas.
Right. Well, he testified that essentially, in summary, that there was no intelligence of a credible threat under Section 2 of the CSIS Act. Would you agree with that?
There was no intelligence of.
There was no credible.
There was no credible intelligence of a threat.
Yes.
That I would agree with that.
Right.
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that based on all OPP intelligence and the intelligence provided by the RCMP and federal intelligence agencies to the OPP, to your knowledge, there was no credible threat to the security of Canada as defined in Section 2 of the CSIS Act.
That would be my understanding, yes, as determined by Superintendent Pat Morris in consultation with CSIS and the RCMP.
Thank you.
So there we have it. I mean, every day is just more damning for the federal government, I feel.
Yeah, well, if you could see the federal government lawyers after that or during that cross-examination, they looked very uncomfortable. I could tell you that.
Oh yeah. Well, you were in the room, Drea. What did you make of the clip that we just saw?
Yeah, it's so nice to have Eva like really point out the stuff that really drives it all home. But Miller time was great today, and I think you hit it all on the nail. The other thing that he said there when he brought up the barriers, which, like you said, we'll know more about soon next week. He said, if the police in fact brought the barriers, and that's part of the reason they were stuck there, or other vehicles, is it really even their fault at all that they can't move at that point? Is that an unlawful assembly, or is that just being stuck, right?
Yeah.
So, there was a lot of nuggets in Miller time.
I'll jump in a little bit into the evidence next week, because you got I kept hearing them saying, well, it was truckers that were blocking other truckers. And to think about that just for a moment, is these are truckers that came from across the country in an effort to protest lawfully. And some of them went back to work or had to go back. And there was coordination among them from what I saw, helping each other out. There was absolutely no reason for any one trucker to be blocking another trucker. It just doesn't even make logical sense. So again, that's going to come out next week a bit more, but I thought I'd just throw that out there.
Yeah. And, next week, today was the first day that we saw Chris Barber in the building. Is there a reason why Chris Barber is coming?
Chris who?
Chris Barber.
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Chris Barber came because, he's going to be giving evidence next week. So he came out already, get acclimatized, check out the room. And here he is had an opportunity to observe the proceedings today.
Yeah. So who's going to speak? Well, we see it right here, you guys, when you were entering. You had Tamara, Chris, and both counsel on each side. Make sure that you hear that correctly, Karimji. Both counsel. The lawyers were there. So, next week we have, I believe, Tom testifying. Keith is going to be testifying. Tamara is going to be testifying. Chris, Danny as well. What do you expect to see come out of all of that?
The truth. We have absolutely nothing to hide. Our clients were coordinating and communicating with the police ad nauseum. We all took calls from the police at all hours of the day. And that was one other thing that I'll just refer to yesterday, is there was a question that was posed to the OPS officers, so the Ottawa Police Services. Do you know who Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, Tom Marazzo, and Nanny Bulford are? And he said, yes. He said, do you know whether or not they were uncooperative with the Ottawa Police Services at any time? And the response was, not that I'm aware of. So all of these, suggestions and media reports about, I can't even name all of the terrible things that have been said. And here we have clients that we came to Ottawa to represent in order to peacefully protest. We didn't even have any concerns about what activities they were doing, because we were just managing and mitigating, but not concerned about whether it was lawful or unlawful, their activities.
Yeah, no, I don't
it's
think
almost as if there's two. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Drea.
I was just saying, it's almost as if there's two parallel universes with this. I mean, you have the legacy media throwing out reports there that cast doubt on whether or not truckers actually came to the convoy. Oh, it couldn't have been truckers because they would have all been working. I'm sorry, some of them are not able to work. That's why they're there. But I mean, I'm interested, Eva, in your opinion on how it's possible for two very different narratives to come out of the same event.
Well, it's really concerning. That's one thing I want to put out there. And you said two different universes or realities. And it's like two different movies completely is how I've put it before. And going back to what OPP intelligence officer Morris spoke about, is he said the disinformation that the media was putting out really affected their ability to conduct their policing activities and caused a lot of problems for them internally, sifting through what was real and not real. And that is something that this commission is interested in learning more about and is one of the mandates. So I look forward to what the commission will find there and maybe what policy recommendations, and maybe the commission will talk about journalistic standards, because it is really something that we need to be talking about.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why people are pushing now for CBC to come testify in front of the committee as well.
Yeah, I 100% support that. I think it's important.
On the page of the commission, if you guys agree, there is a little invitation for you to add any comment or suggestions. You can go right on the page and scroll down and do that. I think that's a great idea. Let's get some Rebel reporters up there and some CBC reporters up there on the stand. That would be awesome.
Yeah, we'll see the difference between the journalistic standard. All right, I have another question.
And I will actually just ending on that topic, maybe is, I wonder how many of those legacy media journalists were actually on the ground versus some of the alternative media, because then what is it you're reporting? Somebody said something, or the actual fact, again, reality versus fiction.
No, you're absolutely right on that point, 100%. Another question that I have for you. I saw yesterday the judge, the commissioner, issued a ruling and a request for an in-camera ex parte happening for the hearing. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so I only learned about that on Twitter myself, and I read the decision very quickly. What it is that the government of Canada has said that there's some very sensitive information that it needs to have in camera. So in camera means, although it is a bit of a funny name because there are no cameras.
That's right. You only have the commission cameras there.
So it's going to be outside of the public purview, and only certain representatives with security thresholds can attend. So some of the council only. And from my reading of it, it's actually only going to be Commission Council and Government of Canada Council. But they've really limited it. So what they said, and if you scroll to the end of it, is where you really get the gist of the decision, is that they're making a preliminary assessment. So I think it's just above this, input from the parties. If you go up a little bit, so the third last paragraph maybe, and it says that we're going to review the information that comes forward, and then we're going to make a determination about whether or not this has to remain confidential, or whether we're going to summarize this information, or whether we're going to make it public. So it's a very preliminary decision that the commission has made. I don't think we need to hold our breath on it or worry about it too much, at least not my take on it at this time.
So if I just read from the decision of Judge Rouleau, when I have heard the evidence, I will decide whether the evidence must remain confidential. I may decide that some or all of the evidence can be made public, for example, in a summary that describes the evidence without disclosing information that must remain confidential. Is there any resemblance between this and a publication ban during an actual court proceeding?
I don't know if I totally understood your question, but definitely this one.
Could we say that it is a publication ban, or are there any differences between this and a publication ban?
Probably yes. I think you could get publication bans for certain specified reasons, but this one is 100% simply because of national security threat. That's the claim that the government of Canada is making. I suspect in a court case, you could ask for a publication ban on national security things, but I'm not certain. It's usually because of a safety issue for a person, something like that.
And how much do you think is going to impact the hearing? Do you think it won't impact it at all, or do you think it's going to impact it enormously?
I definitely think it's too early to make that assessment. I think let's see what happens. Parties have an opportunity to give input. But again, like I said, this is a preliminary meeting. And I think right now the commission wants to itself assess what this information is. And so far, what I've seen Commissioner Rouleau do with procedural things, I find very fair and not biased at all. So there was one time the OPS lawyer got a bit excited when document, or no, it was the recording between Diane Deans and Watson. So that came up. So this is a very similar way of handling a procedural issue. So I really enjoyed how Commissioner Rouleau handled that matter. He said, let's first get on the record the reason why this recording wasn't disclosed earlier to the parties, because that was the claim the Ottawa Police Services lawyer was saying. He said, we didn't get this early enough. Why wasn't this disclosed earlier? And Commissioner Rouleau didn't jump to conclusions. He said, why don't we hear the reason that this wasn't provided earlier? We heard the reasons, and it was simply a technology issue. Diane Deans thought she actually handed over her phone to her assistant and said, take everything off of it. And that just didn't happen. So on that evidence, it's very hard to say, okay, she purposely didn't give the commission the recording, and the commissioner said, based on that evidence, I think it's fair and there's nothing that controversial in it anyway, and allowed it in. I anticipate we're going to see something similar with this. He's going to review it, he'll come back to the parties, and then we can have another discussion as well.
You know, I agree that so far Commissioner Rouleau has been fair in his proceeding. And I think that's the reason why Canadians have hope in this inquiry, because we see him, even though a lot of people are saying that he's a Trudeau appointed judge, we see him being impartial. We see him letting both sides of the aisle speak. We see the proceedings being cordial as well.
And I have to correct you, he's not a Trudeau appointed judge.
Okay.
He was appointed well before Trudeau, because he's been in court for quite a while. Trudeau's been around for 5 years, I think. So it was before. He has donated to the Liberal Party in the past, and I've talked about that on my TikTok. You could look at it there. But lawyers do that all the time, and he did that
especially
well before he was a judge, and that is part of being able, what we're looking for, what protesters were fighting for, the right to free speech and donate to where you want. So we can't, critique that too much. You have to give
100%.
Yeah, so just little correction there. Not a Trudeau appointee.
No, I had read a report saying that it was a Trudeau appointee, but I never really did full on.
It could be that Trudeau appointed him for this commission.
Interesting. Okay.
It was an executive decision, so that could be maybe where the miscommunication.
Yeah, it's very possible. Yeah, Andrea.
Oh, I was just saying, what you said about that's what we were fighting for, the right to choose, the right to donate. It's so true. It's also what the sort of pro-freedom fight gets in so much trouble with, because we want to be fair. That's the whole point. But the left, I don't know if you can call it the left, but whatever, they're the opposite. It's my body, my choice until it has something to do with big pharma. So, they switch the narratives up as they please.
Yeah.
No, 100%. All right, let's go to a quick ad. When we come back, we'll continue discussing the commission, and we'll read some of your chats as well.
Hey folks, from October 13th to November 25th, we are here in Ottawa for the Emergencies Act inquiry organized by the Public Order Emergency Commission. But why the Emergencies Act inquiry? Well, because during the Freedom Convoy back in February, Justin Trudeau used a never invoked before Emergencies Act to basically seize protesters' bank accounts, seize protesters' money, seize their assets, trample their civil liberties. So we're here this month for the next month and a half to figure out if the way the government acted was lawful and was appropriate. So we are here to hold the government accountable, but we need your help. We are here to cover it for you because everyone else here is mainstream media. So if you want to help us cover it, if you want to help us bring you the other side of the story, factual, actual news, go to truckercommission.com and consider making a donation.
All right, we're back here. Yeah, so I saw bits of the clip that I wanted us to analyze afterwards. So let's throw this clip where the commissioner discussed the word occupation when it comes to describing the convoy.
Safely remove them unless we have hundreds of officers to maintain. I think that says risks, and it's not clear. The bottom there, now transitioned into an occupation. So first of all, did you agree with Chief Slowly's assessment that it was an occupation at that point.
I had no reason not to agree with Chief Slowly. It certainly had turned into a situation that I felt Ottawa police had not anticipated, and I do not think describing it as an occupation would be inaccurate at all.
Can't safely remove them unless we have hundreds of.
Andrea, I saw you making some facial expressions. What did you have to say to that?
Oh man, I was actually yawning because I've been live tweeting since 6 in the morning or whatever. No, yeah, you busted me yawning. That's embarrassing.
That's fine. Well, we have a lawyer here, so Eva, occupation.
Yeah, well, I've had a hard time with that word, and that's why I really enjoyed Brendan Miller's cross-examination today. And those were slowly his words. So I think we're going to hear more about that tomorrow. It's definitely a word that's been thrown around a lot. And I don't know what the legal definition is that they're relying on here. And like we talked about earlier, if it was an unlawful assembly, then why weren't people charged with that?
Right.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Yeah.
And before he was asked about that, he himself was referring to it as the Freedom Convoy. He wasn't saying the occupation. So
that's true. Yeah, before that question,
Well, I think somebody should review the transcript to see how many different words have been used to describe it. Today it was the event, it's the protest. There's so many different words. So
that's very interesting. I'll take a look at that afterwards because I'm actually curious. Yeah, might have an article coming soon. The different terms that were used to describe the Freedom Convoy by people that testified today. All right. Do we have any chats from our viewers? You can read it, Joya, if you wish to.
You know what? My screen, I don't know how to make it go wide. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Let's
look. I'm just dropping the ball towards the end here.
Atom.
I can't read it.
I guess that's Adam Ottawa, but I'm not entirely sure. Paul Chem sure looked like a chump today. I think he's in over his head. I'll refrain myself from commenting.
I won't comment on that.
Paul Champ, yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. All right, is that the only chat that we have for tonight?
Thanks, Adam Ottawa. He's a regular supporter in live chats.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if you want to see one of the interactions that I had with Paul Chem, you can always look at one of my first scrum that I did here with Exec Zili. And I believe the first day I were here in Ottawa, Paul Chem and I interacted for a brief moment. So I'll let you take a look at that if you want to know more about my thoughts on Paul Chem. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here, Eva, today. I know it was a little bit later than expected, but we had some technical issues from the beginning. Thank you for your work at the Commission. Thank you for joining us as well, Drea, and thank you for live tweeting today.
Thanks for having me. See you next time.
It's great to have you on, Tom. How are you doing?
I'm good. I feel like I've just written my final exams for the school year.
So Tom Roscoe was one of the witnesses to testify earlier during the commission. And I think it's been probably 5 live streams since we didn't have you on. So can you explain who you are? Can you tell our viewers a little bit about your background, who you are, what you're doing here in Ottawa?
Well, I only have 40 minutes. So yeah, so I've been here. I did participate in the convoy in January and February. And I was summoned or subpoenaed to come here and testify at the Public Order Emergency Commission, which is where I've been for the last couple of weeks since it started. We're on, I think, day 15 of the all the testimony. And I'm just here with the lawyers and some of the other witnesses, Tamara Leach, and Chris Barber. And we're just assisting the legal team with a lot of the fine detail. For when other people testify, we can fill in a lot of the blanks that maybe our lawyers don't have. So, and then my part-time gig is I come on here most nights.
And usually I'm the one that's better dressed between both of us, but say you're the one who's
I would have been upset if you didn't mention at least the tie with a proper shirt.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have the puppy though, but you have a tie, you have a suit. I've been telling you for a few weeks now, wear a tie, wear a tie.
I know.
First time you wear it, and I'm not even wearing it myself.
I know.
So, the clip that we saw earlier, the first clip that we looked at right before you came on, was a clip from the scrum that you did after the commission, right after the commission, after your testimony with the media, well, not every media as we see. We're going to get to that a little bit later, but there's so much to unpack from both your testimony, Keith's testimony, what we saw today. Let's throw one of the clips from Tom's testimony from today. I guess I'll take just a second.
Sure.
We can take a look at the first one.
Noticed things that I never before believed that I would see in Canada related to the way the police and bylaw and the government were going after Canadians. And for the first time in my life, I was, actually afraid of police. And I have several friends that are police officers. And I had a phone call with Randy Hillier one day, and Randy didn't know who I was. This was, I sent an email to him and Roman Baber and other people, and months later, his office had returned the call. And Randy doesn't even recall the conversation. And they said, I spent 25 years of my life in the military, and for the first time, I'm actually afraid in my own country. And he said, never be afraid. Like, you can't be afraid of the police or the government. They're here to serve us. And I think for me, that kind of flipped a switch where I was like, I went from thinking I'm afraid to get arrested or beaten by the police or getting an $880 fine to, you know what, now I want the fine. I'm done. I'm not going to hide from these people anymore. And so that started to mentally transition the way I thought. And then we came to a point where I thought, well, at some point, the lawyers are going to step in and intervene and start protecting the public. And they didn't, except for a few. Then when the vaccine came out, I thought, well, the medical community is going to stand up and put a stop to this because of informed consent. And they didn't, except for a few. And it was the truckers that gave me an opportunity to actually get into, fighting for my kids' rights.
Well, first of all, I think that you did extremely well during the testimony. It was really great to watch both you and Keith. I think both of you did a great job. I think the clip that we just saw right here, a lot of Canadians are feeling the same way. I believe at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of Canadians were willing to comply with the rules, were willing to go along with the authoritarian mandates that were placed to them. And I think through the pandemic, when they saw the government actually overreaching a lot, and we even saw Keith talk about it, that's the reason why he became involved with GCCF, became involved with the Freedom Convoy. I think that's how a lot of Canadians are feeling. What did you think of that?
Yeah, I learned a lot about how Canadians felt when I was campaigning with the Ontario Party. Every day we would go out to an event and we would talk to ordinary Canadians, and the level of fear and anxiety that people felt in this country, like you saw in the video, are things that I never, ever thought that I would experience in Canada. And unfortunately we did. And in the horror stories that I heard over and over and over while campaigning were very reflective of the things that I was seeing. In fact, I was watching Rebel Media long before I was involved in the convoy. My actual source of good unedited information was coming from Rebel and a few other alternative media sources. I knew I couldn't trust the mainstream media, but what I was seeing was how I was feeling.
And, it just, it's really heartbreaking to acknowledge that is the reality in this country. And that is all thanks to both the legacy media and the government of Canada and every political party, every level of government in this country.
As someone who served in the army, is that something that you were expecting to see from your government? I don't think.
No, absolutely not. If you actually, a lot of people bring up the oath all the time. You're forgetting your oath. If you actually look at the oath there are a couple of different ones that police give, but for the military, you don't swear an oath to the people of Canada or the Constitution. You actually swear an oath at the time to the Queen of England, her heirs and successors. And so, you have to be clear on why you're joining the military, obviously. I know what was in my heart when I joined the military, and it had nothing to do with upholding a tyrannical regime. And as far as I was concerned, I still am concerned. That's what we have right now in this country.
Yeah, is that one of the reasons why you decided to join James Stop and the group Veterans for Freedom and work alongside all of these people?
Yeah, I think that when the veterans or the police take a stand of this magnitude or this importance, I think it is I think the public should take special notice of that. It is the role of a soldier to fight if called, and there's something called informed consent, where not informed consent, unlimited liability that is exclusive to being a military, a soldier. And when you live by unlimited liability, that means that you could be ordered to your certain death in combat. So when the people that are willing to lay down their lives, literally, are stepping out of the norms and speaking up, I think the public should take notice of that. But unfortunately, because of the mainstream media, what we often get called is traitors and insurrectionists. And I think it's unfair. I think it doesn't show a lot of evolved thinking on the part of the Canadian public overall. But when the police and the military both stand up and say, hey, there's a problem here, I think the public should take note of that and stop listening to the anchor man.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, we've heard a lot of people call James Stop a traitor, call yourself a traitor.
I got called a traitor on the way walking here.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Was it by the same lady who's
the
been
same
here
lady out front of the commission?
Traitor. I always find it so incomprehensible how someone who can stand up to the rights of Canadians, which is literally his job, in a certain way, which is what he has to do as a true Canadian, as an army man.
Well, the irony is
be called the traitor.
Yeah, the irony is that every soldier knows that they could end up sacrificing their life on behalf of people that hate them.
Yeah.
I could have been killed in combat so that she had the right to go out there, that lady there with the
and call you a terrorist.
And call me a terrorist and scream vile things at me. And that's something that as a soldier, you accept the fact that people will have the right to say certain disgusting things right to your face, no matter what.
Well, that's freedom of speech. That's the foundation of Western civilization.
Yeah.
Another interesting thing that you also touched on during your testimony, and we can see this on the clip 10, was your personal experience in regards to government freezing bank accounts of Canadians. Can we show that clip? It's the 10th clip in the list.
And were you given any information, either from the bank or from the police, as to how your bank accounts could be reopened?
I was never notified that my bank accounts had been frozen, and I was never notified that they would be, and I was never notified that they were reinstated at no time.
So did you just find out that they were frozen because you could no longer use your cards? Could no longer
access any of our financial assets at all.
And I think in addition to this clip, there's also part of your testimony when you talk about your family having their bank account frozen in deeper length. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean,
I think the lesson here for everybody is, what's the phrase? Cash is king.
Credit cards.
Yeah, that we now live in a society where if you step out of line with what the federal government believes, they will just shut you off.
Yeah.
You know, and Derek Sloan and I, and you know, when we were campaigning, actually, and I'm bringing this up because I know Derek is on after and he can speak to this as well, but we were adamantly against
that's right,
the digital
society.
ID and a cashless society for exactly these reasons. Because when my bank accounts were frozen, my credit card that was on file with my son's drugstore, we could not get his heart medication. Right. And what did my son do that now put his life in jeopardy? He didn't do anything. And the government of Canada, without any consideration to the second and third order effects of people's lives. You know, we heard other testimony, I think, from Bridget, that she struggled. She couldn't get her husband's diabetes medication, if I'm remembering that correctly. So, you know, they didn't give any consideration to the second, third order effects of what they were doing. They just did it because they could.
Yeah.
And then you see Chrystia Freeland just giggling away like Philip the goat from Diagolon, you know, when she's talking about how she's freezing financial assets. She thought it was funny.
Freedom in 2022 is certainly about being able to make free choices for ourselves and for our family, who we believe are the best. We have seen so much suffering over the last 2 years. People who die alone in terrible conditions, people losing dream jobs, polarized families, and a society that insult and yell at each other for making a different medical choice. But people have risen, and it will be through them that the future will have an important meaning for all of you, but especially for the next generation. Rebel News has been present at every step of this great challenge, but so many other pioneers whom you could meet and hear at our great conference about freedom for our beautiful country, which is Canada. This conference, which will be held in Calgary and Toronto, will show you the faces of the influence of freedom that you have seen over the past 2 years. You don't want to miss this, so get your ticket now at rebelnewslive.com, and it will be a pleasure to see you there and meet you in large numbers. It's time to drop these masks and let the truth shine.
All right, mainstream media. That was one of the main parts of your testimony as well. We heard you talk a lot about them. Before we start, why don't we throw to one of your clips, clip number 8, where we can see you in the inquiry talk about your views in regards to mainstream media.
Sure.
Take a look.
Did you take any steps to clarify what you meant with the media outlets who were reporting that the protesters wanted to form a coalition government?
No, I was not in charge of direct contact. I had no direct contact with the media, and as far as I was concerned, my belief was if they actually started to do their job and report fairly, we would reward them with contact, or I would, or whatever, not necessarily me, but if they continued down the path of constantly vilifying and lying about us, I didn't see the point really of talking to them at all. We were effective, highly effective at getting out everything we wanted to get out to the public through alternative and social media.
So you didn't make any efforts to go to the reporters who had reported a different interpretation and say, that's wrong, can you please fix it?
No.
And so you don't know whether or not they would have issued a correction or maybe not a correction, a follow-up story, you just don't know.
I don't know. And they never reached out to talk to me from my knowledge either.
You know, I can assure you from someone who was in the media room while you were saying it, the vibe wasn't the same as it was right before that. What's your issue with mainstream media?
They lie. And they have been doing nothing but lie since the pandemic began. And I think they probably were part of the lie before the first lockdowns started. And they just continue to perpetuate all of Justin Trudeau's lies. They do not report in a balanced, transparent manner. They don't go and get stories of even the doctors or even lawyers or nurses that had a counter opinion to the official government or Ministry of Truth's beliefs. And so I just, after all this time, I am not going to ever give them a soundbite. And I had an issue too when James Top, myself, and Paul Alexander, Dr. Alexander, met with. You were there. You covered it that day. In fact, I took the video that you posted up on YouTube, and I reposted that because you're the only one who actually didn't edit. You captured the truth of what the conversation was, the whole thing, and they chopped it up and created their own little narrative around sound bites. And so I just don't want to give them any sound bites whatsoever that they're going to chop up. And I have no doubt now that they'll take even my little passing comment when I walked by and said they're liars. They'll chop that up into something disgusting like they typically do. So as far as I'm concerned, they're just doing, they're the biggest megaphone for Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh and all these people that are perpetuating lies. We all know they get paid. I mean, it's almost self-abusive because we as taxpayers fund.
Yeah, we're paying for that.
We're paying to be lied and victimized by the mainstream media. So I refuse to participate in any of their games. So I walked right by, I saw you, and I only I spoke to you and I spoke to Andrew Lawton. Because I just refuse to reward them in any way possible, because they're, even if they tell you that they're good, they're going to find a way to make you look bad.
Oh, for sure. And it's funny that you mentioned megaphone, because that's what I was thinking of. There's a picture that I saw recently online. It's journalism in the 1970s, where you see the politician speaking, you see the people on one side, and you see the reporter with a megaphone shouting at the politician, being the voice of the people. Now, once 2022, you see the exact same thing, the politician there, the people here, but you see the journalist pointing the megaphone at the people, basically regurgitating everything the politician's saying. Is this what you see?
Well, that's exactly it. And I've told this story a few times in various events, that in 1933, when Hitler became the Chancellor of Germany, first thing he did was actually issue free radios into the homes of every German family. And he was also in control of the content that those homes were receiving. This is how governments historically get their message out to the people that they want the people. And now look at us at Bill C-11. Last I was tracking it, it passed its second reading in the Senate. We're inches away. We're inches away from the government having full dominance of the internet. And that puts all of us at risk of being an informed society if the government is going to dictate what we can and cannot consume.
No, Bill C-11 is an absolutely terrible bill. It's an online censorship bill, Soviet Union style censorship bill. It's absolutely terrible. And if it passes third reading in the Senate,
and it will.
Yeah, I have some hopes that it won't pass, but I think there's a large chance. I think it will be terrible for the future of Canadian society. Listen, we have you on for only a few minutes. And I really want to get to one specific clip. As we mentioned earlier, after your testimony, you stepped out in the room and you did a 3-minute scrum with us. I think it will be worth it to show the full scrum that we did together. So let's take a look at that, and then we can talk a little bit, and then I'll let you go.
Sure.
Fully represented your position during the convoy, roughly represented Freedom Convoy. Can you elaborate on what exactly you meant by that?
Yeah, and I talked about it in the testimony today, where they vilified people, or vilified the comments that I made for basically saying that I wanted to form a government or be part of a government. That was not the intent of those comments. They never retracted it after we did the updated statement saying we wanted nothing to do with the internal workings of the government, but The media never corrected that. They just continued on the vicious attacks and the narrative that they wanted all along. That served their
Can you also explain? So you weren't an organizer at the beginning, but you were also only a spokesperson, as you said, for 2 days. So why were you testifying on the stand today in the inquiry?
I was summoned to be here, like all the other witnesses.
And last question from me, do you think there's ever a way that our country can recover from the damage that was done from the politicians and the police in the past 2 years?
The people of Canada have no voice, they have no power because of the legacy media constantly lies and misrepresents everything that has been going on for 2 years. And I think the media is when the media decides to be on the side of the people, then I think you'll get some change. But right now they're on the side of the government who constantly lies.
If Justin Trudeau or representatives of the federal government had met with you, what would your response have been, or those of your colleagues?
I would have clearly articulated why these mandates we believed were unjustified, immoral, illegal, and that Canadians had spoken and sent us to Ottawa to deliver that message and come up with a way to remove the mandates and then plot a way forward.
If they heard that message but didn't change policy, would that be enough for the protest to have said mission accomplished and go home, in your view?
No, the objective was to get rid of all federal mandates. And leadership starts at the top. So if Justin Trudeau had decided to do the right thing, the right moral thing, and to listen to the wishes of Canadians, then maybe the premiers would have found their moral courage as well and started listening to people in this country. Because 2 years prior to the convoy, Canadians were protesting all over this country, and not one single politician heard those concerns.
Can you talk about the relationship with the police services on the ground?
Who are you with?
I'm a reporter, a local reporter for Le Droit. Can you talk about the relationship with the police?
Did you get everything?
You know, in a certain way, I feel like that was a liberal politician moment. That's what we're being told all the time. We're Doug Ford. Who are you with? Rebel News? That's not enough. Those people aren't used to being told no.
Yeah, and there's a big part of me that felt a little, a moment of satisfaction walking away, because, they want to take the soundbite, chop it up, and make it into something ugly. Mm-hmm. And I just don't want to play that game with them. For as long as alternative media is allowed to continue and allowed to keep telling the truth, that is, that's going to be a direct threat to the government in the competition. I think that's the genesis of Bill C-11. It's not about keeping the internet safe from hate. It's about keeping absolute dominant control over what Canadian citizens get to digest and consume really from the media. The message is going to be controlled directly from the government of Canada, the Ministry of Truth. It is not going to be, you're not going to have the ability to do research. I mean, I would, if I was people, I'd be out there getting stocks in VPN companies right now. That's what I'd be doing.
For sure, I'm sure you're going to do a lot of profits in the next few months if Bill C-11 is actually enacted into law. Mm-hmm. Just one last thing, you seem to have this little competition, this little clash, a little hatred towards mainstream media right now. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's ever going to be resolved?
No, I think we need to defund the CBC and every media outlet that gets money from the government. And, the CRTC has a lot of explaining to do to the public, because really the CRTC was put into place because there was limited airwaves for the legacy media to get different portions of it. That's not the case with the internet anymore. And so CRTC has become irrelevant, but they've had to reinvent themselves as, the gatekeepers of the internet now. And it's completely unnecessary. It's unnatural. And I just don't think that we need it. And I think the market is going to punish legacy media with their behavior anyway. So that's a bit of a risk to us, because
as they get less viewership, the government's going to get more creative in making sure that we find a way to consume their garbage.
That's right. Well, that's what we're seeing with Bill C-11.
C-11, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Sam, today. I'll see you very soon in the next few days.
Next time, wear a tie.
I've been the one who's been telling you that for the past few weeks, and you're finally wearing. I'm glad to see you wear one.
Yeah.
I can promise I will wear one next time that you come on the show. You'll be less well dressed than me next time. All right, guys, stay on with us. We'll be able to have Derek Sloan come on right after this short break.
Moment difficile parce qu'on est en train de prendre des choix importants. On est en train de décider que oui, on va s'en sortir de cette pandémie par la vaccination. Puis on en connaît tous des gens qui sont en train d'hésiter un petit peu. On va continuer d'essayer de les convaincre. Mais il y a aussi des gens qui sont farouchement opposés à la vaccination.
Qui sont extrémistes.
Qui ne croient pas dans la science, qui sont souvent misogynes, souvent racistes aussi. C'est un petit groupe, mais qui prend de la place. Et là, il faut faire un choix en tant que leader, en tant que pays. Est-ce qu'on tolère ces gens-là ou est-ce qu'on dit, voyez, qui remplissent nos hôpitaux à travers le pays? À un moment donné, il faut mettre son pied à terre pour dire, excusez-moi, là, mais il n'y a pas de débat sur la science.
In any other modern democracy, for a prime minister to call 6 million Canadians racist, misogynists, and say, how do we deal with these people? And should we tolerate these people? Would result in such a level of reaction that prime minister would be forced to resign and apologize.
Hey everyone, William Diaz here with Rebel News. Keith Wilson, the lawyer for the Freedom Convoy, has been sitting in the stands the past few weeks as lawyers such as Bathsheba Vandenberg and Brendan Miller have been cross-examining the witnesses who are appearing in front of the committee for the Emergencies Act inquiry. An inquiry that is taking place because Justin Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act on peaceful, law-abiding protesters who were part of the Freedom Convoy in February 2022, who were simply protesting federal COVID-19 mandates. You can see and support our independent coverage at truckercommission.com. Now, Keith Wilson, the lawyer for Tamara Lich and Tom Morazzo, appeared in front of the committee and underwent examination and cross-examination as well. Take a look at some of the key highlights.
I had a number of truckers say to me that they originally planned, as you've already heard from Mr. Barber, to be in the convoy for a day, join it for a certain distance, and then turn around and reverse course home. And then they found themselves in Ottawa for a prolonged period. Yeah, that's part of that synergy of growth that occurred. As the equipment was going, people rushed behind the tow truck because they seemed to think that the police were about to do something bad to the truckers. I was talking to them. Tamara was individually talking to groups of people. It's okay. This is a cooperative move. We're trying to clear this intersection. The truckers want to move up to Wellington. And then people would sit on a barricade. Tamara would go talk to them. They'd apologize, get off the barricade. She'd turn around and they were on different people were on another barricade. And then the police were further in. Tamara and I were trying to talk to as many people as we could to explain that it was okay. This is a cooperative move. We're just trying to clear an intersection.
One thing that might be surprising to some, but that will certainly resonate with Canadians, as I am sure many have a similar story. Keith Wilson testified that what pushed him to begin working with the GCCF and with the Freedom Convoy.
My wife, who is a retired nurse, we've been married forever and have 4 kids. And she became very concerned about what she was seeing in terms of government policy, health policy. Felt that things were badly going awry, and she did something she's never done before, where she encouraged me to get involved and take a case. She's normally the gatekeeper because I tend to take too many cases. And Ms. Chipiuk, who I'd practiced law with in the past in other cases, approached me and asked me if I'd be willing to take a case at the Justice Center. They needed senior litigation counsel. I agreed.
We also heard Wilson speak to the fact that it is extremely unclear at what time precisely the protest became illegal. And this is true. In fact, the Riot Act was, as far as we know, never once invoked throughout the convoy. And for a protest to be deemed illegal, From what we understand, the Right Act must be invoked. And as Wilson testified, no one invoked it yet.
The intention is not to reimburse those committing unlawful acts or criminal acts. And you say the convoy has been clear, it only supports peaceful assembly. At this point in time, I take it you were aware that there were some officials that were suggesting that some of the conduct going on was unlawful?
Yeah, and I've heard that a lot. And what I've always struggled with is at what point in time did those officials believe it became an unlawful assembly and on what basis? Because it just seemed to be a terminology that started to morph and become adopted with no particular triggering event or explanation as to what that individual or official thought constituted an unlawful assembly.
Finally, following his testimony, Keith Wilson walked out of the media room and did a very lengthy media scrum. Here are some of the questions I asked. This assessment of the government overreaching the COVID-19 pandemic was what pushed you to work with the convoy. Would you say, just out of curiosity, that you were an apolitical person before that, or less concerned with civil liberties and everything?
Was I?
Yeah.
Well, I can assure you this, my wife was. She was extremely apolitical and busy with her own activities and caring for our elderly parents and doing work with her church. But her medical training was such that she observed the advice that was starting to come from the public health officials and doing her own research, and she said this doesn't add up anymore. And she became very concerned about the direction of the country, the level of overreach, the mandates, the harm that they were causing to children in schooling, playgrounds, normal activities, that she said, you got to get involved.
Yeah. We heard the Government of Canada Council talk about hate speech. What are your views on hate speech and hate speech laws by the federal government?
Well, my view is that in any other modern democracy, for a prime minister to call 6 million Canadians racist, misogynists, and say, how do we deal with these people? And should we tolerate these people? Would result in such a level of reaction that prime minister would be forced to resign and apologize. And the fact that this prime minister deliberately divided and created hate, engaged in the process of othering people, and so far has suffered no political consequences, absolutely remarkable.
Trying to bring people together is not always compatible with science, with respect for human rights, with the best way to move things forward. I mean, when Aaron O'Toole talks about, oh yes, we need to unite people, we need to bring people together, he's talking about defending the rights of people who are anti-vax, to endanger my kids and endanger us all of future lockdowns and risk all of us having a slower recovery. If you make a choice, a personal choice, to not get vaccinated, then I will have no sympathy for you when you come to me and said, oh, but I can't go out to a restaurant with my friends, or I'm not being allowed to go to the gym, or my employer is telling me I have to continue to work from home. You don't have a right to endanger others.
Well, there you have it. Here's everything you need to know about Freedom Convoy lawyer Keith Wilson's testimony. If you want to see more, feel free to tune in during our daily evening live streams. They take place every weekday from 6 p.m. Eastern Time to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you for watching. This was William Diaz here with Rebel News. If you want to help us fund our independent journalism here from Canada's national capital, here from Ottawa for the next few weeks, please go ahead and visit truckercommission.com.
Freedom in 2022 is not sitting idly by while health diktats with no skin in the game make up all the rules. If you're like me and want to play an active role in upholding civil liberties and freedoms for all Canadians, for our children, and eventually our grandchildren, then come out to our Rebel Live event and get to know us in person. We'll hearing from some of the most influential leaders in the freedom movement. We have events in Toronto on November the 19th and in Calgary on Saturday, November 26th. Tickets are on sale now at rebelnewslive.com. Come out, have lunch, get some Rebel swag, meet the Rebels, and more. You don't want to miss this event. Check it out, rebelnewslive.com.
"10 years in prison for a peaceful protest. That's the maximum sentence Alex, Marco, and George could now face after RCMP recently alleged that these three were, quote, key participants of the Coutts blockade. But if you're like the tens of thousands of Albertans who demonstrated against draconian COVID rules and vaccine mandates over the last 2 years, you can do something to stand up and show the Crown that this prosecution of those against COVID mandates needs to end. From the beginnings of the Coutts blockade, Williamson Law had tirelessly worked as a mediator between RCMP and demonstrators. Currently, they're assisting with the preparations for a statement of claim for 3 excavators that were sabotaged by RCMP near Coutts, and now, as we've previously reported on, they will be defending these 3 men charged with mischief. But the only way this is possible for Williamson Law to defend these guys is through your support at truckerdefensefund.ca, an initiative we've started at Rebel News to provide free legal defense for those allegedly involved in the Coutts blockade demonstrations. The 3 men are to appear at the Lethbridge Courthouse on November 4th, at which point it will be determined how the court will proceed. It's expected that the Crown will attempt to elect to have these charges tried by indictment, meaning that the max penalty of 10 years in prison, that may well and more likely is going to be pursued than anything else, which means that these 3 who were alleged to be key participants, they could spend 10 years behind bars for their alleged involvement in the Coutts blockade. I'm going to tell you a lot more about this campaign and all the different things that you can do to help support these guys. But right now, I'm going to share with you a recent interview we did with Chad Williamson of Williamson Law on what's going to happen with these 3 guys come November 4th.
The situation is essentially that they've been charged with mischief over 5,000 for their alleged participation in the Coutts border blockade that happened earlier this year. On October 4th, there was essentially just pleas of not guilty, appearance of counsel, and everything was put off pending some discussions between the Crown and my office. Now, Williamson Law is representing these folks. Now, everything's been put off until November 4th, which is the next court date down in Lethbridge. We expect the Crown to elect to have this tried by indictment rather than summary offense. Now, a lot of the fight the fines, which were COVID tickets, and a lot of the trucker defense files that we've gotten are all summary offenses, which means that they're heard in provincial court. They usually don't carry a very, very serious penalty to them, and they're tried in a different fashion. An indictable offense, those are reserved for what are considered to be more serious offenses that carry potential serious penalties attached to them. So we believe that the Crown will be electing to have these 3 folks' matter heard by indictment. Now, we also understand that the Crown might want to move this out of Lethbridge. We haven't formulated an opinion on that to this point, but it's expected that we want that to stay in Lethbridge. Frankly, I think if there are protests or if there is a high degree of attention that is given to this case, I think that's going to follow them anywhere they decide to move this trial, if that's the court's decision. So November 4th will be interesting. We're also likely going to elect to have this heard by a jury. At least that is the position of the defense. So we'll see where that goes as we move forward to on November 4th.
As Chad mentions, if this is in fact tried by indictment, that means this charge of mischief will be considered a serious offense with serious penalties. Again, that brings me back to the 10 years they could spend behind bars for their alleged involvement in a peaceful protest. And as Chad mentions, the prosecutor supposedly wants to move the case out of Lethbridge because of the abundance of local support that we've seen so far. And in terms of support,
truckerdefensefund.ca,
where you have to go if you want to help provide these guys with a free legal defense. This could get up to the hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to fight for these guys in court. But I know there are a lot of people out there who would wish to see the COVID prosecutions end. And maybe this is the moment where we can make that happen. But donations aren't the only way that you can help. There's a multitude of things that everyone can do. Either you can donate to their legal defense, you can help us set up a billboard for public awareness, you can sign the petition that we'll be sending to Danielle Smith to tell her that she needs to provide amnesty for these individuals, and on top of that, you can send her an email directly telling her that she needs to consider the validity of these charges. She needs to defend the very same demonstrators who fought for the things that she now advocates for, who put it all on the line to protest vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions. And now that she's coming around to do her amnesty campaign, her apology to her, well, she better make a stop at the truckers because they're the ones who put her into the position that she now has. So if you agree with that, sign the petition that we're going to drop off to her doorstep. Email her directly through truckertrial.ca where the link will be set up, and you can tell her exactly what's on your mind and exactly what she needs to do if she does actually want to provide COVID amnesty for Albertans.
We'll be covering this story extensively to bring you the latest as it happens. But I want to remind you, if you're one of the thousands of Albertans who showed up to demonstrate against these COVID restrictions, if you want to donate to help provide a legal defense for those who continue to be prosecuted politically for these charges and for the situation that happened in the Coutts blockade area, well, you got to go to truckerdefensefund.ca. For Rebel News, Sydney Fizard. Here at Rebel News, we're gearing up to help Williamson Law, and we're providing a free legal defense for these three individuals. Now, this could get expensive. This could get up to the hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I think, especially for everybody who was there, the thousands of individuals who stood at the Coutts blockade to show how tired they were of these draconian mandates, that it's damn well worth it. So if you want to help these guys out, you got to go to truckerdefensefund.ca.
Freedom in 2022 is your right to disagree with me anytime on anything, in your heart, online, or in the public square. Freedom in 2022 is also your right to live your life however you see fit without hurting me or, for that matter, being bothered by me. But freedom in 2022 is in very real danger under constant attack by Justin Trudeau through his censorship bills, his attacks on gun rights, his attacks on farmers, and his attacks on peaceful protesters. These people have even tried to denormalize our flag. At Rebel News, we're not afraid to have dangerous discussions that Justin Trudeau, the media, and big tech censors say we're not allowed to have. And we want to have them with you at our upcoming Rebel Live events, first in Toronto, November 19th, and again in Calgary, Saturday, November 26th. I'll be there with dozens of other Rebels and Rebel-adjacent free thinkers, and I hope that you'll join us. Just go to rebelnewslive.com to get your tickets today, but do not sleep on this, because these tickets are going fast. See you soon.
All right, we have on with us Keith Wilson, lawyer for Freedom Corp. How are you doing, Keith?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, good. It was a slower day yesterday. I saw, yeah, you guys came in there later during the day of the commission.
Well, we've transitioned now from having the police witnesses, the municipal witnesses, and then the Freedom Convoy folks themselves. And we're now in this almost sidebar dealing with the border protests with Coutts and Windsor. So I think we all expected it to be a little bit slower. We're always working on what we need to do 3 days ahead of time. All the parties are, because we have to disclose all the documents that we're going to be cross-examining on.
So, Mr. Freeman, could you start by telling us your current position?
Currently, I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Corporate Services Division at the Ministry of Transportation, which is also the Chief Administrative Officer.
And I understand that wasn't your position during the events of January and February earlier this year.
Yeah, that's correct. At the time, I was the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Policy and Planning Division at MTO.
And can you tell us briefly what your responsibilities are and were at the time?
Yeah, so as the Assistant Deputy Minister in Policy and Planning, I was responsible for developing long-term transportation plans, developing transportation policies. We had a unit that was responsible for intergovernmental relations, as well as other policy coordination type activities.
Okay. And what generally is the MTO's mandate?
Well, MTO's mandate is to provide safety for the transportation network, to do operating of the provincial highway system, to provide long-term transportation planning for Ontario's transportation system, and other safety and operational activities related to the transportation system.
And your role within that is the lead on policy development.
That's right.
And who do you report to?
I report to the Deputy Minister of Transportation.
And who was the Deputy Minister at the time?
It was Deputy Minister Laurie LeBlanc at the start. About halfway through the protest period in mid-February, we had a new, the Deputy Minister retired, and we had a new Deputy Minister, Doug Jones. There was a very brief period where an associate took over for a few days.
Okay. And how many other Assistant Deputy Ministers are there?
There are 6 other Assistant Deputy Ministers.
Okay. Do you regularly have direct contact with the Minister of Transportation of Transport?
Not daily, but regular, probably weekly, sometimes less or more, depending on the circumstance and what's happening.
And what kind of contact would have had you have had with her during these events?
During the events, we had occasional briefings with her to give her updates on what was happening operationally and the support that the ministry was providing, as well as discussions on what else could the ministry do from a regulatory or policy perspective.
Okay. And what role did the minister have then in responding to these events?
I don't know that the minister had a direct role in responding to the events. The government's response, the government of Ontario's response, was being coordinated through the Minister of the Solicitor General. So she would have certainly had a role in terms of the mandate that I spoke to at the beginning, that she would exercise that, but I don't think she had a specific role in regards to these protests.
Thanks. Can you tell us generally what acts and regulations MTO is responsible for enforcing?
The main act would be the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's quite a few other acts that we we also enforce or have responsibility for, but our key act is the Highway Traffic Act.
And am I correct that both police as well as MTO officers can enforce the provisions of the Highway Traffic Act?
That's correct. I don't know if our enforcement officers enforce all aspects of the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's certain elements of that they do, among other legislation as well.
So in some cases, MTO officers could enforce independently. In others, they would require enforcement by police.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to go to ONT 50447. So this is an email dated January 21st from Jessica Barton, who I understand is at the MTO. And if we go to the second paragraph, it says the convoy is expected to start in some areas of Ontario on January 25th, ending travel to Ottawa January 29th at noon. Primarily, it will be bobtail trucks, but may also include four-wheel vehicles and trailers as well. Currently, there's no estimated number of trucks. However, it is expected to be in the thousands into Ottawa. Did you receive this briefing? Yeah, if you go up, you can see the recipient list of this email.
No, I wouldn't be part of that distribution list.
Was this information that was generally available to you at this time on the 21st?
No, this would be, so this is our enforcement branch that this is being referred to, so our transportation enforcement branch. I wouldn't have any dealings with them for this issue at this time.
And so can you maybe just tell us who the ADM for that branch would be, or was at the time?
That would have been the ADM of our Transportation Safety Division, which was Shelley Unterlander.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us, do you have information on what MTO did at this time upon receiving this type of information in anticipation of the events?
My understanding is the Transportation Safety Division developed an operational plan, which would be normal course of action for them to do, which would speak to what the officers, what's the flow of information, what their anticipated role might be, kind of rules of engagements for officers. I would also imagine, although I don't have direct knowledge of it, that our operations division would also connect with police through likely the OPP to see if there was any sort of information that might be needed from highway operations. So, for example, changeable message signs, any support that might be needed for police. But I don't have specific knowledge as to what activities they took at this time.
Okay.
But those would typically be the types of actions that would happen for an event such as this.
And if we can go to ONT 405150, I just want you to confirm, I believe this is a copy of that plan that you just mentioned that was developed. Is that the plan you mentioned?
Yes, this would be it.
Okay. And again, the purpose of that plan was to kind of anticipate what type of actions MTO officers would be required to take as part of this event?
That's right.
And do you know what was anticipated at that time for possible actions they would take?
Well, from my review of the document previously, they were expecting a peaceful protest. They would not be directly engaging with the protest, but that they would, be available if police needed assistance with any sort of expertise around commercial truck inspections and those types of that type of work.
Okay. So have you had a chance to review Ontario's institutional report?
Yes.
It's been provided, yes.
Yes.
So we don't necessarily need to pull that up, but it states that on February 4th, MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I guess what support was being provided?
My understanding was there wasn't any direct support that was needed. The officers were patrolling the GTA highways to be visible, but they weren't directly engaging in the protest activities.
And would engagement have been only subject to a request by OPP?
Yes.
And that request didn't come, I take it?
That's my understanding.
And the request for that support, for that visibility in Toronto around that time, that would have been on OPP's request?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was any requests by either OPP or OPS for a similar kind of presence in Ottawa ahead of the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa?
I'm not aware of a request for that.
How many, just to provide us with some context, how many MTO officers are there in the province?
There's approximately 150.
Okay. And I take it that those, the MTO is able to deploy those to different areas as necessary?
It can be done. It's not typical. Typical, they will operate out of specific regions and locations, but if needed, they can be.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in the present case, redeployment?
That's my understanding, is that officers were redeployed to Ottawa at the request of the OPP, towards the back end of the protest.
Okay. In the institutional report, it states that on February 4th, there was a meeting between the MTO, Transport Canada, and others to discuss certain measures that might be available. If we can pull up ONT 402759. If we can just go down to the next email. Yes, so this is an email that you sent, I understand, with a summary of the calls. I understand there was a first call on a 4th and then a follow-up on the 5th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this is your summary of those calls?
The one that's showing here is my summary of the February 5th call.
Okay.
I'm not sure if further down it summarizes the 4th.
I want to touch on a couple points in
Sure.
this email. So here at the point that starts by number 1, it says, I guess I'll start just above that. They being Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
Are looking for the following, and then you ask for a response to this. You say, point 1, can we provide the impacts of any charges that could be laid to truck drivers, operators? For example, types of charges that lead to CVOR points. What are potential impacts of that? Insurance, sanctions, contracts? Are there other potential non-CVOR impacts? So what was the inquiry here from Transport Canada? What were they looking for?
Transport Canada was interested in understanding if police laid charges, or even if there was the threat of laying charges, what would be the impact to commercial, as an example, that might to Transport Canada and the City of Ottawa at the time was that the Highway Traffic Act itself and the CVOR is built around this process or these procedures that are well understood by the courts, well understood by industry, and to protect the legitimacy of it, we couldn't try and use that process to do something different. And that was the challenge that we were trying to articulate until the emergencies orders were put in place, where it was a different regime. And I'm sure we'll get into that later.
Thank you. That's helpful, and we will get to that. So if we can go, these are minutes taken from, or a summary of a call between the city, the federal government, the provincial government on February 6th. And if we can go to page 6, my understanding is you weren't present at this call, correct?
Correct.
Your deputy minister was present.
That's right.
So if we can go down, down. So right there. So here we have a few points, a summary of what was said by the deputy minister, correct?
Yes.
And here first it says on tow trucks, they will be working with the private sector to see what's available and can be provided. Are you aware of what efforts MTO made to work with the private sector to obtain tow trucks at that time?
We started investigating this right away and had great difficulty finding tow truck operators that were willing to help. We looked at, we do have some arrangements with tow truck operators, not in municipal, but on highways, in certain highways, as well as in our truck inspection stations, some of them. So we started contacting them, as well as any other providers. We spoke to some of their stakeholder representatives that represent the tow truck industry, and had very little luck. Eventually, we were able to find a few that would agree to help out. But my understanding was, and I wasn't directly involved in this, but my understanding from those that were, that it was a very difficult process to try and find tow truck operators that would be willing to help.
And are you aware of what was making that so difficult?
It was the threat of to their livelihoods, to their business, and to their drivers. They had indicated to us that there was a lot of social media that was obviously, and a lot in the news about this, and so I think they were very worried that these are also their customers, that if they participated in this, they wouldn't have any business. But I even know when some names did leak out, they were inundated with calls and threats, and I believe some backed out as a result of that as well.
And in the end, I think you've already said in your correction to your witness statement, MTO was able to find 10 tow trucks that were deployed to Ottawa?
That's right.
Okay. And how were those found?
Just through calls, through contacts that were made by in our operations division. They were calling, late into the nights to try and find someone, and eventually a small number, one or two, said yes.
And would those have been made available to the OPP?
Correct. We didn't actually contract with them directly. They were we just helped facilitate for the purposes of the OPP.
Do you know if the powers available under the Emergencies Act were used to secure those 10 tow trucks?
My understanding from the area that was working with them, they weren't used directly. They weren't forced to do it, but the indemnification that came in the federal emergency order was helpful because they were worried about damage to their vehicles. I was told they couldn't get insurance, so I don't know if this tipped the scales or not. I wasn't part of those discussions and when they made their decisions, but I understand that insurance was an issue for them and that this was helpful.
Thank you. Second point says, from an enforcement perspective, the MTO is providing assistance where requested. However, enforcement resources are limited. Can you explain in what that referred to and what way were they limited?
I think just to the point of there's about 150 officers spread around the entire province, doing their daily safety mandate. So that's a limited number compared to, I think, the numbers that were being talked about for police, and certainly small compared to the size of the police forces across the province.
Was there ever a shortage of MTO officers being requested to be deployed in this event, or was it more so just getting them to where they needed to be?
I don't think, to my knowledge, there was never a request for resources that we weren't able to meet. This was early in the dialogue that was happening, where the Ministry of Transportation was brought in. So I think she was more making a point that, it's much larger than some small municipal police forces, but it's much smaller than the OPP has, for example, that we just don't have a large pool of resources to direct to help.
The third point here, in response to the point about using licensing and sanctioning as a tool, she, being Deputy Minister LeBlanc, noted that demerit point is a long-term strategy that will not help with immediacy of the situation. It will not impact the actions of many in the short term. Can you, I think maybe you've already touched on this a little bit, but could you maybe explain this short-term, long-term dilemma?
I believe what she's referring to here is the point that I was making when I described the CVOR regime, or even licensing, for example, where points are accumulated on a driver record or a carrier record based on convictions and things that actually happen. And that takes time, so for that to happen, if there was a desire to see us jump to, for example, as some have indicated, just start to cancel CVORs, I think she was trying to make the point that that's not how we deploy that legislation. It's done through the process that I outlined before, which takes actually quite a bit of time to move through the system.
And so your evidence then is that there was no mechanism to apply that kind of penalty in the short term.
That's right.
Okay. Last point, in addition, it seems that many of the trucks are from outside the province, and it adds a layer of complexity to the enforcement of the licensing regime. Can you explain what that additional complexity is when it comes to out-of-province vehicles?
The trucking industry is regulated provincially across the country. So if you're a trucking company that's home base is in Alberta, for example, the province of Alberta regulates that trucking company. Ontario does not. So I think she was simply referring to that even notwithstanding the time that it would take to sanction an Ontario carrier, we don't actually regulate out-of-province carriers. So I think she was just trying to speak to that each jurisdiction regulates those trucking companies in their home province.
And I think my understanding from your interview summary is that while the convictions would have some interjurisdictional impact, Ontario had no way of imposing penalties on outside of the province vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to put to you, in relation to this call, there was testimony from Mr. Steve Kanalakos, the City of Ottawa's city manager. He recalled that during this call, the issue was raised of what tools were available from MTO's perspective, And he recalled that Ms. Leblanc seemed to be a little miffed that she got put on the spot and basically said, "I'll get back to you, I'll look into it," and never did. So I'm just wondering if you heard about that interaction, if you have any response to that.
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of any more detailed response on kind of the points you've outlined to me being provided to the City of Ottawa at any point outside of this call?
I'm not aware of direct conversations with the City of Ottawa. Most of our interactions were done through the interactions that I was involved in were through Transport Canada.
Okay. Thank you. So let's pull up ssm.can.50363. So my understanding from the institutional report is that Deputy Minister Leblanc attended a FTP, Federal Provincial Territorial meeting with federal counterparts to discuss transportation enforcement responses to the protests. So that would have been on the 7th. And if we go down, these are the notes from that call. You're familiar with those?
Yes, I've seen these.
And you know what the purpose of this meeting was?
Can you just, on Monday, I think, I don't recall the specific purpose of this meeting, but I do know that because there were several meetings that were happening on Monday. And at that point, there was a desire to try and understand the options that could be deployed by transportation ministries and getting situational updates based on what was happening in each jurisdiction. I suspect that's what the discussion was here, but I would need to just look at the notes again.
Okay. Well, here we can start at the top here. It says TC proposal, maximum enforcement strategy. You're familiar with that strategy that was put forward by Transport Canada?
I'm familiar. I'm not necessarily that term of maximum enforcement strategy. I am familiar with a document that they created called an enforcement strategy.
Okay. So let's go down to page 2. And it says here under Ontario, on the second point, collective enforcement rather than maximum enforcement. I understand that to be Ontario's response to to Transport Canada's proposal. Are you able to explain what was being proposed as a change to the Fed's proposal?
I've read this and I'm sorry, I don't know what's intended by that statement. And I'm wondering, can you go back up to, I'm wondering if this was, like right to the top, I'm just wondering if it shows the, oh no, it doesn't show the attendees, sorry, okay. I'm just not sure if this was the call that Deputy Minister LeBlanc was on, or whether it was Deputy Di Tommaso that might have also been on this, because I think joint PSTC might have been transportations and Solicitor General. So it might, because a statement like that around enforcement doesn't sound like something that would have come from the Ministry of Transportation.
It's helpful, so we can ask him then. From our interviews with Transport Canada, they seem to have understood that Ontario was concerned about being perceived to be directing law enforcement agencies in how they were carrying out their functions. Would you agree with that characterization?
Well, again, that would be the Solicitor General, and I would say, I think there would be a general sentiment that in the Ontario government that they do not direct police forces.
And that was part of what guided MTO's response.
Well, not quite, because MTO certainly would not direct police, but our role in this was to support police. So I would say that was more of our guiding principle, rather than that we don't direct them. We're further removed from that in these types of events where there's a protest or it's a public order issue. Police lead the response, and Ministry of Transportation is there only to assist. I would say that would be our more fundamental principle, is how we would respond in all cases here.
And so would you agree then that in addition to the various practical concerns around the actual enforcement powers that were available, MTO was also concerned about only stepping in assistance to police and upon their request? Is that fair to say?
I think so, and maybe I would add to that too. We would want to be careful not to interfere with what was a police-led response. What I mean by that is, police would be, as I'm sure, I know the Commission has heard, developing plans, developing communication strategies, all of these things. We would not want to, as in our role as just playing an assisting role, somehow inadvertently create a problem for what police were planning to do. So I would say, the principle was we are there to assist, but we are also, more importantly, not there to not somehow interfere with what they were doing as well.
Thank you. If we could go to ONT 6095. So this is an email from you with some key takeaways from a meeting earlier on February 8th with representatives from Transport Canada. So if we can go to page 2. Here we go. So maybe you just go up first to the top of that email. So this is an email from yourself to the Deputy Minister, and you're briefing her on the key points from that call, correct?
Yes.
So if we can go back down past the redactions there. So it says, and I think this may go to what we were just talking about, Solgen is the Ontario lead for anything to do with enforcement of legal regulatory authority. Communications requests should go through them to ensure consistency, and nothing is taken out of context. Is that essentially reflective of what you've just told me?
It is. And in reading this, I would probably position it a little bit differently, in that police are the lead for anything to do with enforcement. Solgen was the coordinating body from an Ontario government perspective. I think, in writing that out, I probably used I just want to kind of clarify that, because I don't think Solgen was the lead for enforcement. I think that was police. But from an Ontario government response, Solgen was coordinating that.
And so is your understanding that enforcement requests would come through OPP through to Solgen, and then if MTO was needed, those requests would be channeled through Solgen to the MTO?
Actually, no. So if there was requests from police, they would go directly to MTO, either our operations division to support with, signage and those types of things, or to our transportation enforcement branch for assistance there. Solgen would more be a coordinating body from a government response to this. So I think what we were trying to position here is that when the federal government was reaching out to Ontario ministries, so Ministry of Transportation, we really wanted to try and funnel the response through Solgen, who were at meetings and they were more involved than Ministry of Transportation was. So we didn't want to be sending up information that perhaps would be, different than what the policing strategy or the enforcement strategy might be from Solgen, who are having more direct conversations with the police.
And would I be right to say that this isn't necessarily the usual approach for MTO, that it would apply in every circumstance? It's unique to the type of activity in this case, that would be police-led?
Sorry, can you just, when you mean usual activities?
So in the normal course, MTO would be able to enforce without coordination with police.
Yes. If it's a transportation safety initiative, so our transportation enforcement officers have a mandate and they deploy that mandate regularly. It does not involve policing, for example. They don't have the powers to arrest, or they certainly, I would say if it was any protest, whether it was of this magnitude or even a small protest, police would lead the response to that.
Moving to the second point, in Ontario, license demerits and operator registration points are affected by convictions, not charges. That point is just a reiteration of the fact that this is a long-term process, correct?
That's right. I think the only thing we were just clarifying there is that the point on convictions, not charges. So for something to affect an operator's record, it has to be a conviction, not simply a charge.
Obviously, and a conviction taking some time, it has to work through the court system.
That's right.
And then the final point, MTO enforcement is ready to assist with commercial vehicle enforcement that supports its road safety mandate at the request of police. And so going to maybe your earlier point, why was this different that MTO would only act at the request of police? Is it because it was a public order issue?
Yes.
And had there been any requests from police for assistance at this point? Again,
Could you just remind me of the date of this?
February 8th.
Actually, I believe on February the 8th is when, so yes, there had been requests of police. So the weekend before, where there was the protest in Toronto, where we were asked to kind of patrol. So there was those requests. And I believe it was on February the 8th that the OPP asked that transportation enforcement officers be under their command for the purposes of the response.
Okay. And so essentially, and was that second response that was complied with, I guess, by MTO?
Yes.
Okay. We can go to ONT 50458. So this is an email from Parm Batal. Who is he?
Parm is the director of the MTO enforcement program.
Okay. If we can go down. Okay. So he says, I just got off a call with OPP Chief Superintendent Rowan Thompson. There will be a request coming through Solgen, I guess, to request a couple of things. Heavy tow and information and support. I think we've already talked about that. And then it says MTO enforcement support. MTO enforcement officers would be put under the incident command of the OPP to assist with ongoing protests across the province. That's the request you were just referring to?
Yes.
And so effectively, MTO officers would be available to the OPP, but they would only act at their request. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that request, as you already said, was approved by MTO.
Yes.
If we can go to ONT 50460. This is another email from Mr. Batal. If we can just go down a bit more, down. If we can go up. Okay. So it's this paragraph under the bold. The role that MTO officers would do can include patrolling highways as a deterrent, provide intelligence on highways, be a subject matter expert on CMVs. What are CMVs?
Commercial motor vehicles.
Thank you. For the OPP, provide CMV expertise to municipal police services and OPP. CVSA inspections. What are CVSA inspections?
It's Commercial Vehicle Safety Association, I believe. These are basically it's an organizing body, but it's basically what he's referring to there is doing mechanical inspections of commercial vehicles.
Dangerous goods support and providing other support as required. The work will be coordinated through OPP Emergency Operations Center, and MTO enforcement officers will be fully embraced within the OPP Incident Command for deployment and dispatch. So that's consistent with what you just told me, that they would be integrated within the OPP. And is the list I just went through there in that first sentence, is that consistent with your understanding of what they would be doing in support of the OPP?
Yes.
If we can just go up to the top of this email, just right up to the top. So are you aware of what was the purpose of this email?
I don't know who he's sending to. It looks I'm assuming he's sending it to all of the entire MTO enforcement officer group. So I think I think it's information sharing. So knowing that this is what's happening and to make sure officers are aware of what their responsibilities are.
So it's effectively to brief officers on what the agreement is between OPP and MTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know they ultimately updated the operational plans, et cetera, to accommodate this, but I suspect this was having just been informed and agreed to that's what they were doing. They were making sure officers were aware as quick as possible.
Okay. Let's go to ONT 50461. If we can scroll down, I think there's a portion in bold. This is, sorry, before we go down. So this is an enforcement directive. So is this a directive that would have been issued to all enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. So this is February 9th. If we can go down, there's a section in bold there. It says there, officers are not to engage in enforcement activities with individuals or vehicles participating with the Convoy for Freedom or related protest activities. What specifically was this meant to address?
This is basically making sure that officers understand that they're there in a supporting role for police based on it's probably outlined in here as well, but similar to what you would have saw in the exhibit we just had, which was speaking to their role of helping with inspections, providing expertise, that type of role versus making sure that they know they're not out there handing out tickets or doing those types of things.
And was this direction coming on request to the OPP, or was this a decision from MTO not to have officers conduct enforcement themselves?
I don't know where it came from, but it would be, it rings true as to the way that this type of, the approach and to this type of activity is, when there's a police-led initiative, police are there to do enforcement. We provide support and expertise within our mandate. But again, our officers they're not armed. They don't have firearms and things like that. So they would not provide that type of support.
Thank you. So I'd like to go to ONT 500156. This is a February 8th letter from Deputy Minister Leblanc to Deputy Minister Michael Keenan of Transport Canada. You're familiar with this letter, correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in discussions around the drafting of this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And can you maybe explain what the purpose generally of this letter was? What was it in response to?
I think it was twofold. There had been a lot of discussions that we had back and forth between the Ministry of Transportation and Transport Canada, where we had committed to following up, and we wanted to make sure that our position was formally responded to. But I also think, there was many discussions where the federal government or municipalities had made suggestions that, why don't you just cancel CVOR as an example? Like, why can't you use these types of powers? And we were trying to just make it clear that this, we've looked into this and it's not possible. So we just wanted to make sure we went on record by describing what we felt we could and couldn't do, so that there was no kind of ambiguity to it. And the other piece was just to make sure the roles and responsibilities within the Ontario government was made clear, that SolGen, the Solicitor General's, the Ministry of Solicitor General, was the coordinating ministry body, and MTO was there to assist.
Okay. If we could go to the third paragraph in this letter. It says, starting at the second sentence, the Ministry of Transportation stands ready to provide support as needed to law enforcement in areas where the ministry is well placed to help, and we have been working closely with the Ministry of the Solicitor General, including the OPP, to assist where possible. This includes providing traffic management support, such as messaging signs and barriers, to support traffic rerouting caused by the protests, and rigorously enforcing any convictions resulting from the protests. It also includes providing commercial vehicle enforcement support in ways that support the ministry's road safety mandate at the request of police. Ontario's response is being coordinated through the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and all requests should be directed through them. So was the federal government to understand then that all requests for MTO enforcement assistance were to come through police and to be communicated through the Solicitor General's office?
Requests from the federal government to the Ontario government, we were requesting that go through the Solicitor General. Okay. The Ministry of the Solicitor General, sorry, not the Solicitor General.
And so was the response here effectively communicating to the federal government that they were asking MTO to go beyond their enforcement capabilities?
No, I don't think that was the intent so much as, in this this part of the week, the first half of the week of the, started on, I guess, from the 4th to the 8th or 9th when this was sent, there was a lot of reach out between different parties trying to get their arms around what's possible, what's not possible. And I think in Ontario, we were trying to put some order to our response so that we could be coordinated and most effectively support the operations. So I don't think it was meant to be anything more than that. It was to just try and put in a chain of commands, probably not the right language, but a proper communication flow so that we could make sure that as an Ontario government, we were all working together to support as best as possible. But it wasn't to suggest that anybody was overreaching and it certainly wasn't to try and be unhelpful in any way. It was trying to help us be organized in our response.
And this last paragraph here on page 1, however, I want to clarify some potential misunderstanding on the applicability of driver's licenses and commercial vehicle operator permissions in a protest situation. I won't read the full paragraph, but essentially was the clarification here along the lines of what you've already provided on CVORs?
Yes.
Okay. Was the federal government asking MTO to apply sanctions under that regime, like without convictions?
I don't know if it was ever a direct ask, but it was certainly questions or comments that suggested we should be using all powers within our toolkit, including cancellations of CVORs. I don't think they were suggesting that, go against what is allowed by the Highway Traffic Act or going against procedures, but they also didn't understand all of the procedures. So I think it was them trying to understand, and in a very narrow review of the legislation, it could be interpreted that you could just do that. And we were trying to explain that the application of the legislation doesn't practically do that.
We'll see later that there were warning letters issued after the provincial state of emergency was declared of potential CVOR consequences under that law. Could that have been done prior to the invocation of the provincial emergency, to send warning letters about known potential violations?
I think technically anything is, you could send a warning letter to do something like that. We were never asked by police to do it, and it was a police-led response, so I would clarify that first. But I would also say I think we would be of the opinion that sending warning letters for something that we know we wouldn't deploy wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Okay. And was that type of measure ever contemplated or discussed as far as you know?
Certainly there was lots of discussions about what we could and couldn't do, including notifying commercial vehicle operators that their trucks were there. Like we looked at all sorts of different things that could be considered. Okay. I don't know whether this was specifically discussed.
Okay. If we could go to pb.can.50810, and we'll go to page 4 once you open that up. So our understanding is that OPS had identified potential violations of the Transportation and Dangerous Goods Act. Go to page 4 and down to that background section, please. And And you'll see here in this third paragraph, the Ottawa Police are seeking the assistance of TDG, which I understand to be Transportation of Dangerous Goods inspectors, to participate in joint police and MTO operations to provide subject matter expertise to confirm violations under the Act and regulations. Are you aware of these joint operations?
No.
No. And so does MTO play a role in enforcing this Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act?
We do. Yeah, the transportation enforcement officers are trained in transportation of dangerous goods legislation.
And are you aware of whether MTO officers engaged in any enforcement of that act during these events?
I'm not aware. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just not specifically aware of whether or not the officers, that was part of their mandate that was given if asked by police to do that. I do not know if they actually did it.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to ONT 50111. So this is a February 9th, I think it's an email. If we could go down. Right, so my understanding is in this email chain, there was a question of whether OPP would be collecting CVOR information in Windsor. And MTO was advised that most vehicles in Windsor were not commercial vehicles. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And that was different than in Ottawa, I take it?
I actually don't know how many vehicles there were in Ottawa and whether most or not. There's certainly a large number of commercial motor vehicles in Ottawa that we know, but as terms of whether it was most, I actually don't know.
Do you know whether MTO received CVOR information on vehicles in Ottawa?
We did, but only at the time when we were asked to exercise suspensions as part of the emergency orders.
Okay, at the tail end
Yes.
of the protests. And is that something that was done on request of police?
Yes.
That MTO was provided with that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to ssm.can.50374, and we'll go to page 3. So these are internal emails at Transport Canada on February 10th. I just want to get your comments on their content. Up to where it starts, sorry, page 3, and the paragraph that starts with third. Okay, so it's authority to manage international crossings. And then it says, but this purposefully confuses authorities between governments. Was the MTO of the view that the federal government had the authority, or that Transport Canada, maybe more specifically, could act on its own to enforce with respect to the Windsor blockade because of authority on international crossings?
Not in the discussions that I was part of. That there may have been discussions around where the authority lies specifically with bridges, but at an operational level, we were supporting the Windsor Police and the Ontario Provincial Police. So, it wasn't part of the discussions I was having as to who had the authority.
Okay. And if we go to this paragraph, the Bridges and Tunnels Act has some authorities, but they do not directly bring any authorities to bear on the blockade. And then it talks about how the protest here is not on the bridge itself, but is on the road in front of the bridge. Would you agree that as the blockade was not on the bridge itself, the Transport Canada did not have enforcement authority?
I'm not an expert in that, but that would be my sense, is that, and that seemed to be the way it was playing out, is that Windsor Police were leading the response to this with the help of the OPP and perhaps RCMP. I'm not sure whether they were involved or not, because we weren't directly involved in the police operations. But that, I mean, that's consistent with my understanding from a layman's point of view of what seemed to be happening.
So I take it from what you're saying then that you're not aware of the provincial government purposefully confusing authorities between governments?
No.
Okay. It continues, if we go down, paragraph starting, we can further suggest. Quietly to Ontario truly wants us to invoke federal authority to manage this crisis. They need to declare an emergency they cannot manage, so we can thereby invoke the Federal Emergencies Act to manage the blockades, i.e. turn their request to use federal authority into a poison pill based on the fundamental reality of legal authorities. So it seemed that federal officials are suggesting that Ontario is trying to force the federal government to use its own authorities. Are you aware of any authority other than the Emergencies Act that would have been available to Transport Canada to respond to the blockade in Windsor?
I'm not, and like this type of kind of discussion that was happening, I wasn't part of.
February 11th, in the institutional report, it states that the City of Ottawa requested MTO inspectors to perform inspection and enforcement duties in and around Ottawa, and that MTO approved that request and provided officers. I understand from one of the documents that the city was requesting 4 MTO officers. You recall that?
Sorry, is there a document that?
Yeah, we can go to ONT 50463. And we'll go to the 3rd page. If we can go down, sorry, right at the top there, Ottawa City requesting our 4 officers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware
recall
of
that
this.
request.
Yep.
And it says here, they would like visible enforcement, fly the flag and show of force on the roads, as their enforcement capacities have been limited, and they want to instill public confidence, essentially mini blitz. And so was the request essentially just to be a show of force in the City of Ottawa, but not necessarily one that would lead to actual enforcement?
So my understanding of this one was it wasn't directly related to the convoy protesters. It was we were asked to provide some commercial motor vehicle enforcement, a blitz that was not addressing the people participating in the protest, but rather focusing on other commercial motor vehicles that were around, because I think from reading this, and I don't know the City of Ottawa's motivation specifically, but from reading this was that they wanted to make sure that the public knew we were also doing regular truck inspections as well. And my understanding is they did do some additional truck inspections on that weekend.
Thank you. We heard from City of Ottawa General Manager of Emergency Services, Kim Ayotte, in his witness statement that the city had inquired with MTO about towing capacity and that he understood that MTO was unable to assist. I take it from the evidence you've provided today that ultimately MTO was able to assist, but that wasn't provided directly to the city. Is that?
That's correct. It was provided to the OPP.
The mayor of Ottawa testified that there were some discussions between the city and MTO regarding the potential of leveraging insurance to end the protests, and that the MTO was reluctant to explore this idea further. Can you maybe explain the specific issue of insurance?
I don't have much to offer on that, unfortunately. MTO doesn't regulate insurance. That's I believe it's the Ministry of Finance that does that. I don't believe we had, to our knowledge or to my knowledge certainly, that there was any powers that the Ministry of Transportation has, or even perhaps the province to do anything specific with insurance. Certainly not the ministry, and not to my knowledge.
Might penalties and demerit points under the CVR, might those have an impact on insurance?
Yes. So yeah, for sure. So if you as you collect demerit points on your license, your insurance often goes up, and the same is with a CVOR program that over time, as you have if you have a worse safety record, you may have insurance impacts from that.
What you're saying is that the MTO could not have imposed some kind of suspension on insurance or something like that of its own enforcement power.
Right.
Thank you. We'll pull up COM 50910. This is Ontario's emergency regulations that were adopted after the provincial state of emergency was declared. So you can reference it as necessary. But what was your understanding of what additional powers the emergency declaration and the regulations provided to MTO and to the Registrar of Motor Vehicles?
So largely, the first I would say is there was a direct nexus between blocking or impeding critical infrastructure, as is identified here, to the ability for the deputy registrar, or the registrar, to suspend licenses, driver's licenses, vehicle plates, and CVORs. That was the most substantive change for the registrar, for MTO to be able to implement. And of course, it also gave police other powers in terms of directing people to leave the area and other penalties.
So is your understanding then that it provided MTO and the Registrar of Motor Vehicles the power to do what was being requested prior but couldn't be done?
That's correct.
Okay. If we can go down to section 3. So here it says, no person shall impede access to or egress from or the ordinary use of any highway, walkway, or bridge where such impediment has the effect of preventing the delivery of essential goods or services, severely disrupting ordinary economic activity, or causing serious interference with the safety, health, or well-being of members of the public. Do you know whether MTO or the provincial government had formed an opinion on whether that would apply to the vehicles parked on the streets of Ottawa? Whether they would be causing, A, B, or C?
My feeling is that this was intended to capture a situation like Ottawa and was used by police in Ottawa. So I believe the answer to that would be yes.
Thank you. And do you know whether either the MTO or the registrar used any of the powers? And I believe if we go down, it's keep going down. So the power at section 5 to order the owner operator to remove a vehicle. And then I think it's at section 6 is to impose penalties. Do you know if those powers were used by MTO or the registrar?
They were. Not 5. I think police used 5. But the registrar did, through the deputy registrar, use the powers of number 6.
Okay. Do you know when those powers were used?
It was at the time that the protests were being cleared in Ottawa. I want to say February 19th and 20th and maybe 21st.
So at the tail end
Yes.
during the enforcement action?
Yes.
Thank you. I see a request on, this is in the institutional report on February 12th, by the OPP to the MTO to supply concrete barriers. Is that a type of assistance that MTO would normally provide to OPP?
It could be if there was a need to have some sort of highway barrier for an extended period of time.
And I take it MTO responded to that request positively?
We did.
I saw in an email on this topic, I can pull it up if need be, but that there was difficulty in with certain contractors in providing those barriers. Are you aware of?
Yeah, it was a similar situation as to what we were having with the tow trucks, that contractors were worried about the implications of helping. So it took they had to go through several to find one that would be able to supply. Ministry of Transportation doesn't have our own source of contract barriers, so we had to use, the concrete barriers. So we had to use contractors.
Thank you. If we could pull up ONT 6081. So this, I believe, is a February 15th email with respect to the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. And it's on this topic of Transport Canada's strategic enforcement strategy. If we can go down. So I believe this is an email where MTO provided some comments on Transport Canada's draft strategic enforcement strategy. What was your understanding of that strategy?
My understanding of the strategy was that Transport Canada wanted to give a playbook for the federal government, the provincial government, and police to be able to use consistent messaging and consistent approaches to how enforcement could be deployed in response to the protests.
And I understand MTO had some revisions, some proposed amendments to the strategy. Do you know what the nature of those amendments were? What were MTO's concerns?
So, I mean, this would be pretty normal for there's a good cooperation generally between the federal government and the province. So as they're developing documents, they'll send out drafts and we provide our input. In this case, it was generally to try and make sure that it was we tried to make like fact-based edits to their document. I don't believe it's in here, but I do know in meetings we suggested that this type of document should go through the Ministry of Solicitor General.
Okay. Do you know whether the strategic enforcement strategy was finalized and whether those comments were integrated?
I don't remember seeing a final version of this.
And do you know why that is?
I don't.
So do you know whether it was ever implemented then?
I don't.
In the institutional report on February 17th, states that at the request of the OPP, MTO secured heavy tow trucks to support police efforts in Ottawa. Those are the 10 tow trucks we've referred to.
Yep.
Did the provincial declaration of emergency assist at all with that?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Okay.
If we could pull up ONT 975. We could go down to the second email there. This is a February 17th email. I wanted to share, as FYI, a request we received from OPP to confirm access to driver photos in response to the trucker protest. As you may know, MTO currently has strict guidelines for the use of MTO photos by officers. However, police can access under extreme circumstances. Police indicated they will be using these photos to help in criminal investigations regarding identifying offenders. Are you familiar with this request?
I am. It's not an area of the ministry I've ever had any direct involvement in, but I can do my best to give you some context.
Well, I guess the question is this a type of request that I understand in extreme circumstances that would be done in other circumstances? It didn't require any emergency legislation provincially or federally?
No. Essentially, my understanding of this is it's to allow police to, they already have access to driver's license photos. This allows them to reproduce the photos if they need to. And it's commonly used for investigative purposes, or could even be used for, an Amber Alert or something like that, where they want an access to a picture or something like that. So it's those would be the type of exceptional circumstances.
Okay. If we go to, I understand an operations plan for ministry officers was adopted to assist with the enforcement action in Ottawa at the tail end of the protests. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain the purpose of that plan?
So my understanding was this just brought a little bit more specificity to their role to support the clearing of the protests. So they had some additional duties where they were going to be working at the areas where tow trucks might be removing vehicles and where they might be taking them for storage.
Okay, so their additional duties would be involved in the removal of vehicles and bringing them to storage.
No, sorry, just to clarify. So they did not actually remove vehicles, but just making sure that if the mechanical fitness was sound so that they could be towed. And then in the wherever the drop-off point was, just to assist police with that. And also if police had any questions on completing any of the forms that they needed to do related to the emergency orders or anything else.
And do you know whether that plan was developed in conjunction with law enforcement?
I don't specifically know, but I would imagine it would have been.
Thank you. And just for the record, that document is ONT 50452. We don't need to pull that up. If we could, I just want to pull up briefly ONT 50976. This is one of the enforcement letters that was issued. Sorry, one of the warning letters, if we can go down. So this is the type of enforcement letter. Were these actually issued?
Yes, there was, I believe the number's around 50 to 60 of these that were issued at the request of police.
And I think there's a reference in document ONT 453. We don't need to go there. To this being done at the request of OPP, as you said. Do you know why this was in relation to authority under the provincial declaration of emergency, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why as I understand, these were issued on the 17th of February. Do you know why there was it took 5 or 6 days before these kind of letters were issued?
I don't have any insight into the police planning around that.
Lastly, I'd just like to go to ssm.can.500439. So I understand that there was a kind of a post-mortem discussion that was held between Transport Canada and the MTO. Is that right? Or maybe this is just...
I don't specifically recall one.
So it says here at the top, as mentioned the other day, we reached out to MTO for a post-mortem discussion on the blockades. This is on March 4th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember participating in a call. It's possible I did. I don't specifically remember the call, though.
Okay. Do you remember preparation for the call or
No.
hearing about it after the fact?
No.
No. Okay. So I'll just get your take on some of these takeaways from the call. It says, here are a few key takeaways. They being MTO, I understand, are now working through regular regulatory processes with respect to the trucks involved in blockades. For example, if there were tickets laid that impact CVOR, they will run the course of conviction and then would be reflected on the record. Can you explain what that
Yeah,
is?
so that's as I was talking about before. So if there's a conviction that's related to mechanical fitness or driver behavior that is related to the commercial vehicle operator registration, once a conviction happens, it then goes on the CVOR record.
And here it says that they are now working through. Has there been any change since the events in question here in MTO's approach to those types of convictions?
No.
No. And then if we just go down a little bit, the third bullet point, for out-of-province trucks, of which there were many, plates were seized and mailed back to the registrar of the home jurisdiction with an explanation letter. However, there is no mechanism to ensure that there would be an impact on the operator record. MTO is waiting to hear what the response from those provinces and territories will be. So my understanding is that that's still an issue, the ability to enforce CVOR penalties in other provinces and territories.
That's right. Yeah, that's as I described earlier.
And then lastly, if we go down in terms of lessons learned to the second bullet under that, at provincial level, what was lacking for MTO was ability to take immediate action on misconduct aside from temporary powers under the Provincial Emergencies Act. The system right now only kicks in when there are convictions, and that's consistent with what you've told me today, correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Freeman. Those are my questions.
Thanks.
Okay, well, maybe we'll take the afternoon break now for 15 minutes and come back and continue with the examination of this witness.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Freedom in 2022 is your right to disagree with me anytime on anything, in your heart, online, or in the public square. Freedom in 2022 is also your right to live your life however you see fit without hurting me or, for that matter, being bothered by me. But freedom in 2022 is in very real danger under constant attack by Justin Trudeau through his censorship bills, his attacks on gun rights, his attacks on farmers, and his attacks on peaceful protesters. These people have even tried to denormalize our flag. At Rebel News, we're not afraid to have dangerous discussions that Justin Trudeau, the media, and big tech censors say we're not allowed to have. And we want to have them with you at our upcoming Rebel Live events, first in Toronto, November 19th, and again in Calgary, Saturday, November 26th. I'll be there with dozens of other Rebels and Rebel-adjacent free thinkers, and I hope that you'll join us. Just go to rebelnewslive.com to get your tickets today, but do not sleep on this, because these tickets are going fast. See you soon.
All right, we have on with us Keith Wilson, lawyer for Freedom Corp. How are you doing, Keith?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, good. It was a slower day yesterday. I saw, yeah, you guys came in there later during the day of the commission.
Well, you know, we've transitioned now from having the police witnesses, the municipal witnesses, and then the Freedom Convoy folks themselves. And we're now in this almost sidebar dealing with the border protests with Coutts and Windsor. So I think we all expected it to be a little bit slower. We're always working on what we need to do 3 days ahead of time. All the parties are, because we have to disclose all the documents that we're going to be cross-examining on. We get our time allocations for cross. And so even if the day itself seems a little slower, it doesn't mean back at HQ things are very slow.
And so we know we have the Windsor protesters right now. We also have the Coutts protesters. What do you think we can expect to see come out from their testimonies?
Well, I think, you know, I think the events at Coutts and Windsor were resolved prior to Trudeau deciding to invoke the Emergencies Act. And that's what's absolutely critical. The only protest or event that was still occurring in Canada when Trudeau and his cabinet made the decision was the protests in Ottawa, which we were in the process of implementing a de-escalation deal with the mayor.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for the government to redeem itself by saying, oh, look at the bad things that were happening at Windsor, look at the bad things that were happening at Coutts, because they were all over.
Yeah.
What does happen, though, is because these the RCMP involved in Coutts are a party to this, they had to disclose hundreds, in some instances thousands, and we literally are well over 50,000 documents in terms of pages now. So we data mine through those, and we come across documents, as you saw today, with the CSIS briefing that briefed the cabinet on 3 different instances and basically said, not only should you not be invoking the Emergencies Act, you don't have what it takes, but it's actually a bad idea.
Yeah.
And in face of that, our prime minister, who has demonstrated very thin skin and an inability to withstand any kind of criticism, decided to proceed with invoking it to give him the excuse to bring in police with sticks and clubs and tear gas and
don't forget the right horses. Let's not forget
and the
those.
horses to trample Canadians' rights, both physically and legally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. All right, so we've spoken a little bit about Mayor Dilkin's testimony. We've also spoken about the Windsor Police Services officer's testimony. Let's take a look at clip number 1. Let's take a look at part of Mayor Dilkin's testimony where he talks about the fact that in his view, the nature of the protests were unprecedented. Take a look at that.
But it was the nature and sort of the spirit of the protest. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. You know, I've lived my whole life in the city of Windsor. It's unlike anything I've ever seen during that time. And the posture and the language was, you know, it was almost as if folks wanted some sort of brawl on the streets. You know, they were hoping police would engage in that way so they could have some sort of, you know, brawl on the streets, if I can describe it that way.
What did you make of that, Celine?
I mean, I tried not to laugh while I heard it in the media room. Like I did my best because again, it's the same, painting them as these violent people. I mean, if hot tubs and bouncy castles they emit the atmosphere of brawl-like or bar fight-ish, whatever is synonymous to feeling the tensions in a room or in a place where you would consider it to be so dangerous that you anticipate a brawl or people are. It just doesn't make sense to me. Again, I was at these places. I was at these places. It's enough said for me. No.
I mean, I don't think the mayor of Windsor, this mayor could be mayor of Ottawa if he thinks that this is a huge protest. I mean, Ottawa would get things as big as this often. Windsor wasn't the place where the convoy was at the end of the day. That was Ottawa. So
yeah.
What are your thoughts on his comments?
Well, I've got 2 thoughts. I mean, the first is one of the concerns at all times while I was here in Ottawa and the lead volunteers here in Ottawa was about the truckers keeping their cool. You know, Jordan Peterson talked about the truckers keeping their cool. Tucker Carlson talked about the truckers keeping their cool, and so many others. And that was one of the things that really impressed me about the protesters here in Ottawa, is how they were acutely aware that what the Prime Minister and some of the police wanted was exactly that.
Yeah.
If they wanted to start a brawl, they would have started a brawl.
For sure they could have.
It took a lot of energy and effort, and it was remarkable, the absence of any form of violence, the low statistics on crime compared to any other gathering of anything close to this scale or even a fraction of it.
For sure.
So that's one point. The other point, though, is, and it's a really important one, and it's this. The reason why these protests occurred, the reason why so many Canadians came out at all these different places was never before in the history of our country did they have governments impose themselves with restrictions on the most basic human rights, fundamental liberties, basic liberties. Never before did Canadians experience playgrounds and outdoor hockey rinks cordoned off with police tape.
Yeah, that's right.
And teenagers being wrestled to the ground because they had the audacity to be out getting some exercise and playing some hockey. Never before did government think it was a good idea to tell us that we couldn't be with our families at Christmas and at birthdays and at anniversaries and at Thanksgiving, or be at the side of a dying loved one, or help and care for someone after they got discharged from hospital, or travel across the country. I could keep going. We cannot lose sight of how fundamentally far this government and the provincial governments overstepped and overreacted, and the harm that they've done. And that's why we're here in this inquiry. And it's going to keep coming out. I was really pleased with all of the witnesses last week telling their stories and explaining how it had hurt them and their children and their neighbors and their communities. So there should be no surprise by any elected official, whether it's the mayor of Windsor or anyone else, as to why there was an unprecedented protest. It's because there was an unprecedented overreach in the most un-Canadian way imaginable by these governments. And the last holdout was Justin Trudeau. What a lot of people don't remember is the G7 countries did not have a restriction preventing unvaccinated from traveling within their country. They did not do these things. Canada was an anomaly. And it was clearly, and you guys know that I'm also legal counsel to former Premier Brian Feckford on the charter, the travel mandate challenge. So I had the opportunity to cross-examine all of the key government officials. None of them recommended the vaccine mandate. We saw in that case, and we're seeing it yet again, that this is political puppeteering by the Prime Minister and the people around him and his cabinet to put forward their very cynical political game.
You know, I've got three things to say about what you just said. So first of all, you know, what's ironic is that the reason why the truckers were here is because civil liberties of Canadians, according to them, were infringed. They felt like we didn't have any civil liberties. The government wasn't respecting our charters. And what did Justin Trudeau do to get rid of the protests? Ended infringe on those charter rights even more than by invoking the Emergencies Act. That's extremely ironic to me. Second thing you said, you also mentioned how it was tough to keep cool, to keep the truckers calm during the convoy, to make sure none of them get aggressive. But one person who we saw wasn't able to keep his calm was Glenn McGregor, when Tamara Lich got out of the Ottawa courthouse after her bail hearing, and the judge told her she was allowed to get off jail and visit her family once again. Let's take a look at how Glenn McGregor conducted himself back in July. Take a look at that.
Yeah, and you're filming this too, hey? Yeah.
Hey, give us some room, please. Whoa, watch your feet.
No, that's what I tweeted today, because I saw someone retweeted this tweet from back in July from me. I tweeted today, that's CTV's finest, Glenn McGregor. I think there's a reason why he's not in the inquiry. He knows that when he sees the evidence go the wrong way, he won't be able to keep his cool. I think this right here just so unprofessional. And this guy pushed, and there were a protester that was there.
It's not the first time he did it. The first time he did it was actually at the February 3rd press conference right after I'd arrived. And as we were leaving the press conference room and we went into the broader hallway, I was at the back of the group. Tamara was further up with Chris Barber and others. And myself and Danny Bulford were in the last of the group. Just as we were entering a stairwell, Mr. McGregor, who's apparently acquired the nickname Punchy McGregor, and quite aptly so, came in with both sets of elbows and elbowed myself and Mr. Bulford in the chest aggressively in an effort to get in front of us to get up the stairs to go after Tamara. So it's a different style. It kind of reminded me of the old WWF wrestling. Maybe he'd be better to go back and cover that and get in the ring and throw a chair or something. It seems to be about his caliber.
I think he'd be comfortable going in one of those events. That would be his environment. He'd be comfortable going there. I don't think that's the only time as well that he's tried to cause trouble. I think back in February, once again, he tried to get in your guys' hotel room. Go do a quick interview.
I've been pursued by Mr. McGregor into elevators and into rooms. Yes, he's highly motivated.
That's unbelievable.
No, it's just insane. I mean, rewatching that footage, I'm like, you really, it's a joke to me. I'm like, how can you have the audacity to do something like that? Like, you want to underline what it means to have like microaggressions. Like, you see somebody and you're just immediately like so mad that you just physically assault everyone around you. It's hilarious. Like, what is wrong with people? Seriously.
I wonder if Matthew Fleury, the city councillor, would think that's a microaggression. I think you might need to ask him in French. Matthew Fleury, penses-tu que ça c'est une microagression? I think now he understood my question, because otherwise I don't think he understands the questions out of the people. But there's another thing as well that she said. One last thing from what she said, and it really struck with me. When the pandemic started, I was doing speed skating. I did professional. I did sports for a long time, not professional. And we were told that we weren't allowed to practice our sport because of the pandemic. Now, I know a lot of people had meltdowns because of it. And I know a lot of people that got into depression because they weren't allowed to practice their sport.
Yeah.
And the most idiotic thing that we saw is that as a speed skating club or as a hockey club, we weren't allowed to practice, train in environment that are safe and secure, but they were allowing 50 to 100 people to go on the ice with their parents just to free skate. That's an incoherent regulation that was imposed by the government.
Well, I'm sorry, but you also can't forget about the case of Mayor Patrick Brown from Brampton, I believe, going and playing hockey with his buddies out in the rink while everyone else was absolutely in a lockdown in their house, and was prosecuted if they did anything other. So
that's right.
I get you there. Yeah, that was a fantastic bust by Menzies. Yeah,
what I think this all highlights for all of us is that we've probably underestimated and not really appreciated how important being able to pursue your passions, your hobbies, interacting with others is to a normal life.
Yeah.
And when we deprive kids of their opportunity to participate in whether it's, judo or speed skating or skateboarding, or 4-H if you're on the prairies, or Scouts and Girl Guides, it really has an impact. We're social beings, and this myopic single focus that the health authorities had of save every senior citizen at all costs, no matter how great, socially, developmentally, and economically, was an absolute policy failure. And the ripple effect, and you even saw it mentioned in the CSIS document today, is people have fundamentally lost trust in the institutions that they thought were what makes living in Canada a good thing. Everywhere from the doctors and the public health officials to the educators to the courts to the police. People never thought the police would use. A lot of people never thought the police would use this level of violence on unarmed, peaceful protesters. So,
the commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, I think first up is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Brendan Van Nieuwenhuis. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. Could we go, please, to ONT 50447? I think we saw this before. This was a note from Jessica Barton to all MTO, yes?
It's No, it's to a particularly, to the enforcement branch of MTO.
I see, okay. If we could just look down the page there, just under good afternoon, she refers to a planned convoy called the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And if we go a little further down the page, I think to the 5th or so paragraph. There we go. You see that the paragraph, the little short paragraph there with the link highlighted in it, the scheduled dates and routes are planned and can be found at this website.
Yes.
And the website there is the website called Bear Hug Canada Unity Bear Hug 2.0, right?
Yep.
You familiar with that being a website operated by Mr. James Bowder?
I'm not.
Okay. You weren't yourself paying close attention to the different factions, so to speak, of convoys coming?
No.
The distinction between the Bear Hug Canada Unity group and the King and Leach convoy, or sorry, Freedom Convoy?
No. At this point, I wasn't directly involved in this. I was only following it, what was in the media.
Okay. Could we go similarly to ONT 50973? And this, too, is a note from Jessica Barton, and this is to Transport Canada, right?
Yes.
And this is sharing information also on January the 21st about the upcoming Convoy for Freedom?
Yes. Yeah.
If you can just go slightly down the page to that first entry in the table, you see already she has information with respect to a planned protest regarding border control in both Windsor and Sarnia, yes?
Yes.
And that's planned as what I think is referred to as a slow roll based on the description offered there?
Yes.
And then moving further down the page to the next table entry, you see again reference to the Convoy for Freedom and the Bear Hug or CanadaUnity.com website, correct?
Yes.
And so, again, to the best of your knowledge, there wasn't awareness on the part of MTO at that time of there being other convoy groups such as the Freedom Convoy group associated to Mr. Barber, Ms. Leach, et cetera.
I don't know that I would take from this email that there was an awareness of other groups. I can't speak to why only this particular website is identified. So I can't say with certainty the answer to that question.
Fair enough. Could we go to ONT 405150, please? And so do you recognize this, sir, as an operations plan for MTO with respect to the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
And this is a document that went through various iterations as sort of a living document as things evolved, fair?
Yes, there's multiple versions of this. We went through some of them, I think, in the...
And this one appears to have been amended up to January the 31st?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to page 4 of the document, please. If you look at the bottom of this page, you'll see, if I've got my numbers right, yes, you'll see a list here of truck inspection stations across the province, right?
Yes.
And this is a list that tracks, it's not all of the stations, but this tracks the route of the Convoy for Freedom as I was understood by MTO at that time, right?
I can't say for sure, but that it, without seeing if the document states that, but just looking at these locations, that would seem to be correct.
Okay, and also just looking at the text above it, which said this plan's been developed.
Right, yep.
Right.
Yep, yeah, that's correct. Yep.
If you can continue on to page 5. Okay, and just stopping at the first paragraph, again, you see this is a group of commercial vehicle drivers planning a truck protest dubbed the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And then in the third bullet under background, you'll see that, again, this is associated to the CanadaUnity.com website as opposed to other groups, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to draw the conclusion that the intelligence or the information available and promulgated by MTO was really being drawn from the CanadaUnity.com website in terms of intended routes and so forth?
It's possible, but I wasn't part of the design or the creation of this document or really involved at this time, so I can't verify that for you for sure.
Okay.
But this document obviously only refers to that.
If we just look under mission statement a moment, and carry over the pages to see if it continues. I can't recall. It does not. So if we go back up to mission statement, these are the key mission items that I guess have been compiled by your staff with respect to the operations plan, right?
Yes.
And you see that what's being considered is whether to close TIS facilities if necessitated by protest activities, right?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time that more trucks and convoys were anticipated to be joining the existing Ottawa scenario by that point? Recalling this is the Monday after the first weekend?
I feel like by the Monday we had a good sense that it was getting bigger than we had initially thought.
And of course, we saw earlier, you already knew that there were affiliated or sympathetic protest activities that were contemplated or planned in the areas of the Ambassador Bridge at Windsor and at Sarnia, correct?
Yes.
And was it consideration given, so far as you're aware, to whether, in fact, it might have made sense to activate the TIS stations to require inspection of the trucks that were assembling in these locations?
My understanding from talking to the enforcement director is they did have conversations with the OPP and they were asked not to use the truck inspection facilities for this purpose.
Okay. If we go to page 7, please. In the second bullet point under enforcement, I see there it reads in the last sentence, officers will not be involved in any commercial vehicle traffic stops of vehicles that are participating in the convoy protest unless directed to do so by the site leads, right?
Yep.
And was that similarly at the request of the OPP that your officers from MTO not be involved in such stops?
I can't say that what went into this was at the request of the OPP, but I would say that, as a general application of these types of protest type activities, that MTO would not interfere.
Could we go please to ONT.IR.701? And I'll ask to go to page 7 when the document's up. This is the Ontario Institutional Report, Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
And if we go to page 7, to the entry for February the 4th, and that's the entry for 16, sorry, let me actually do the first bullet. At 9:09 a.m. entry, do you see that?
Yes.
It indicates that MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto, including blockage of GTI highways, right?
Yes.
And that lasted until Monday, February 6th, correct?
Yes.
That would be the second weekend of the convoy events?
That's correct.
And at that time, similar assistance was not provided by MTO with respect to the scene in Ottawa, correct?
Well, my understanding on that weekend is MTO officers were also providing regular patrols in Ottawa as well. I believe MTO was also assisting with closing of highways. I don't know whether it was done through enforcement officers, but I believe that weekend there may have been some highway closures. I may be wrong in my facts, but I know there was definitely times where MTO assisted with closing of highways or exits at the request of the OPP. It's possible it wasn't on that weekend.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't recall when, but you believe that that occurred at some point?
Yes.
If I look at the next entry on February the 4th at 16:45, representatives of MTO attended an urgent meeting convened by Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
And that was to discuss provincial and territorial mitigation measures directed at the Freedom Convoy protests, right?
Yep.
Could we go now, please, to ONT 402759? And just to be clear, you did not attend the February 4th meeting, correct?
Correct.
Could we go to the bottom email, which is at the intersection of pages 2 and 3? There we go. You see there's an email here from Aaron at Transport Canada, Aaron McCrory at Transport Canada to you and others, right?
Yep.
Your provincial and territorial colleagues.
Yep.
And Transport Canada here is again apologizing for the late evening email, but hoping to have a follow-up discussion tomorrow, that is to say Saturday the 5th at 11:30 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And I guess that's Central Time, so 12:30 here.
Yes.
And you attended that meeting?
I did.
If you go up page 2 to see your report onward from the meeting. There we go. Just go a little further up, we can see where it starts. Okay, so let's just see, you're reporting out to your staff, I believe. Could we just go to the email header? Reporting out to your staff, correct?
One was my staff, two were ADM, Assistant Deputy Minister colleagues.
I see, okay, to your colleagues and staff.
Yeah.
And you're reporting on what happened at the meeting from your perspective?
Yes.
If you just go a little down the page there, you're reporting on what Transport Canada is looking for with respect to 3 things. So if I may summarize, the impacts of charges that lead to commercial vehicle operator registry points, right?
Yep.
Legislation that protects critical infrastructure and services from disruption, right?
Yep.
And lastly, incentives that might be offered to tow operators or penalties to compel them to provide services, right?
Correct.
And if you go a little further down the page, you say they're hoping for any information we can provide as soon as possible, right?
Yes.
And Transport Canada has called this as an urgent meeting, right?
Yes.
And what you say to your colleagues and staff is, my suggestion is we pull what we can easily do on Monday and send end of day. Best efforts here. If something isn't available, I think we can say that, right?
Yes.
So you're saying to your colleagues and staff, essentially, don't work too hard on this. Don't kill yourself. We'll deal with it on Monday. Fair?
No, I don't. I didn't mean it to say that. I think people. It's a Saturday, and they would need to engage other people to try and find these things out. So I was suggesting that we would have something to them by end of day Monday.
Can we go to ONT 403842? This is the February 6th meeting, Mr. Freeman. The Sunday meeting to which I believe you didn't go, but you did send Lori LeBlanc, right?
She's the deputy minister, so I don't send her, just to be clear.
Excuse me, I've got the
my boss.
Roles reversed.
Yeah.
If we go to page 6, please. If we go under where Mr. Keenan is speaking, he's got 3 bullet points summarized. And he notes at the last bullet point that the Wellington encampments, that is, say, the Ottawa occupation, is the spiritual source of the protest movement, right?
Yes.
And it's inspiring, in short, other protest activities that have begun to be seen in locations as far away as Coutts, right?
Yes.
It creates the spiritual fuel that will sustain the actions of the various encampments, right?
Yep.
And if I look at Ms. LeBlanc's response, She's reporting in the third bullet that demerit points relative to the CVORs, I take it, is a long-term strategy that will not help with the situation in the short term. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that also that the trucks are from outside province, and that adds a layer of complexity to enforcing on a licensing basis, right?
Yes, that's what.
And if I look at the top bullet, she says that with respect to tow trucks, MTO will just be working with the private sector to see what's out there. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next day, February, or actually, can we go to the last page of this document? You see there, the second last speaker noted is Jody Thomas, the National Security Intelligence Advisor. Yes?
Yes.
And she says she regrets ending on this point, asking, would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa? For example, another place like Kingston, right?
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps this is a question we can ask tomorrow, but it appears Deputy Solicitor General DiTommaso says this is a protest and encampment movement against the federal mandate on trucks. They came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
Does that reflect Ontario's attitude at that point towards the Ottawa protest as a federal responsibility?
I don't know if I can speak for all of Ontario. I was just being brought into this from the federal government at this time to look at options. I don't know that we thought this to be purely a federal problem. I do think we understood the movement was against the federal mandate, but in our minds, this was a policing issue, not necessarily a federal versus provincial issue.
Can we go to ssm.can.405289? I'm showing you a text exchange from your minister with Minister Alghabra of the Federal Minister of Transport, okay? Are you familiar with these exchanges?
No.
No. Were you involved in any calls with Minister Mulroney and Minister Alghabra?
No.
Okay. We can just take a look at them a second and scroll down the page. It's clear, though, that assuming that's what they are, that this is Minister Alghabra asking for a call, right?
Yes.
And February 7th, 3:50 p.m., Minister Mulroney, fair to say, does not respond in the sense of scheduling a call, right?
Yep, it sounds like she's waiting for an update.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you look at the bottom of the text exchange, you see that Minister Alghabra reports on February 7th at 8:23 p.m. that the Ambassador Bridge is now blocked, right?
Yes.
If we go now to ssm.can.405290, the exchange continues. Minister Mulroney does not respond for about 24 hours, at least if these texts are accurate.
Correct.
And she refers to a letter from Laurie LeBlanc being what addresses the ideas that have been suggested, right?
That's what she says, yes.
Go further on down the page. And Mr. Alghabra says he'll look at it, but would be good to speak tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Go to ssm.can405291. Mr. Commissioner, I think I've just hit my 20 minutes on my clock. May I have another 4 or 5 minutes to complete this area?
Yeah, go ahead.
And at the top of the page, you see Minister Mulroney now sends a letter along, says happy to speak once you've had a chance to review, right?
Yes.
Continue down the page. And you see that by Friday, February 11th, Wednesday, February the 9th, Minister Alghabra is again asking Who do you recommend in your office we should reach out to for a call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand they did speak, and we'll come back to Ms. LeBlanc's letter in a moment. If we could go to, well, actually, let's go to the letter briefly. ONT 50156. This is the letter of February 8th from Ms. LeBlanc, right?
Yes.
If you go to the third paragraph on the page. I'm sorry, the fourth paragraph. She here is, I think, saying roughly what was said in the meeting, right? That the CVOR sanctions have a complicated administrative process that will require time to be effective, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to page 2 of the document, she says, I know we all have empathy for the people of Ottawa that are enduring this protest, while also respecting and recognizing the right to peaceful protest, and the MTO will continue to work with SolGen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So no additional contribution from MTO from a regulatory perspective is communicated here?
Not here, no, but we did, maybe this isn't your question, but just in case this is helpful, we did, immediately move from this to develop options, which ultimately became later that same week, in the emergency order.
Could we go to ssm.can.401001? And we'll go to the very end of the document, please. Just above that, you can see that this is a readout of the February 9th call between Minister Alghabra and Minister Mulrooney. Okay.
Yes.
And the indication here is that Mulrooney's message to us is that they see these as federal trade corridors. They want us to take the lead. Minister Alghabra pushed on this and said that that would need to be a formal ask. They have said they don't have the ability to do more from MTO. They agreed to work with our department to see if there's anything else that can be done. Overall, I'd say the tone was difficult and they were trying to put this on us. Were you present at that call?
No.
Okay. So if this is Minister Alghabra's recollection of the call, I suppose you wouldn't be able to contest that?
I don't know his recollection.
Great. Now, sir, you know Huron Church Road in Windsor that leads to the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes.
You're aware that's a municipal road where the Windsor Police Service, or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police, are police of jurisdiction?
Yes.
And that connects Highway 401 to the port of entry. And 401 is OPP and MTO jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
And similarly, just while we're at this, Wellington Street and the streets of downtown Ottawa under occupation by the Freedom Convoy, likewise, we're under the jurisdiction of the Ottawa Police Service, or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police, and within the authority of MTO from a transport regulation perspective. Fair?
Yes.
Now, on February 11th, Premier Ford declared a state of emergency and invoked the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act.
Yes.
And that was followed by regulations that actually implemented the measures, which did not happen until the 12th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the Saturday of the third weekend of the convoy events?
Yes.
You agree with me that critical infrastructure defined in those regulations included 400 series highways?
Yes.
It did not include municipal roads, right?
Well, it did. It did in that, and we went through this. We'd have to bring it up so I could describe, but it does include municipal roads, and those powers were deployed in the city of Ottawa. If that's where you're going.
Okay. Now, in terms of the power to order to leave or order to depart, right?
All provisions, including CVOR powers that were talked about previously.
Okay. You're aware that on February the 14th at approximately 4:30 p.m., the Prime Minister announced the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the Premier of Ontario that morning had expressed his support for the Emergencies Act being invoked during the First Minister's meeting, yes?
I don't recall that specifically, but
Are you aware that the Premier of Ontario has recently reaffirmed his support, saying that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister in making that decision?
I did see that in the media.
Okay. And if we just go back very briefly to ont.ir.701. Actually, I'm sorry, we just skipped that. Can we go back to ONT 50179? And it's just my last point, Mr. Commissioner, I apologize. If we just go to page 2, please, the top of the page. And if you want to look at the header, this is an email which refers to the 10 tow trucks you indicated were sourced for Ottawa when you corrected your witness statement at the beginning of your examination today, correct?
Yes.
And you'll see if you go down to page 3 in the bullet points, which is an email from earlier on the same day, February 16. There's a third bullet point there that says, important, all 3 towing companies have requested a letter that the province will cover costs, indemnity from other damage and claims for vehicles that are towed and so forth, right?
Yes.
And it says that's because their insurance companies have specifically told them that they will not cover those risks, right?
Correct.
And if you go then finally back to the top of the page 2, this is the evening of February the 16th. It indicates that one of the 3 towing companies has in fact dropped out, which is what gets you to the number 10 instead of 13 that you thought you had earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And then by now you know about the EA, and the first bullet says, need a letter from the OPP requesting these 2 companies to provide services and stating that the Federal Act, that's the Emergencies Act, will cover any damage and indemnity, correct?
Yep.
And if you go to the very, very top, you see that Jason Beaupre is reporting that he's told them, being the towing operators, that this letter will come tomorrow and that they are moving tonight based upon him and Steve's commitment and credibility in the absence of that letter, correct?
Yes.
And we've been through that letter with Commissioner Carrique. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Hi.
In your witness summary, and you mentioned in your testimony, you state that you're aware that MTO assisted the OPP in identifying contractor to place concrete barriers in Windsor,
Yes.
and this was at the direction of the OPP.
Yes.
I take it that you understand that this was to better manage future risk of vehicles being used for blockades and disruption of cross-border movement of people and goods?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was confusion at MTO at the time as to who would pay for these barriers?
I've subsequently read in the documents that there was questions as to how it would be funded.
Okay, so I'll show you some documents. If you could please pull up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 50182. Well, this is coming up, Mr. Freeman. This is an email dated February 15th between Jason Beaupre of MTO and Superintendent Dana Early of the OPP. And the commissioners heard this week that Superintendent Early shared joint command of the police response to the blockade with Superintendent Crowley of the Windsor Police. Okay. And you'll see, if you could scroll down just a little bit, the first bullet, you'll see that it says, upon request by the OPP, MTO has supplied temporary concrete barriers through a contractor. And if you go to the sub-bullets, and you can see here, partway down, you'll see, since these TCBs are being installed along a municipal roadway, MTO has requested the OPP to advise how compensation to the contractor can be arranged. Next bullet states, preliminary thought from the OPP is that compensation would be through federal funds available to support the emergency response to reopen the Windsor-Detroit crossing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware of that at the time?
No, I didn't have any involvement in this at the time.
Okay. And if you could just scroll up a bit, you'll see that The estimate for the work is $1.3 million.
Yes.
Okay. If you could please turn up ONT 50438. This is an internal email exchange at MTO dated February 16th, Mr. Freeman. And it's involving Doug Jones. And by February 16th, he is Deputy Minister.
Yes, likely his first week on the job.
Okay, if you could scroll to page 3, please. Further down a bit, please. There you go, thank you. So on February 16th, Doug Jones is writing to Stefano Oliviero. Who is that?
That would be an advisor in his office.
Okay. And you'll see that Doug Jones is talking about a conversation that he has with the CAO of Windsor, that's Jason Rayner. And he talks about, again, this issue of costs of the concrete jersey barriers. And a concern that has been raised by Jason Rayner about how much the city would be responsible to cover. And it's not clear to me based on the, because this is black and white, who made this statement, but someone at MTO was under the impression that the total cost for the installation, removal, and rental of the jersey barriers would be covered 100% by MTO. Do you see that?
Yeah, and I read this as him asking that question.
Okay. And so I'll take you to one more document here, WIN 402143. So this is an email exchange between CAO Rayner to individuals at Rayner, so you wouldn't have seen it at the time. Thank you. And if you could scroll all the way to the bottom, Mr. Clerk. Okay. And you'll see here that he's reporting to individuals at Windsor on February the 17th. Just a quick update that I had a good call with Deputy Minister Doug Jones, MTO, who is helping to coordinate a planning table with MTO, Solgen, OPP, WPS, and Windsor to discuss the long-term needs to protect our international crossings. I'll let you know once I hear more. And he continues, the deputy also indicated that he understood but was confirming that costs like the jersey barriers that were authorized by MTO staff at OPP's request would be paid for by the province. Do you see that? So if you can scroll up, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see an email from Mr. Rayner to the same group the next day, and it states, it would appear that the new Deputy Minister MTO is finding out just how the province works. He stepped back from both items today that we discussed earlier in the week. MTO will not be covering the cost of the barriers, although he said he would not be surprised to see an application for the province to assist with those costs and others, ? At some point. No commitment to pay, though, at this time. The argument is that we are the road authority and we approve the deployment of the barriers, so therefore are responsible for the costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
The Commission heard from the Mayor of Windsor that Windsor has requested that the province reimburse their costs, including the cost of these barriers, but has not received a response. Do you have any information as to whether or not the province will be reimbursing Windsor's costs?
I haven't seen the request and I don't have any information, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if further down, in the next paragraph, Mr. Rayner writes, in terms of the intergovernmental planning table proposal, there's no interest at this time given the ongoing situation in Ottawa. I won't take it to you, but the Commissioner heard on Monday from Mayor Dilkens, who testified that he sent a letter in March requesting that all levels of government sit down to discuss working together to protect important international border crossings. It's my understanding that there's been no response from the province to this request. Are you aware of any response to Windsor's request?
I'm not. I haven't seen the request either, and nor would I in my current position.
Okay. Do you know if the Ministry of Transportation is planning to meet with appropriate agencies at all levels of government to discuss protecting critical border crossings in Ontario, such as the Ambassador Bridge?
I'm not aware of what the ministry intends in this regard. Again, in my current position as in corporate services, it's not something that I would be aware of. I do know that the province ultimately did pass further legislation, and I can't speak to who was consulted on that.
Okay, so you don't know if the municipality of Windsor was consulted on that legislation?
I wasn't involved in it, so I can't say.
Okay. I only have a few questions left for you. Do you know if the ministry has an emergency plan pursuant to the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes, we do have.
Okay.
plans.
Which assistant deputy minister at the Ministry of Transportation is responsible for that emergency plan?
I expect it would be Eric Deutsch.
Okay, and what's his title?
He's the Assistant Deputy Minister of our Operations Division.
Okay. Do you know if the ministry's emergency plan addresses threats to critical transportation infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge?
I don't know the full scope of the plan, so I can't answer whether it does or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Good evening. My name is Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa.
Hello.
So we've explained that the CVOR is the Commercial Vehicle Operator's Registration,
Yes.
right? And you need one to operate a commercial vehicle in Ontario.
Correct.
And the CVOR program monitors and evaluates the operator's safety records.
Yes.
And the CVOR operator, the person who holds the registration, can be either a person or a corporation responsible for the operation of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right. And I take it only applies to certain categories of vehicles.
Yes, over a certain weight, I believe.
I have a note here that it's 4,500 kilograms gross weight. Does that make sense?
That sounds right, yeah.
Perfect. And certainly we've seen in the documents and in your witness summary reference to a sort of a demerit point system, right?
Yes.
And I take it the CVOR tracks the operator's collisions, right?
Yes.
Infractions, or
Yes,
convictions.
convictions, yep.
Convictions.
Yep.
And any findings on safety inspections.
That's right.
And over time, they rack up points until you get to a state where they have so many points that the ministry may issue notice of the intent to either suspend or revoke the CVOR.
Correct. The only thing, maybe the only thing I would just add to that is there's other interventions before it gets to that point.
That's the end of the process.
Yes.
Right. And you've talked about the notice requirements, the due process, and the appeal rights that are embedded within the suspension.
Yes.
Right. And I take it we can agree that certainly some of the large trucks that participated in the convoy in Ottawa had CVORs. They were of that size.
Yes.
And that at least some of them were involved or were committing or had committed as part of their convoy activities, potentially offenses under the Highway Traffic Act and possibly other statutes and bylaws, right?
I would expect so.
Right. And if convicted, some of those offenses would end up on their carrier record, right?
Yes.
And contribute to that escalation of points that we've talked about.
Yes.
And I heard you explain that that process takes time, and that's why the ministry thought it's not really a short-term solution, right?
That's part of it. It's not only that it takes time, it also allows for appeals, hearings, so I guess that's part of taking time, but it doesn't allow us to take direct, immediate action.
Right. You could issue notice of an infraction, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act today, but it would take perhaps several months, if not longer, to get a conviction, for that to be reflected on the carrier record, and you'd need several convictions before you got to the point in time where notice of a suspension would issue.
Likely, yeah.
Right. Now, I understand that, but you also mentioned, and it was in one of the documents we saw, I can turn it up if I need to, that there was significant considerations with the use of the CVOR for non-roadside enforcement purposes. And in fairness to you, I wrote down that you said earlier today that you didn't want to use that process, the CVOR process, to try and do something else, and that there was concern about affecting the legitimacy of the process. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yep, something to that effect, yeah.
Can you help me understand, or help us understand, what you mean by that? I understand the timing concern, but the other concern, this notion that you shouldn't be using the CVOR process, the normal process, for what you perhaps viewed as an illegitimate or end to which it was not suited.
I think it was just as what you've just said there is the legal analysis and the deputy registrar view, the experts in the ministry, was that if we start to use this for something that it wasn't intended for, or we had no process for which, it questions the ministry's thinking that maybe that applies to other actions that we take in the future. So, the next time there's a conviction, there's an action taken by the ministry, have we shown history of constantly using our processes and legislation consistently and, as they were intended for? I think there was a worry of that as well.
Was the concern, just so I understand, was the concern that if there was a conviction for an offense, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act, that occurred during the convoy, and that ended up on a carrier's record, and at some point in the future formed part of notice of suspension or grounds for a suspension of their CVOR, was that a concern to the ministry? No. Okay. So it was just a bypassing your normal process that was a concern to the ministry?
Yes, bypassing the normal process and using it for something that has never been used in the past or intended to be.
What is that something? That's, I think, what I'm struggling to understand.
To try and address a protest or a civil unrest situation, not to address specifically a case where we have a well-documented safety record and police records to us requesting certain activities.
Understood. Thank you. Could we pull up ONT 50111? And could we scroll to the bottom? Or, sorry, yeah, just to the top of that email. Perfect. You were taken to this email, Mr. Freeman, but not to this part of the chain. This is an email from Mr., I'm going to pronounce it Beauparai. I apologize if I'm butchering that. And if we scroll down, we can see in his signature block, a little bit further down, Mr. Clerk, thank you. He's with the MTO, correct?
Yes.
With the Highway Operations Management?
Yes.
We'll scroll up a little bit. He says, good evening, Chief Superintendent Carson Party. So Chief Superintendent Party is with the OPP. We heard from him earlier in this inquiry. And he says, my apologies for the cold call. I've been working with Chief Superintendent Thompson and Superintendent Eaton on some other files and have recently been asked to coordinate MTO's overall response at the provincial level related to various, and I'll slow down here, blockades in the province. I am reaching out to you regarding the ongoing blockade at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. And I'll pause here because Chief Superintendent Party was actually in charge in Ottawa, not in Windsor. Mr. Beauparai was confused, and that gets cleared up, up the chain. He says, we are wondering whether the OPP has been collecting CVOR information of trucks blocking the bridge crossing, and if available, can this information be shared with MTO? This will allow us to review and be better prepared to support the OPP as this situation continues to evolve. Would be great if we can discuss this further, or if you can connect us with the appropriate OPP contact. Thanks. And if we scroll up, just so you can get the context, Mr. Freeman, that's Chief Superintendent Party's response advising that he's in Ottawa, leading the support plan for the OPS and advising him who's in charge in Windsor and giving some additional information. The reason I bring this to your attention is I had understood that, in fact, the position of the MTO was not to reach out and offer to assist with CVOR, but only to act in response to specific police requests for assistance. And can you help me reconcile that with this email?
I think we were trying to get a handle as to, there was a couple things. The first I recall, there was anecdotal communication we had heard that actually at the bridge, it was mostly non-commercial vehicles. And I think we wanted to know if that was actually the case. We just wanted to understand more. And there was even, we were having all sorts of discussions as to how we can help. I think it's important to know we were certainly there to support the OPP, but at this time, we had been having discussions with the federal government and others about what else can the province do. At this time, we were looking at what sort of, because we believe the CVOR did not work, what could we do? And that's how the emergency order came about, or I shouldn't say that's how the emergency order came about. That's part of what went into the emergency order within a matter of 2 days was new powers that could do what was being asked. So we were looking at all sorts of different angles. We were there to assist the OPP. We weren't doing any direct enforcement, but we were trying to gather information just like many other people were as well. So we were looking at all sorts of ideas, and I think this also connected. There was just a question like, could we start calling CVOR operators to tell them that their truck might be there? Like this was just one of the many angles we were trying to do to try and help solve the situation that week. Just because we didn't think the CVOR was the right way to go, it didn't mean we weren't trying to find other ways to address the situation that week.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the CCLA.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Hi. Mr. Freeman, let me just start off with respect to what is the MTO's role in public protests or public demonstrations when they block highways or roads. Would you say that it's typical that, or not unusual for public demonstrations to create or inhibit traffic?
They can, certainly. And the ministry's role would be the same as I've described, to assist police as requested.
Right. And would it also be fair to say that you would also create signage and divert traffic as necessary in order to facilitate the demonstration?
Yes, as requested by police.
So you would be guided by the OPP or the police of the jurisdiction to provide that assistance?
Yes.
To facilitate the protest?
Yes.
And as would it then be also consistent, we looked at the MTO's plan with respect to the Freedom Convoy. My friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the MTO suspended the inspections of trucks through the convoy. Was that also kind of part of facilitating the protest at the time?
I don't know if it was intended to facilitate a protest. I think it was based on the direction from the OPP to not engage in that way. I just don't know if the intent was, as you've described, to facilitate a protest or not.
Okay, but other than with respect to direction from the OPP or police forces, the MTO would not take enforcement measures against a demonstration.
Correct.
And I know many of us have covered the CVOR issue. And if I could just go back to that again, the letter to Michael Keenan that you were taken to earlier, it's clear that the enforcement under CVOR, the purpose is public safety, correct?
No, the purpose is highway and safety of traveling public.
Right, and to sanction non-compliant safety behavior.
Yes.
And as you told my friend, Ms. Tardif, your concern, or the MTO's concern, about using the CVOR was that you did not want it to be used to, in relation to civil disobedience.
It wasn't so much that we didn't want to, it was that it wasn't intended or ever used in that way, nor do the procedures or the policies that it's the practical application of it was ever intended for it to be used that way. The Highway Traffic Act as legislation is about safety for traveling public and motor vehicles, not about public order or protest. It was never that's not its purpose.
And was there also a concern of setting a precedent to use the CVOR as a method of enforcement against civil disobedience?
I don't know if it was so much that it was a precedent, a worry of a precedent. It was a worry that it didn't actually do what people were asking it to do.
Was there also concern that you would delegitimize the process that exists with respect to the CVOR and how it's understood by both the government and industry participants?
Yeah, that was a concern.
So I'm just going through my notes because some of these issues have already been covered. And my friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the Ontario Declaration of Emergency was declared on February 11th, 2022, but the letters with respect to this, I'll call it the CVOR enforcement under the EMPCA, were not issued until February 17th. And you stated that that was an OPP decision as to when to issue those letters, when to issue those warnings?
I don't know if it was OPP, but it was a policing decision.
It was not an MTO decision.
Correct.
And Mr. Freeman, did you have input to Minister Mulroney into what the MTO would be requesting under the EMPCA? Did you provide input as to what cabinet should consider before the EMPCA was relied upon?
We provided yes. So after we determined that the CVOR was not the appropriate mechanism, we began to develop options that could potentially be used. We did brief the minister on that. Ultimately, we provided input into what the Ministry of the Solicitor General was developing, for which they used.
And can you provide just kind of an outline of the options that you provided to your minister and to the Solicitor General?
Well, we provided options looking at increased changes to, for example, new legislation or changes to the HTA penalties that could exist, those types of things.
So amendments that could be done to the HTA to increase fines or increase enforcement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Next, the CCF.
Mr. Freeman, good afternoon. My name is Ajit Chaudhary. I'm with the CCF. I have some questions for you about tow trucks.
Okay.
And the legal tools to compel the provision of tow truck services. So I'd first asked the registrar to put up the emergency measures regulations under the Emergencies Act, and I have a document code for that, although I imagine it would be on speed dial here. So it's SSM.can.4011_REL.301. So while we're waiting for it to come up, I take it you're familiar with the emergency measures regulations?
I'm familiar, but by no means an expert.
Sure. You referred to them in an answer to a question posed by my friend from the commission, though.
Yeah.
So could we go to page 8, please? So if we could just scroll down, please, Mr. Registrar, to 7.1, that's good. So would you agree, if you could just have a look at section 7 sub 1. Have you seen that section before?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd agree that section 7 sub 1 in substance says that a person must make available and provide tow truck services if requested by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness or the RCMP Commissioner or a designate. Correct?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So could we go down then to the next page, please? To 10 sub 2. And so could you just have a look at that, please? Have you seen this provision before?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that in substance, section 10 sub 2 provides that creates a criminal offense for a failure to comply with the emergency measures regulations, including the provision we just looked at together, section 7 sub 1, in relation to tow trucks?
That's what it appears to do, yeah.
Good. And there's sanctions involving both fines and imprisonment under both summary and indictment.
Yes.
Good, all right. Now, I'd like to take you to the HTA, if I could. And so this document, Mr. Registrar, is CCF 50s, I believe. Yes, wait, 60s, 10. And while we're waiting for it to come up, Mr. Freeman, you stated in your evidence this morning, or earlier today, I should say, that the HTA is a key act. Is that, we're going to take you to section 171. So this is on page 361, please. If we could scroll down just a bit. Okay, so if we could stop there. So this section is entitled Tow Truck Services. Are you familiar with this section?
Not in great detail, but I can understand it.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you a question that's about section sub 3.1, which is on the next page. So let's stop there. So this says, so the title for this subsection is Other Prohibited Activities, and it says no driver of a tow truck or other person who is in charge of a tow truck shall engage in an activity prohibited by regulation. Is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Good, okay, now let's go down a bit further to subsection 6. Stop there, please. And so subsection 6 says that the Lieutenant Governor in Council or the Provincial Cabinet has the power under subsection B to prescribe prohibited activities for the purposes of subsection 3.1. Is that right?
Yes.
And that seems to be quite a broad grant of authority to the Provincial Cabinet, correct?
You're getting a little out of my depth in terms of legal interpretation here, whether it's broad or not.
But it says that it doesn't say what sorts of activities can be prescribed. It just says prescribed activities.
Prescribing prohibitive activities, yes.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so
for the purposes of what's above, but you know, I just want to refrain from trying to interpret this too much here. It's beyond my expertise.
Okay, good. And then let's go up a little. I promise you, this is the last subsection we'll look at together. So if you could scroll up, please, Mr. Registrar, to subsection 4. And so this provision is entitled offense. It creates a provincial offense for breaching any provision in this section, which it would include, of course, any regulation enacted pursuant to subsection 3.1, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Freeman, I'd like to ask you this. Would you agree that under section 171, at any time, the Ontario Cabinet could have made it a regulation that a tow truck driver cannot deny a tow truck services if requested by a suitable public official, so a municipal chief of police, the OPP commissioner, or the head of the RCMP.
I don't know the answer to that. It's there could be other provisions here that suggest otherwise. I don't know this well enough.
So Mr. Freeman, I'm going to press you on this a bit. I put it to you that this is the only section in the HTA governing tow trucks, and that under this section, the provincial cabinet can prescribe conduct by tow truck drivers, and that it's an offense if a tow truck driver breaches that requirement.
I'm not a lawyer, and anytime we would say what we can or can't do, it's something we would engage our counsel on. So I don't want to tie myself to an answer that I could be wrong for the commission.
Sure. So Mr. Freeman, I'll conclude on this note then. If in fact the provincial cabinet could have passed a regulation requiring that a tow truck driver provide a service and making it an offense to not do so, would that not in substance have been the same as the corresponding provision in the emergency measures regulation?
I think based on what you said, possibly, yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay, next, the convoy organizers.
Good evening. My name is Brennan Miller, and I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the organization that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in February and January of 2022. Just have a couple of questions for you, sir. Are you familiar? I'm assuming you're familiar with most transportation law. I know my friend has put some things to you, and that you talk to lawyers. But are you familiar with the International Bridges and Tunnels Act?
Not in any sort of depth.
Okay, but you're familiar of its existence?
Yes.
And that's a federal law?
That's my understanding.
Right. And I understand it that that law is governed by the Federal Minister of Transportation. Is that correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that under that act, that at any time, for the purpose of safety and security, that the Federal Minister of Transport, if the minister is of the opinion that there is an immediate threat to the security or safety of any international bridge or tunnel, the minister may make directions, including directions respecting the evacuation of a bridge or tunnel and the diversion of traffic or persons, requiring any person to do or refrain from doing anything that, in the opinion of the minister, is appropriate to do or refrain from doing in order to respond to that threat. So he's permitted to just pass an order to vacate the bridge, vacate the area. Would that have been helpful?
Well, so two things. First, without the act in front of me, I can't say that's part of it or not. I don't work for the federal government. And again, police were leading the response, so you would have to ask police whether or not that would have been helpful.
Mm-hmm. And this protest, that started on the 7th?
No. It
7th of February?
Started, sorry, you're talking about in Windsor. I believe that's the date.
Right, and they cleared it on the 12th?
12th and 13th, I believe, yes.
Before the Emergencies Act?
Yes.
And at no time did the minister pass a regulation in order to vacate that bridge?
The federal minister?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, next, the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good evening, Commissioner. Emily Tamman for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. We don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, the Windsor Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions.
Okay, the Ottawa Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service.
Hello.
You were asked some questions by one of my colleagues earlier about MTO enforcement officers in Ottawa, and I believe you weren't certain if they were used in Ottawa on the first weekend, so I'm going to see if I can help you. If we could call up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 400272, please. Page 1. At the bottom of page 1. These are situational reports that the MTO puts out. And you'll see at the bottom of page 1, so this is January 28th. This would be the Friday, and we see convoy arrived in Ottawa starting at approximately 1, and it says MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. And so I'll take you to then the one for the following day, which would be the Saturday. Okay. And if we go to ONT 400273, please, on page 2. And if you just scroll up a little bit, please. No, the other way, I'm sorry, scroll down. Thank you. So you'll see on January 29th, so that's the Saturday, convoys to arrive at Parliament Hill. MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so as I understand it, and so I believe MTO did have enforcement officers there for the subsequent weekends, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they were as well.
Right. In Toronto, we know, however, that MTO was asked in advance of the February 1st convoy arrival to be on the GTA highways by the OPP, partly as a deterrent and to provide support to the OPP, correct?
Yes.
And so that was in advance. It was the day before, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but it was in advance of the expected weekend protest.
And the focus was on the routes going into downtown and the 400 series highways.
Yes.
And that's because you had the Ottawa experience, so Toronto was treated a bit differently.
Again, we weren't making decisions. It was the police who asked for the help. So one could imagine that might have been why they wanted to do that.
And it was the OPP who specifically asked for MTO to be involved. And Ottawa was always expected to be a peaceful event, I believe. That was in the original operational plan of the MTO and the original announcement on January 21st that we saw, correct?
That was MTO's understanding, yes.
MTO, we saw, I took you to when I started the situation reports. And I understand those situation reports came out virtually every day and sometimes a couple times a day during the convoy.
Yes.
And so you would agree with me, I've looked at the situational reports for January 23 up to January 28th. There's no reference in them to the convoy causing major problems or to how long they're going to be in Ottawa. Is that record with your recollection?
I don't recall them speaking to the timelines or level of disruption.
Right, and I won't call up the documents, but just for the record, it is ONT 40s 0260 to 0272. And it is only on January 29th, which is ONT 40s 0273. Mr. Clerk, if we could please turn that up on page 1. And if we could just scroll down, please. Yeah, sorry, if you can just stop there. Thanks very much. Information received, so this is January 29th. Information received that the convoy protesters may stay in Ottawa for up to a month or longer if their demands are not met. So that's on Saturday when the convoy is already there. And so up until then, I did not see it referenced, so I take it only became relevant on the Saturday when they were already there. Is that right?
Well, that, I don't know about relevant, but that's maybe when whatever intelligence the enforcement community at MTO had became apparent.
And if I look at all of the operational updates prior to January 29th, all of them refer to the convoy, but don't note any particular concerns. There's a heading on those documents called Operational Updates and Impacts, and there's nothing of particular concern raised in any of them. Is that fair?
I would have to look at them, but I don't recall that being the case. And probably consistent with MTO's role for protests is we don't get the same level of intelligence that police do. So that might have been the understanding of those who were involved at the time.
Sure. I believe I've used my time, Mr. Commissioner. If I might have another, just a couple minutes.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And I know on January 26th, and I can call it up if you need it, but on the January 26th operational update, I saw on page 1, and it was ONT 400267, there's mention that one of the convoys there is about 135 kilometers length, but there doesn't seem to be any particular concern noted. Do you recall reading it? It's actually in the third paragraph, I'm sorry. And there doesn't seem to be any concern noted. MTO wasn't trying to stop it on the highway or slow it down or divert it.
Well, MTO wouldn't have that role again in a protest situation. Police would be the lead, and we would be there to assist. I don't know in any of these that the level of concern is ever indicated, and I was not involved in these early reports, so I'm seeing them, for the first time when we've pulled them up.
Sure. In fact, the operational plan of the MTO says officers will not be involved in the commercial vehicle traffic stops of people in the convoy, correct? That was the direction you had from the OPP?
Yes.
MTO, I believe, says in their plans that they recognize the right to peaceful protest, which is what this was supposed to be, correct?
That's what we understood it to be.
I won't call it up, but there's reference to, and I don't believe you were at the meeting, but there was a tripartite meeting, and it's SSM-can.nsc 402676. On page 2 of 4, one of the issues raised, and I believe it was raised by Mayor Watson, was a request that the MTO, at that point, it was February 10th, get more involved, and noted that the MTO always sets up blitzes on 400 highways, but haven't done so in this case. Is that correct?
I would have to see the document, but are you asking, is his statement correct?
No, I'm asking, is that statement correct, that the MTO does do blitzes on Highway 400 series highways, but did not do so in this case?
MTO does do enforcement blitzes, not directly on the highways, but near highways. In this case, we were asked not to do that type of work by police. by the OPP.
And sorry, just to finish off, I want to ask you a question regarding weigh scales. And one of the things considered by the MTO was to look at what Quebec did, because they had a convoy as well. And I understand they set up truck inspection stations, but Ontario chose not to do that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the question was raised, and it is ONT 400092. The question was raised about whether weigh scales could be used to slow down the convoy, as was done in Quebec. But a decision was made not to do that in Ontario, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And it's on page 2, actually. Yeah. And I understand that under the Highway Traffic Act, MTO officers may stop vehicles and direct them to weigh stations, correct? You have that authority?
Yes.
And if weigh stations are open, trucks have to stop and be subject to inspection, check for weight, height, length, axles, proper class of license, etc.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's Janine Cabersi, and I have no questions.
Thank you. Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly, and we also have no questions.
Government of Saskatchewan.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Mr. Freeman, I expect you're familiar with the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety?
Yes.
And I understand that that council involves federal, provincial, and territorial ministers and officials. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there is an ADM level table for that council, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And do you sit on that ADM level table?
I don't in my current role, but I did in the role that I was in during the time of the protests.
And I'm interested in February of 2022 during the protests. So you did participate in that table at that time, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that officials from the Government of Saskatchewan also participated in that table at that time?
Yes.
And this has been referenced already in your evidence, but I understand that there were meetings of the ADM level table on February 4th and 8th. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes. And maybe just to clarify too, it wasn't a formal committee meeting, but members of the committee were meeting informally at the request of Transport Canada.
Yes, my understanding is that the meetings were organized by Transport Canada, and they were specifically because Transport Canada wanted to develop a common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways. Is that fair?
Yes, it was. That was part of the purpose. Absolutely.
And these were effectively ad hoc meetings then. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
And they were organized then on relatively short notice?
Yes.
And then in your experience, such FPT meetings can be set up on very short notice. Is that fair?
Yes.
And can they even be set up on weekends if needed?
They add certainly people can ask to meet on the weekend. Again, I don't know that formal committee meetings would ever occur, but informal meetings, I could imagine, could be called at any time.
And during those meetings on February 4th and February 8th that were set up on short notice and which were ad hoc meetings, you had good participation from the FPT representatives, did you not?
That's my recollection, yes.
I also understand that there was discussion at those meetings about, of course, this common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways, but that discussion was really about what might be accomplished with existing provincial and federal law. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be part of the conversation as well.
You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there was no discussion of the federal government potentially invoking the Emergencies Act at those meetings on February 4th or 8th, was there?
I don't recall it or see it in any meeting summaries, no.
That would have been a big deal if there was discussion of that nature, wouldn't it?
And maybe to clarify, this is ministries of transportation typically, so something like that might not be raised at that meeting because it's not necessarily a transportation tool, but yes, I would think it would be something we would remember and would report back on.
And in your view, would those meetings have been an appropriate forum for the potential invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act to be discussed? And I'm thinking particularly because you have MTO officers that may need to exercise certain responsibilities if the federal law was used and new responsibilities were placed on them.
I don't know. I don't know if I can answer whether it's fair or not. Certainly having time and awareness would be well, but I also know it's this is a very big instrument for the federal government to use, and I don't know that they would start with that group to speak to first.
If that information were made available to you, for example, on February 8th, it would have been valuable and you would have been pleased to receive it, correct?
I mean, the more information is always better, but I don't know if I would agree that we would expect to hear about the federal government choosing to invoke such a legislation or a tool at that type of meeting. That would be my sense. I don't know. I wouldn't expect to hear something like that in that committee.
It might be above your pay grade. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, next, the government of Alberta, please.
Good evening. Honolora Yamamoto for the government of Alberta, and we have no questions.
Okay, thank you. The Democracy Fund, please.
Good evening. It's Alan Honor for the Democracy Fund. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you a few questions about tow trucks. Can we pull up ONT.403842? This is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today.
Okay.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I think that's not the right document.
403842.
I'm sorry, just bear with me for a moment, please. Sorry, that was 3842, ONT 403842?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, can we try ONT 50179? I'm looking for an email here from Jason Boparazzi. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, this is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today. If we look at the top of the second page, so if we can just scroll down there. What we see here, and actually, if you can just scroll up a little bit. Okay, so you see just up at the top, this is an email from Jason Baravi, and later in the text of the email, he says that the third towing company has dropped out and that you're now down to 10 tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if you just scroll down to page 3, a little bit lower. That's good. In the first point in this email, which is dated February 16th, we see that the 13 trucks are heavy tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what you're down to now is 10 heavy tow trucks as opposed to 13 heavy tow trucks.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if the companies were being compelled to provide tow truck services under the Emergencies Act or the measures available to them, they would not be able to drop out?
That's my understanding of the federal legislation, yes.
Right. And so this email suggests, when we read that somebody dropped out, that the 3 towing companies were providing their services willingly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. The CLA, CCDL.
Good evening. Mr. Freeman, can you hear me all right?
I can.
My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers, 2 organizations with joint standing. I know I'm standing between everyone and dinner, so I'd like to ask you just a few questions about the role and the limitations of the Highway Traffic Act and the CVOR system. And I know my friends from the City of Ottawa and the CCLA have already asked you some related questions, so I'm going to try to be brief.
Okay.
You said in your witness statement and have repeated here that addressing protests is not the purpose of the Highway Traffic Act or its associated licensing tools. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Instead, the purpose of the HTA is to keep traffic flowing and keep the roads safe. Is that fair?
It's primarily a safety legislation, yes.
Okay. And you identified in your witness statement some of the provisions in the Highway Traffic Act that would make it an offense for individuals to block a highway. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to pull up your witness statement, but you identified a few provisions. Is that right?
Yes.
There's section 170, subsection 12, which prohibits parking or standing a vehicle in a way that interferes with traffic. Is that one of the sections?
Yep. Yes.
And then section 132, which prohibits unnecessarily slow driving that impedes or blocks traffic. Is that one?
That sounds right. Yep.
And then section 134.1, which authorizes police to direct the removal and storage of vehicles or debris blocking traffic.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, you knew at the time that parking vehicles in the roadway was something that protesters did both in Ottawa and in Windsor. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's why you pointed to these particular provisions in your witness statement.
Yes, I think I maybe was asked for relevant provisions, but yes, that's why.
These are the ones that are responsive to that concern.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that blocking a road can interfere with keeping traffic flowing and keeping roads safe.
Yes.
Okay, and you told us a little bit today about some of the ways the HTA and associated licensing tools can't be sort of used properly. And for example, you explained that the MTO was concerned about delegitimizing the CVOR certificate system by misusing it in the context of civil disobedience. Do I have that right?
That was part of the concern, yes.
And the MTO took the position that the scheme couldn't be used to just cancel a CVOR certificate outright, at least not until the emergency order was in place.
That's right, not without the due process and the collecting of evidence and following the steps.
Right, that's the lengthy process that you sort of, several council took you through, and sort of shortcutting that, that's the kind of action that would be a misuse of the CVOR scheme.
Yes.
Or a misuse of the demerit points scheme for outside the commercial trucking context.
Right.
But I take it that it's not the MTO's position that the police should refrain from laying charges under the Highway Traffic Act where appropriate, simply because this was a protest.
Well, I don't believe we have an opinion on what police do or don't do. That's up to police in the context of the situation that they're dealing with.
Right, because that's a policing decision, whether or not to lay charges, whether it's an appropriate situation, whether there are other concerns. That's a policing decision, not a decision that comes from the MTO.
That's right.
Okay, but so police deciding to lay charges under the HTA, that's not something that would be the kind of misuse that the MTO was concerned about.
Correct.
And so should the commission understand your comments about the role of the HTA as being related specifically to the suggestion that perhaps the MTO could get involved and cancel licenses or cancel CVOR schemes? So I guess my question is your comment about the limited use of the HTA specifically responsive to that sort of suggestion that was being made perhaps by Transport Canada as they tried to understand the scheme, perhaps by commentators in the media? So should we understand your comment in light of those suggestions?
Yes, it was more specific to what MTO should do, not an opinion on what police should or shouldn't do.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No.
Okay, well, I just have a couple of quick questions. Just in terms of the demerit system, you talked about the problem that the regulation of trucks and their CVROR is provincial.
Yes.
Is there no mechanism for transferring demerit points from one province to another if a vehicle from another province, a truck, incurs offenses of some sort?
No, there is. So my understanding is convictions that would happen in one jurisdiction are shared with the home jurisdiction and would go on their record there. What doesn't happen is the points that are accumulated on our on Ontario carrier, there's no, sorry, I'm not doing a very good job explaining this. To really quickly to better answer the question, if there's a conviction that happens in Ontario, another jurisdiction would report that on their carrier's record.
So I'm trying to understand what the problem was because of trucks from outside of Ontario. You'd mentioned that was a problem, and I'm not understanding it.
Well, so if we took action specifically, we can only take action from a sanctioning action on Ontario carriers, meaning we can only suspend Ontario carriers CVOR. We don't have the ability to remove or suspend the licensing of an out-of-province carrier. We can, if police lay charges and there's convictions in Ontario, that would go on their home record. But what that province does and how that impacts their license in that jurisdiction, Ontario has no control over. Does that help clarify?
It doesn't. I would expect the consequences are probably fairly similar from one province to another if there are an accumulation of offenses.
Absolutely. I would think that they would be somewhat similar from province to province, although I can't speak to what other provinces have. The suggestion was more in response to at the time, there was a suggestion, well, why don't we just cancel or suspend their CVORs or equivalent in other provinces? And the point that was being made is Ontario doesn't have the power to suspend or cancel other provinces' abilities to operate.
I understand that, but I think I also understood you to say Ontario didn't have that power either without going through charges and et cetera. So
yeah. This is true. I don't know that we were trying to say anything other than that it's, we have control over the Ontario population of carriers. We do not have oversight of out of province carriers.
I guess I might not agree in the sense that you have the same oversight. You're supposed to supervise and charge them and make sure that they're behaving in the same way an Ontario carrier would.
Well, police would lay charges or our enforcement officers for specific infractions, but the role of the registrar or the deputy registrar in sanctioning them only applies to Ontario carriers. Maybe that's a better way to describe it.
Okay, I understand that. Now, one of the things I wanted to also understand is the emergency regulation in Ontario. It provided powers with respect to the licenses, the CVROR. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the process there? Is it a charge to which they will then have to go to court and they have a right to appeal? And
specifically with the emergency order, there was no rights to appeal. It was a direct sanction that the registrar could apply.
So it's suspension immediate, which is the difference with a process of, and the emergency order, you said at one point that there was no provision with respect to tow trucks in Ontario's order.
Related, I think specifically, I think I was referring to direct that tow truck must comply or any sort of indemnification.
Yeah, so there was nothing in the emergency order in Ontario?
Correct.
And do you know if if your ministry had requested that be included?
I don't recall a request on that.
Do you know if anyone else requested, any other ministry or police requested?
I don't know.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks very much for your testimony, and thank you for accommodating the commission by switching. That's much appreciated. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we are complete for today, and we will come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we hope well, it'll be a fairly long day tomorrow again, but nothing new there. Adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.